Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to today's Clash. So this is the Total War Clash. It's a Creative Assembly official tournament, and we do have the top 4 players in the world duking it out for a chance at a pretty decent little prize here. We have Inticity versus Charox in Game 1, or in Series 1, I should say. However, we are going to be alternating between the two series, and then we have Danakin, the defending world champion, against a Blood Penguin in a rematch, actually, from the recent World Championship. So we are going to have best of 5, and then a third place best of 5, as well as a third place, a best of 5 grand final as well. So that is going to be the tail of the tape, and we're going to take a look at the prize pool real quick. So first place is going to be winning £1,000, and will be qualifying for another special event, which is going to be taking place in December, which is going to be even bigger than this one. Second place is going to be getting £700 and also qualifying for an event as well. Third place, £500, and fourth place, £300 as well. So regardless of your placing, you are going to be walking away with the prize for your time, which is a very, very feel-good situation for everybody. So we are going to be jumping into Game 1 here in just a minute. And again, for anybody just getting in here, these are the brackets. Inticity versus Charox, best of 5. Danakin, Trop versus Blood Penguin, best of 5. Third place, best of 5. And then a grand finals, a best of 5 as well. High pipe indeed. It's going to be good. Yes, meat is back on the menu. And let's go ahead and jump into the first round here. So this should be loading in just a second. Just give it a moment there. All right, you're going to pop up. There you go. All right. So Game 1 is going to be Inticity versus Charox. These guys had a super sweaty tournament match series in the last World Championship. It was a 3-2 if I'm not mistaken. It was very, very close. So in this game, it's going to be Charox playing as Tomb Kings, which he is probably one of the most consistent and strongest Tomb Kings players in the world. And Inticity is going to be playing with the new toys and playing with the Warriors of Chaos. Most likely going to see some Bear Men. I don't know about Dreadmaws in this matchup. I feel like Dreadmaws are pretty damn good, but maybe not so much against Tomb Kings, because they're not going to be bringing a ton of really static archers. Like Ushopti Grapos are so quick and high mass that they can probably move out of range of the Dreadmaws and not really care that much. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. All right, folks. How you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for choosing to join us today. And we will be getting started with our first game here in just a second. I'm going to let the players know in Discord that we are ready, and they can start whenever. All right, Charox, yes. Ready when you two are. Also, let's talk about formats. It's best of 5. All matches are best of 5. So we are going to be jumping between games to reduce. Yeah, the prize pool for first place is about $1,300. Because £1,000 is about $1,325, I think. I did the conversion this morning, something in that ballpark. So yeah, pretty damn solid prize. We're using our maps. Yeah, we're using the community maps for sure. Ooh, look at that. We get the big Sphinx and the Ushopti Grapos. All right, Bearmen being picked by Inticity. No surprises there. Bearmen amazing against Tomb Kings because of the fact they, of course, are ITP. So when the Tomb Kings bring in War Sphinxes or, anything of that nature, they're going to be very stalwart. And, of course, they can dominate most of the Tomb Kings infantry, which isn't a bad idea. Now, this is one of our new maps. It's a very beautiful map. It's called the Mercenaries of Talea. And let's go ahead and break down the army. So spawning in on the north side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Charox, the pride of Poland, going to be rocking a front battle line of skeleton warriors, backed up by Chosen of the Gods, Ushopti Grapos. They're just very good. They're one of the, not necessarily an auto pick, but very, very good indeed. So it is going to be Chosen of the Gods with Grapos. And a Light Wizard. Inticity, of course, is known for his mobility play, so having a Light Wizard to mitigate some of that mobility is very good. We do have a Tomb King, so a basic Tomb King. Cetra was not available for today's opportunity, so it is going to be a basic Tomb King using the Scorpion armor, which gives him a little bit of ward save. We do also see the Sphinx of Usef here. This thing is an Ice Ansar large fighter, will be good against trolls, and can also go fisticuffs, more importantly, against Archaon. So that is going to be it for Charox's army. Very, very small, very elite. And, of course, Inticity is the kind of player who likes to triple cap all the objectives immediately. So he's going to be using 3 Hellstriders and 3 Horsemen. Really interesting combo, basically teaming up the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes with the Hellstriders to really make sure he gets his clutches on the objectives. And the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are a good choice. I do like them. They're very, very good against the big constructs, so not bad at all. Archaon with Burning Head and Searing Doom, and the rest of the army is going to be Marauder Bearmen. Now, Inticity kind of looks like he might be going for a stuffing strategy here. We're going to have to see. And we do see a, look at that, Charox opening up with a missile snipe right there. He is dropping the Lich Priest of Light and using the Shem's Burning Gaze to shoot Archeon. So Archeon already takes a bit of damage out of the gates from the Shem's Burning Gaze. I would wager that Inticity probably has a Nurgle caster in reserve. You can get a very cheap Nurgle caster for like 800 gold or something and just have him with just Fleshy Abundance and then bring him in to heal Archeon, which I think is a really, really good idea. But we'll see if he needs to do it. Alright guys, so we do see the Tomb Kings contesting the side point. Charox is going to be going for the classic domination style of secure and push. So he's going to move up, put his entire army in a big box right here. Not box, but formation of sorts. Get objective 3 and then slow push his way towards the middle objective. And this is usually a good idea to do. Oh, look at this! Oh man, Inticity playing the map! So this map is a special map that we added to the event. So if you capture your opponent's supply zone, you get bonus supplies. Oh my god, Inticity with the pro gamer plays. Alright, dude, I love it. He did his homework, he researched the maps. So this map has a special nuance where if you're able to capture your opponent's supply camp, you actually get bonus resources. So right now, Inticity is getting 3 bonus supplies per second. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that is so freaking cool that that's happening. Yeah, so he's getting a little bit of a perk right there. And Charox, I mean, could just basically park a Spearman or 2 Skeleton Spearmen on that to prevent that from happening, but we're going to see if it comes back to bite him. It's not like the most groundbreaking thing in the world, but yeah, that is very, very smart by Inticity. So that's a big part of the meta, right, in domination mode. In the old school days, most of the maps in Warhammer 2 were very similar in the land battle days, right? You know, mostly flat with a little bit of loose terrain, but it wasn't really relevant to the gameplay or the meta too much, unless it was like a Pillar of Bone or a really small map. But here, like little nuances like the terrain on domination as well as this is very, very good. All right, so far Charox is just chilling out. The back objective here has been captured by Inticity. And the Tomb Kings are opting not to defend it, even though it could be relatively easy to do so. Charox could just call in a couple units here, and he is going to be getting his Sepulchral Stalkers out. So they're setting up shop. They pop out and ambush the Snake Riders here. And yeah, Hellstriders will get wrecked pretty bad by Sepulchral Stalkers. They do lose some HP, and is he going to be sending anything to his back objective? He really needs to reclaim that. Hellstriders working around the backfield, and now the Warriors of Chaos going to be moving in here with their infantry and their bearmen. But this is where Marauder Bearmen really shine. Being ITP against these big monsters is so freaking good. So Charox is going to be getting in with a big Battle Cat, and the Sphinx is doing great damage. It's a huge counter against these type of infantry. So the Sphinx is going to be getting in and hammering the Forsaken, taking a ton of HP off the Bearmen, and Charox should be able to hold this objective if he sends the Nehekar Warriors over here. Now at the back point, we do get Sepulchral Stalkers and Skeleton Horsemen battling it out versus Hellstriders. And this, oh, could Charox reverse the situation? Inticity going really hard to hold this, but the Eyes of the Desert are doing decent. Skeleton Horsemen going to be charging into the back of these units as well, and some melee Shopti being sent over there to help out where they can. However, here, Archeon going to be dropping a Burning Head right there, does cook those Skeleton Warriors, and is going to be going through the Nehekar Warriors there as well. Out of the gates, the former world champion Inticity looking very, very strong as he's able to get some pretty favorable engagements. However, back here, the Sepulchral Stalkers do manage to clear through 2 Hellstrider units, and it looks like Charox is going to be able to re-secure his camp back here. So this camp is going to be going back to the Tomb Kings, and Inticity will be taking a bit of a beating for it, right? However, during all of this, Inticity does have a triple cap on his opponent. The only thing that Charox is in the process of contesting is his back point, but he did take out a ton of Inticity's mobility. Hellstriders, and these ones are going to be sent to the trash as well, as the back objective is going to be recaptured here. And the anti-large Chosen of the Gods hunted down by a Hellstrider unit, but in response, the Tomb King's Wizard is going to be dropping a net of Amnatok here, locking them down, allowing these Skeleton Horsemen to get a charge, and for the Ushabti Great Bows to stabilize. Now, will Charox be able to re-secure his home point? Another Shem's Burning Gaze from the Wizard, as Inticity does call in a Hell Cannon here. Hell Cannon going to be very useful at shooting at pretty much any of these targets. It's a very, very good piece. Burning Head going to go down on the Tomb King's infantry, going to be very, very devastating, and it seems like the Sphinx, and look at this, the big Arwar Sphinx is basically just Benny Hill chasing here, going after Archeon the Ever-Chosen, and Charox does re-secure his back point right there, so now the gravy train of Inticity has been cut off, but honestly that was totally worth it, and I really like how he played the map and did his research and knew what was coming, and brought a build that was conducive to that, right? I think that was really, really cool. All right, Skeleton Horsemen going to be coming in here, and we do see the big Sphinx is going to be chasing down the throwing axes, not able to catch them. And Inticity, one of my things that I really like about his playstyle is he's a big Chaos Knight enjoyer. I play against Inticity quite often. We play off stream, and he really, really likes Chaos Knights. No matter what Chaos faction he's playing, he'll mix them in. However, they're not going to have a good time versus the big Arwar Sphinx here. They're going to have a baddish time. Oh, nice play by Charox. That's really, really good. using the Ushapti summon to basically just guarantee a kill on the Hell Cannon back here. That's really nice. He needs to give the attack order, though. Charox has not told him to pile in an attack, therefore it's not going to be super effective. So a little bit of a mistake there by Charox, but he's obviously very, very taxed here and is just trying to get some ground back. So if anything, this is going to be a situation where Charox is going to have to just value trade, but Inticity's value is right on top of his. It's not like he's in a super advantageous position, and he's bleeding points right now. Currently, Inticity is just feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. He does have the Marauder Bearmen. Marauder Bearmen are ITP, so it's not like in the late game. You know, oftentimes against Warriors of Chaos, if they're using a Chaff-centric army with Marauder Bearmen and those type, not Marauder Bearmen, basic Marauders, those type of units, you're going to be able to terror out them in late game and get some big momentum. But here, you know, not so much. So Chaos Knight's going to be moving in, being shot by the Grepo RORs. And look at this, Inticity, ever aware of the map objective here. Going for a capture on the back, getting some Marauder Bearmen back there, forcing Charox to pull back some Crowmen, or not Crowmen, Carrion. And the Carrion are going to be able to chase off the Horsemen, but the Bearmen are going to be a very, very tough one to mitigate there. Now on the side, Melee Shopti versus Forsaken, a bit of a counter there. We do see Nehekar Warriors versus Marauder Bearmen and Forsaken as well. But Inticity really, really has him pinned in right now. And the Chaos Knights could easily bounce around either of these fights. You could have them charge into the Ushapti and maybe help win that fight, or just rear charge the Nehekar Warriors and shut them down. And I really like the back pressure. I really, really like the back pressure. Essentially, you know, Ent is putting just a lot of weight onto the back point, which is forcing Charox to send resources back here instead of going and playing the objectives, which is just brilliant. So somebody in chat asking, what does ITP mean? ITP means that immune psychology. So units that have the ITP trait, which is represented by this icon right here, are immune psychology. So things like fear and things like terror do not affect them. Therefore, monsters which cause terror are not going to be routing them off. Now, Charox really, really desperately trying to get some ground here, but I think he's just too far behind at this point. And that's going to be game one, going to the former world champion Inticity, as he does draw first blood in today's sweaty, sweaty old tournament. So let's update the scorecard, take a look at the breakdown, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have like no downtime today. We're going to be jumping between all sorts of matches, which is going to be great. All right. So a couple things. Obviously, capturing the back point and getting bonus resources was really, really good by Inticity, but even without that, I think he would have won. The Marauder Bearmen were not damage heavy, but they held and were really able to stuff the objectives. And Charox's build just did not have the width to really contest the points, it would seem. It did struggle a little bit. I mean, yeah, he was able to hold on to one, but the Forsaken just ripped them up. They were really able to give that objective the business with the burning heads, and I think that was very, very tricky. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, here's the bracket for today. We just finished game one between Inticity and Charox, and now we're going to be jumping out and getting the second match ready. So I just need to find this one, and here we go. All right, this is going to be good, man. Danakin, now we have the current world champion playing against Penguin. Last time they played, Plague Penguin and Danakin Chop played in the last championship. And Danakin won the series 3-1, but they were close games. And Penguin, of course, he is the Lord of Bretonia, as you all know. He comes here, and I don't know why that one got shrunk. That is very, very weird. All right, let me fix this. Okay, is it here? All right, there we go. Hold on a second. I don't know what the hell happened with this. Give me 1 second, guys. The evil forbidden graphics. There we go. I think that looks about right. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, that'll do it. All right, so we're ready for our next game here. These guys can start when they're ready. And let us have some fun. So this is Norscan Rise. Norscan Rise is a cool map. I dig it. It's one of my favorites. It's very, very thematic for this update. And don't worry, I'm sure you'll be seeing Slaanesh and other scary business coming up soon. Yeah, it was that was a very clinical game there by Ent. It was very, very good. Last time, Charox's Tomb Kings actually almost beat Inticity. It was a different map, though. Charox basically lost the game at the last second by just forgetting to put one skeleton on his back objective. All right, guys. So it begins. Let's get into the next game. Let's have some frickin' fun and see what's going to be cooking. All right. And what? You want me to turn that up? Your grandma's watching? Well, hey, shout out to your grandma. Let's go. Yeah, so no global bans today. That's one difference from the World Championship in this event, is that there's no global faction bans. So everything is on the table. Inticity can play Slaanesh. Danakin can play Dark Elves. Blood Penguin can play as Bretonia. You get the idea. Smoke break incoming. That was one of the best moments of the last tournament for sure. When Danakin just took like a fat smoke break and was late for the match, and it was like the game started and he was AFK. Yeah, there was already a bounce patch in the early access. It was this last Monday. So a lot of the things that were a little bit OP got brought to heal, and I don't know if there will be another one before launch. We'll see. We will see. So Penguin loading in. I believe he's going to make it. There he goes. He usually loads a little bit slower, but when he gets in there, he is all good. Can play my Nurgle. Oh, I love playing me some Nurgle. That's true. All right, guys, so take a look at the armies of Plague Penguin. Plague Penguin going to be using a Bestigor Rush. I love Bestigor Rushes. So he's going to be using 4 Besties, which really do dominate Kislev infantry. If we're looking at Armored Kossars or, Kislevite Warriors, everything except Zargard Grey Opens is going to be getting the business from Bestigors. However, Bestigors can be shot, they can be cycle charged by, cavalry, by monsters, whatever. So it's going to be 4 of those with a couple cheap Ungor Spearmen. We have, ooh, look at this, Morker the Shadowgave coming in. All right, very, very cool. And up in the sky, it is going to be the Bloodshriek Chimera. Now, these units are amazing top-tier units. The Breath Attack is incredibly devastating. It's a good fighter. It can definitely fight some of the Kislev monsters. It's basically a dragon, Manticore, Man-Bear, Pig hybrid thing. It can do some nice work. And for the Kislevite army, it's going to be a front battle line of Armored Kossars backed up by Kislevite Warriors, as well as Kossars with spears. It's honestly a decent composition. The Bestigors are going to be a problem for this current build. Obviously, that's the thing about domination mode. If you load in and your opponent has an army that counters yours, that's why you have reserve. So you can call in something or have a bit of a toolbox to deal with it and make it a little bit less build RNG, or build roulette as they used to call it back in the day. Slangor is being called out, so we are going to be seeing the new Beastmen units, which Beastmen eating well in this update. Slangors are ITP. They're very, very quick, good against infantry, so they're good against like Kossars and okay against Armored Kossars. Not the best, but they'll be good against the spears as well as the halberd infantry in the front. Yeah, Beastmen are stacked, and right now it does look like Plague Penguin is going to be looking for a breath attack. The way that he's kind of posturing here on the side, he's really going to be looking to get one down the pipe. We're going to see if he's able to get it off. Hey, Assyrian, thank you for giving out a community sub, man. I appreciate you, boss. Thank you so much. And Orange Pass, thank you for the raid. Damn, son, I didn't notice that. Sorry. So hyped up in the commentary. Well, Orange Pass, thank you, brother. Greatly appreciate it, and welcome. Been really enjoying Company of Heroes lately. I played some 1v1s last night and got wrecked. It was a good time. All right, so the armies of Kislev are going to be gathering at the gates. Currently, the Beastmen control objective number 1. Objective number 2 belongs to the forces of the Beastmen, and objective 3, it looks like Kislev was able to grab that as the game did start. So the Beastmen are going to be sending in Morker to try and contest this, and I do like the Kislev position a lot. Currently, he's denying a flank, essentially, right? So right here, he's denying a whole envelop. If the Beastmen want to flank him, they got to go all the way up and over the hill and crash down, which is certainly viable. But as it stands right now, these guys are going to be forced into a bit of a blunder. We do see the Hawks of Miska there as well. Hawks of Miska, one of the best spells in the game. Very, very good. But it does look like Beastmen are going to sound the Horn of War. And Beastmen do have the double objective cap, so they are going to be getting 2 victory tickets per second. So, I mean, they could just, maintain the status quo and be happy, but obviously Kislev is going to be probably pushing up at some point if they decide to do that. Collins in the back are going to be what? We do see a Bray Shaman of Shadows who's going to be coming with Melkoth's Mystify Miasma, a very, very good spell against Kislev. And where is the Bloodshriek Chimera going to be going? I don't know. Charox Bandrippers lurking in the back, and the Beastmen going for a full envelop. Got to be careful, though. Kislev could call out some heavy shot cavalry right here. Some Griffin Legion, whatever, and just annihilate these Slangors. But there are Bestigors nearby, so I guess they have a little bit of support. All right, guys. So Danakin Trop, the Kislev player, for anybody just joining, is the defending world champion. He won the last championship, defeating Inticity in a very, very contested series. But we will see if he can have the same success today. Danakin going to be pulling back here, and it looks like the cows are really thinking about going in there. And the dragon going to be surfing into the Ungor Spearmen and just doing somewhat damage it can. Maybe trying to get a quick, cheeky terror out here. The Beastmen army doesn't really have a lot that's good against the dragon character. No Centaurs are throwing axes, and now we do get a cav charge coming in. So Danakin getting a nice cav charge there, hammering down, and now there's going to be a Hawks of Miska, which is also going to be hitting the Bestigors. Won't do as much against them. And we do see the Beastie moving in. So the Bloodshriek Chimera does land on the Boyd Neves Brawler, so these are the ROR gun units for Kislev, and now they're going to be getting attacked by the dreaded Manticore. Also, Chariot moves in as well, but a couple of Halberds going to be coming in to support that position. On the flank, Hawks of Miska does actually terror out the Bestigors, which is really funny. And a couple of Kislevite Halberds do get in place, but the Slangors as well as the Bestigors should be able to turn around and put some hurt on them. Diving into the backfield, though, are the forces of the Beastmen. The Bray Shaman getting on top of the Archers, and the Bloodshriek Chimera getting on top of the Boyd Neves Brawlers. Kislevite Warriors in the front line are not going to have a good time here. I mean, so far they've done okay because of magic, but the Vestigors will be able to grind through this frontline fight. However, Kislev is putting a lot of firepower from their support archers into the Vestigor herds, and despite the 95 armor they do have, they are taking quite a bit of damage. Looks like there's going to be a cat summon, a snow leopard being called in by Danakin Trop right there, and the Kislevite cavalry coming out. Winged Lancers getting a flank into the Vestigors, but that's the problem. Vestigor infantry from Plague Penguin are very, very raid boss. These guys have really, really nice AP values and high armor, so cavalry that lack armor piercing really do struggle with them. And so far out of the gates, the Beastmen are trading reasonably well for being the ones on the aggression. Razorgore herds are on their way in, and now we get a Chaos Spawn summon. Some Worker the Shadow gave reaches into the depths of the warp and does summon some Chaos Spawn here. So those Spawn going to be surging into the secondary, and we are going to be seeing these Kossars having a pretty bad time, as I don't know what you guys are cheering about. That's not going to go super well. They are not the spear version either. So, tricky, tricky. I love this play from the Beastmen, getting some Centaurs up to the high ground to get the triple cap. If you're going to be employing a stuffing strategy like this, getting a triple cap is very important. We still have the Charox Manrippers and Vestigors for Plague Penguin going, but Danakin Trop is holding the line. Kislev is not giving ground, one of the more stalwart factions in the game, and I would say in terms of staying power, Kislev usually is going to be a bit grindier than the Beastmen. They just have better leadership, and those Slavs, they do not mess around here. So Voidniv's Brawlers getting their shotguns out, and it looks like they're going to be helping to pick off some of the Vestigors right here. So fire, reload, fire, and we do see these guys getting taken down. This game looks so freaking cool. And you can see the shotguns doing some work as the mowing does continue. Shaken and stirred. Currently, the Vestigor herds in the back getting taken out by the Streltsy ROR, which is a really cool backfield anchor piece. And it looks like Kislev is pretty close to breaking the Beastmen lines here. However, the Beastmen do have the side objectives. So we do see Objective 1 belong to the Beastmen. Objective 3 belong to the Beastmen, as we do see a couple Centaurs coming from the high ground here. But the Centaur is going to have a terrible time versus Kossars, and regular Kossars not so much, but the Spear Kossars will be very good against them. Danakin Trop going to be calling out Dervishes. The Dervishes do arrive and are going to be charging into the Centaurs right here. Danakin, of course, had a really good run with the Kislevites in the last World Championship. He was able to win one of his serious Grand Finals matches with them against, it was actually against Beastmen too. Yeah, so Danakin is really, really practiced in this matchup, it would seem, but Penguin is putting the pressure on him right now. Penguin's sitting at about 600 points and is getting 3 victory tickets per second. On the flank, we do see some Pestigors being called in. Pestigors can fight Kislev cavalry reasonably well because of their poison. And are the Beastmen going to be able to hold? Here's the thing, right? Right now, Kislev is ahead in value by about 2,000 or 3,000, give or take. So they are winning the fight on the battlefield, but the Beastmen are winning on the objectives. So the only win condition for the Beastmen is to try and play the objective game right now. So basically, when Kislev has to split their army up and start pressuring the objectives, you can use your Beastmen mobility and ambushes to try and win some of those fights, but it ain't going to be easy. Oh man, I think he lost his caster too. So if we're looking around, I don't see the Beastmen wizard. So it looks like the Brave Shaman might have been shut down. Yeah, and you can see this now. So Danakin knows he needs to get the objective, right? So he's going to be moving in, and in response, Plague Penguin is calling out halberds to counter the mobility. He does have the Corn Gores coming, so I think we've seen every gore except the Zangors. Zangors are not really good against Kislev, but we've seen all the different colors of the rainbow of the Beastmen here. All right, so Corn Gores are on their way over. Look at the sweaty Danakin play. Danakin trying to block him here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get a full block, as that objective is going to be stabilized by the Beastmen. But in the meantime, on the high ground, we do see the Kislevites with their horse archers and their Kossovite dervishes grabbing the goodies right there, and they are able to secure it. Razorgore herds are moving on in, so there they go. Here comes the piggies, sweet pig, and the charge is on, so there you go. So the Razorgores do engage with the dervishes, but overall Kislev should be able to win that fight by getting a full surround and or shooting them in the back. In the middle, Kislev is enduring, and the only thing really left fighting for the Beastmen is going to be Morkur the Pimp Cave. He's coming in with his big old claw, but, you know, he's impossible to kill, but you just kind of ignore him here, basically. On the far side, the Beastmen are going to be trying to hold this, but Danakin Trop is going to get a lot of cav in here, and these are Winged Lancers as well as an Ice Witch. So the Ice Witch is basically just going to use Hoxamiska and her Terror to rout these Beastmen off. The Beastmen are not going to hold for too long. They're going to have a bad time there. I think the Brave Shaman of Shadows did get taken down, which is very, very tough. Full surround coming in, Hoxamiska as well, going to be hitting these units, and the Kislevite cav units are going to give them the business. And it looks like Danakin is on his way to winning game one. Yep, full route there. That spell is so freaking good. It does damage, but more importantly, lowers your leadership by -16. So when you combine that with the terror-causing dragon, it gets the job done. And the Ungol Kindred have gotten it. GG, well played. Glorious victory for the defending world champion, showing why he earned that title recently with a game one victory here over the Blood Penguin. All right, guys. That was fun. Beastmen aggressed with the Chad Bestigor build, but it was not enough to break through. A couple things that cost Penguin the game. It looks like his 1,700 gold centerpiece got crushed and only got 500 value, which is really rough. And he also lost his caster very early. So those were the two variables, really. If Penguin had been able to keep his Chimera alive and get some, get all its breath attacks and get like 1,600 value off it, which is pretty normal, he might have been in a position to take that game. And same goes for his caster. If he had been able to use his full Winds of Magic pool to shut down some Kiss of Tools, that would be very, very good. All right, GG, well played, guys. Let's go back to the bracket real quick. And we are going to be jumping back to game one. Okay. Actually, one sec here. We need to update the brackets there before we do this. All right, game one going to the defending world champ. Charox and Inticity coming up next. Here are the prizes for today's event for anybody just joining here. And that is pounds, so it's about $1,300 US. And Inticity with the dreaded password on his game. I love it. Yeah, so Orange Pest. These are so we had the recent World Championship for the Total Tavern Grand Finals, and the prize for that event was entry into this event, which obviously has a much bigger prize. I normally put like around $500 prize in for my my champs just out of pocket, unless there's like a sponsor. Sometimes we've had like $1,000 or $2,000 prizes, but obviously this is a bigger prize because CA is fronting the money there, which is good. Insane tech skills, I know, you love it. Orange Pest, this could be you in here, dude. If you applied all your sweatiness, yeah. Someday, maybe. How much money is in Applebee's gift cards? That's the secret prize that we don't talk about around here, guys. That is the secret prize. All right, so, Norska, let's go. All right, so we got a Norskin game. That's going to be very fun. Okay. It looks like they just got their factions. I don't know how it took that long, but it's going to be, what's the matchup? Norska versus Tzeentch. So Charox is a very, very off-meta player. He loves Tomb Kings. He loves Tzeentch. Wood Elves are his only meta faction, I would say. Charox is usually pretty off-meta. But Tzeentch, Charox and I played some practice games yesterday, and he was practicing Tzeentch against me. So curious to see what tricks he's going to be working out. All right, guys. Good luck. Have fun. And let us see how this is going to be going here. Are we going to be seeing Trouser Snakes against Tzeentch? I don't know. I think it's a little bit risky. I think that the Changebringers could just end their careers pretty badly. You want to see the brackets real quick? Sure, I got you, homie. All right. So we have Inticity versus Charox, and we have Danakin versus Blood Penguin. Talking about the seeding of the tournament, Danakin is the #1 seed, Inticity #2, and Charox and Blood Penguin are basically tied for 3rd and 4th. So that's why they're on opposite sides of the bracket. We are going to have a best-of-5 3rd place and a best-of-5 grand finals as well. And the winners are going to be getting some decent little prizes for today, which is going to be great. Charox plays Skaven too. He does. So Charox will probably bring Skaven if Inticity goes Empire. Because Skaven do have some tools against Empire. They can be very good against them, actually. So 1,000 pounds of Applebee's appetizers. Let's go, dude. It's time. Yeah, so Dreadmaws are very good. I think Dreadmaws are an A-tier monster. You guys probably saw the tier list video we did with Danakin Trop. I think that Dreadmaws are really probably stronger in land battle because you can just kind of Unga in one spot and force people to fight them. But in domination, of course, competitive here, I think they're good. But you know what? Maybe against Tzeentch static shooting. Like if Tzeentch is coming in with blues and pinks, they'd be really freaking good. Okay, maybe we will see Dreadmaws. Maybe we will. Oni, thank you for the $10. Greatly appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. All right, so we have Norska versus the Tzeentch. This is a fun one, man. What about Prayton? You're never going to see Praytons in competitive unless somebody's memeing. Yeah, Changebringers, absolutely. Changebringers are like one of the best units in the Tzeentch roster. If somebody does not address your Changebringers, you kind of just lose. Because they will kill everything you love and hold dear. And then they're going to get unsummoned and get value back too. You think Dreadmaw should be a Norskin exclusive along with Bearmen? Dreadmaws I'm a little bit more on the fence about because I believe in the old Warhammer game, they were a Chaos unit from like a special book. But Bearmen, yes. I don't think Bearmen should be on Warriors of Chaos just from a flavor perspective. It seems a little bit funky. They're already like they have like Warriors, Marauders, Forsaken. Giving them Bearmen, I think, is a little strange. I don't really care that much. I don't have that much on it. It's not like a big bone of contention for me, but I think Dreadmaws, you know, make a little bit more sense than Marauder Bearmen, which seem to be like a very uniquely Norskin unit. But that's just me. Yeah, Charox is really good at Tzeentch, but Wood Elves are his best faction. But, you know, he's playing against... Charox and Inticity play Wood Elves the same way. They both love to use the Waywatcher play and kite you back and play that ODM style, which is very, very strong. All right, all right. Yeah, but I would probably remove Bearmen from Warriors of Chaos. That would be the one change I would you know, do for multiplayer. Yeah, Chaos is going to be one of the strongest factions this update, I think. The fact that they got the Chimeras, they got the Dreadmaws, and they got the Bearmen is so incredibly strong. I think Chaos will be an A tier, if not S tier faction. In the hands of, the problem is Warriors of Chaos have a lot of trap units and a lot of trap builds that are really bad. So you can run into pitfalls with them, like newer players. It's always why their win rate has been a little bit like not as high as you think it should be. But yeah. All right, Norska is ready, and we are going to be getting Tzeentch ready to go here in just a second. Warriors of Chaos did get Champions of Slaanesh, which is pretty nuts. Yeah, I don't know if they should get Champions of Slaanesh also. Champions of Slaanesh are like, that would be like giving them Wrathmongers, because Champions of Slaanesh are like the Wrathmonger equivalent for Slaanesh. I don't know. That one I don't mind as much because they're not like as commonly seen. Okay, we are getting a Trouser Snake, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. All right, all right. Bearmen obviously makes sense, and a Great Shaman Sorcerer of Death. Talk about nice for Norska, right? Being able to get access to a Caster Lord and not have to bring Wolfric or Throg in every single matchup. Oh my god. It's wild, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Inticity, former world champ, facing off against Charox, who's been very, very close to gold for a long time. Battle line here is going to be Marauder Bearmen. Why wouldn't you? ITP, high HP, what's not to love? And we do have the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. These are the ROR Horsemen. They're awesome. They're really, really good. They do, of course, have the Battle Song, so they can give leadership and fear to nearby units. They have better stats, magic damage, attacks. I mean, what's not to love? Great Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Buna, and the only reason you bring this guy is just basically to cast Fate of Buna on Changebringers. And, but, you know, what a good player. Well, I was playing against Charox yesterday, and I actually was playing against Tzeentch with, I can't remember what it was, but regardless, I had a Buna caster, and he didn't call out Changebringers like the entire game. And then I used Buna once on like some Chaos Knights or something, and then he called them out like right away. So good Tzeentch players will wait for you to use Fate of Buna to get it on cooldown, and then they're going to call in the Changebringers. But Bearmen, Shaman Sorcerer, we do have the Miststalkers coming in from Inticity, which I love. Very, very cool unit. Excellent. Missile resist against Tzeentch, magic damage against Tzeentchian warriors. It's pretty great. And there's a Trouser Snake somewhere. Yeah, the Dreadmaw is coming up right now, so there it is. Oh, yes. Let the Dreadmaw feast, baby. All right, so for the Great Charox, the Pride of Poland here, going to be using the Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, which does decent single target damage. Holy shit, is he using a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch to try and counter a Dreadmaw? Okay, we see Blue Fire going, and it is going to be getting Ent Sorcerer. Uh-oh. Sorcerer could be in big trouble. All right, Trouser Snake maybe thinking about popping up right there. Oh, this is not a good start for Inticity here. Tzeentchian schemes are in full effect. All right, the Great Shaman is down to about half health. We do see some blues, some pinks, Forsaken, and on the back it's going to be Forsaken coming in as well. All right, guys. The Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, truly the forbidden tech, guys. This is some evil stuff right here. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent are getting owned a little bit by the Tzeentchian Horsemen, and another Blue Fire is going to be activated. Inticity is going to have to hide his lord in the bushes. It's going to come to that. Now, Inticity is going to be calling in triple Marauder Horsemen on the backside, or Marauders on the backside to try and capture the back objective. However, Forsaken should make pretty quick work of them. On the middle objective, Inticity is able to grab it, and Charox using his Burning Chariot to go after the Dreadmaw, but Inticity teleports it. But here comes the Burning Chariot. Okay. So is it going to get the job done? It looks like the Dreadmaw does burrow, so it doesn't really do anything. It's just kind of a distraction for Charox. But so far, the Dreadmaw is kind of struggling a little bit to find its home. Pinks in the back are lurking. These are the Sour Guts, which are relatively tanky in melee with 34 melee defense, and they do explode upon death as well. And over on the side, we do see Objective 1 is owned by Tzeentch, as Inticity is going to be doing a mass rotate over here, so the Marauder Horseman is going to be coming this way. And the Trouser Snake is going to be popping up on top of the Blue Horrors of Tzeentch. So is he going to go? There he goes. Nice little damage right there as the Dreadmaw does emerge. But Charox is kind of following it around with his Burning Chariot. I wonder if he's going to attack it. We do see the Dreadmaw about to get cooked. Its burrow is going to be up in about 15 seconds. It's a 20-second cooldown right here. And it looks like the Burning Chariot does eat a lot of javelins and has its shields destroyed. And will the snake go back underground? Right now it's just kind of sitting and shooting. And Inticity does re-burrow it right there before the shooting really gets into full effect. Forsaken versus Bearmen, and Inticity going to be coming around with Norscan Ice Wolves to try and get into the backfield. And the followers of the Great Eagle, the Arwar new chariot here for Tzeentch. That's interesting. All right, we're going to have to see how that goes. On this side, the Sour Guts from Charox are shooting into the Marauder Horseman right there, while Forsaken attacking into the Marauder Horseman as well. The Dreadmaw still waiting to pop up, but Inticity getting his blessed triple cap, guys. That's nice. I mean, Inticity has been doing this to Charox all day, basically just getting those fat triple caps on him, and even if he's not trading the best in value, he wins on the points. Really, really securing his win conditions here. Forsaken and Forsaken should make reasonably quick work of that objective, while the Dreadmaw is going to be AFK underground, just enjoying its best life. Moving up here are the pinks and the blues. Marauder Bearmen going to be engaging against those guys, as we do see another blue fire going down into the Kurgan Horseman here. And we are seeing Kurgan Horseman Great Weapons. Oh, I love it. Nice play from Inticity. Getting the Kurgan Horseman Great Weapons to just obliterate the Forsaken. That's a really, really clean play. That's awesome. I love to see it. More Forsaken going to be coming in, but the Kurgan Horseman should be able to do some good work against them. And Ent has learned his lesson. He's hiding. Look at him. He's hiding the Shaman Sorcerer in the bushes. And Charox is trying to find him with the Burning Chariot. Look, he's like patrolling the woods. Oh my god, that's so freaking funny. Alright, so the Forsaken are chasing these guys off, but this is where the Dreadmaw can be extremely dreaded. So it's going to pop up, and Inticity is going to emerge his Trouser Snake here. So here it comes. Should be popping up any second now. I assume he's paying attention over here, but his micro might be elsewhere on the map. And there it goes! Tremors all up in this game. Alright, so the Tremor Snake is here, and the Forsaken are going to have a really bad time. Yeah, Dreadmaws are great. I think every Norscan build should honestly have one. They're that good, in my opinion. All right, so it looks like Tzeentch is being pushed back a little bit. There is going to be a Tzeentch's Firestorm activated on the Marauder Bearmen, and in the meantime, Charox being pushed back pretty hard by the Miststalkers right here. So here they come. Sour Guts and melee with Marauder Bearmen, but they do have the support of the Arwar Chariots, which are helping. Inticity hiding in the woods there, which is a brilliant play, while the Burning Chariot should have just been following around the Dreadmaw. The Dreadmaw would die very quickly to the focus fire from the Burning Chariot, but alas, he went on adventure hunting. Really nice Tzeentch's Firestorm, by the way, able to get the Kurgan Horsemen as well as some of the Marauder Horsemen and Bearmen there. Screamers of Tzeentch being called out. This is going to be brilliant right there. So the Screamers of Tzeentch will be a good soft counter, hard counter-ish against these units here. Very good against the Wolves and also good against the Famir, which of course are large and armored. And maybe going to be a fight that's a win for Tzeentch. So Tzeentch is pretty even in value with Old Norska. Kairos Fate Weaver, a decent little fighter, able to get in there, while the followers of the Great Eagle and the Forsaken are breaking through. It does look like there's a lot of momentum for Tzeentch, as they are able to clear some of these fights here. But the problem is they're really losing this fight out here. We do see the Dreadmaw taking quite a bit of damage from the Burning Chariot, but Inticity is protecting his Dreadmaw using his Marauder Horsemen. And the Burning Chariots are very squishy. They only have 20 armor and are very, very vulnerable pieces. So yeah, obviously it is a good counter against the Dreadmaw. You can see he's killing it pretty progressively, but with the Marauder Horsemen nearby, he's going to have to micro that thing away and be very, very careful. So in the middle, it does look like Tzeentch is able to get some momentum. We do also see the Miststalkers versus the Screamers. Screamers might lose this simply because Miststalkers do magic damage, but even still, it's a good trade for Charox right there. Another, Tzeentch's Firestorm once again on the Marauder Bearmen, able to break them down, but he's still not able to get his home objective here. Inticity has been doing a great job hunting with his Burning Chariot, or hunting the Burning Chariot with his Marauder Horseman, really keeping it from taking down the Trouser Snake, which is hiding in the bushes once again. Screamers pulling back, middle objective is in flux, and we do see Kairos Fate Weaver trying to get that one down. Is anyone going for the back objective? It does not look like it. And it looks like Inticity is on his way to winning game 2 as well. I mean, Charox is having some decent plays, but Ent has been able to really contain the Burning Chariot, winning most of the infantry fights with the new Kurgan Horseman is super heavy metal, and these Miststalkers are really, really tough. Yeah, really, really tough. He pops out of the woods and gets a burning Fate of Buna. Look at that. So Ent is just cackling in the woods. This is best of 5 series. So Ent popping out of the woods, using his Power Familiar, which is awesome to get Spell Mastery, and then using a Fate of Buna on the Doom Knights is great value. It won't kill them, but it'll bring them down to about half health. So that's a really, really nice play there. Back here on objective number 2, it looks like Norska still holding on to it. Those Chad Famir, the Miststalkers, really, really able to go the distance. But finally, the anti-large Screamers will be able to grind them down. Charox has some time, though. I mean, Ent isn't quite at 1,000 points yet. But Charox is going to obviously have to triple cap him and get all the objectives, which is not going to be easy. We do see the Burning Chariot getting some good value here, currently sitting at about 800. Not as good as you'd think. And look, the Dreadmaw is actually spitting on it right now, so it does have a ranged attack. So the Burning Chariot probably going to be getting killed. I think the Changebringers would have just been exponentially better than the Burning Chariot. I don't know what the tech is there. Like, a Changebringer would just straight up kill the Dreadmaw, whereas the Burning Chariot, I don't know what it does. Maybe he's tested it out. All right, guys. Screamers engaging versus these guys, Forsaken, and this Arwar Chariot has heard no bell whatsoever, by the way. The Followers of the Great Eagle has been really running a lot of these units down. Still not able to get the middle objective, though, as Inticity using his Norscan Ice Wolves to just run some interference. But both armies looking a little bit raggedy on the battlefield. I mean, if you take a look... Oh, man, the Shaman Sorcerer got killed! Oh, boy. Okay, maybe there's some business here. All right, guys, the Doom Knights were able to kill the Shaman Sorcerer in the woods. So suddenly, the Norscan army is going to have -16 leadership. We do see some blues heading this way. And Ent is he going to start Helm's Deeping yet? No, he's going to be keeping Hound's pressure on to make sure his opponent can't get the middle objective. Charox needs to really sit down and focus on one point and get it back. He really needs to make sure he does that. The Trouser Snake is back. The Blue Horrors of Tzeentch will probably force it to burrow once again. On the backfield, we see Screamers coming in, and more Marauders of Tzeentch are going to be on the way, as the Blue Flyer does get into the Norscan Ice Wolves here. And here comes the Doom Knights. Doom Knights will be able to bully the Dreadmaw, for sure in combat, if they can get in with it. It does have anti-large. And now the Dreadmaw uses its deep burrowing ability to teleport on top of the Blue Horrors right there, which is quite nice. And once again, Inticity showing his chops with the objective play. Forsaken on the back point, going to be trying to get this as some... Oh, I love the Kurgan Horseman play. So Kurgan Horseman is out. And these guys will be able to really hammer Forsaken. I mean, in a straight fight, they don't want sustained combat with Forsaken, but if they can get a surround, for example, like 2 Kurgan Horsemen could obliterate those Forsaken of Tzeentch. On the middle, Tzeentch is pretty close to getting that objective, and they are going to be playing for this one. We do see the Trouser Snake getting really low as the Doom Knights get a lot of damage on it, forcing it to burrow back in the ground. Dreadmaw has got 900 value, so it's about paid for itself. The Dreadmaw is a 1,000 gold unit. So yeah, it's doing fine. It's disruptive, you know, if anything, but it's not like some crazy thing that's tripling its value. We've seen that before in early access, right? All right, so Tzeentch's Firestorm, beautiful cast by Charox. That was really, really nice. He's finally going to get the middle objective back, and then he's going to need to get objective 3. Anticity is at 14-12 points. He's just taken way too long to get his points back. But this is a really close game on value trading, and Charox has actually pulled ahead on value. If this game had another, 4 or 5 minutes, Charox would probably win it, but that's not the name of the game. Anticity played the time. He knew how much time he had. Marauder's going to move in, so this objective probably will come close to flipping here, and most likely will. And, oh, wait a second. Charox gets some more units out here? No, he doesn't. Those are Kurgans in the woods. So Ent knows he just needs to get the back objective. This actually got real close all of a sudden, because this one's going to flip. This is going to go to Tzeentch, but then Tzeentch has to get the back objective here, which is not going to happen. We're going to see multiple horsemen come in and run interference here. What a actually close game. Man, well played. As Inticity wins by the hair of his chinny chin chin. We are going to see some sort of a Tzeentch's Doombolt coming down here. But Inticity, the Cracking King, going to be drawing second blood here, as he does go up 2-0 in the series against Charox there. Wow. That Chariot was kind of cool, too. Hey, Puling, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Well played to Ent. Great game, and also an awesome match by Charox. Charox makes underdog factions look really good. For Charox, the weak link that game was probably the Burning Chariot. It didn't do that good. It was, I think, a constant micro tax on him. I think if you just get that friggin' massive investment of gold into Changebringers, you have a much better game. Yeah, GG. GG. So we are going to update this, get the scores up to date here, and here we go. Awesome. So yeah, a great game. Very even match between those guys. Looking around, yeah. I mean, I love seeing the new Kurgan Horsemen. Not that they got obscene value, but the utility they provide against Forsaken is nice. All right, guys. GG, well played. And we're going to come back to Game 3 between those guys. The series is not over yet. And now we're going to head to the bracket. And there we go. And we're going to be seeing what the other side is doing here. So we got Penguin versus Danakin Trop. There we go, and we're loading in. 1 second, guys. I got the heater cranking. I just need to go turn that off because it's getting real sweaty in here. All right, guys, I'm back. Hope you're all doing well. And let's see. Oh, Danakin on Dark Elves, going for it versus Bretonnia. So this is a really fun match, actually, guys. Oh my god, I think the lawnmower man. My neighbor is going apeshit with his lawnmower. I'm sorry if you guys can hear that. Should be done in a second. But we have Danakin on his main faction, and then we do also have Plague Penguin on his main faction as well. Should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Oh, the top part of the screen is off. Okay, I see that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with this. Why is that like that? What the heck is going on here? All right, one sec, guys. I just need to fix this. I'll fix that. Thank you. I don't know why it's not going correctly here. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, both of these guys are going to be on their mains, which is going to be great. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, I just need to update this. And we're going to do... Okay. There we go. Should be all fixed now. And then we just need to get it below all this. All right. Thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. I didn't notice that, actually. Can you guys hear that? Oh, God. Hopefully he stops before the game. Is OBS? Yes. You can hear it? Oh. All right, guys. I'm gonna let it go as long as I can. Then I'll go outside and ask him if he can like do it later. Oh, dude, that's you. So are you outside my window, dude? He's literally right outside my window right now. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. He's just like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this big stream. Yeah, well, I live in California, to be fair. Sounds like a chainsaw just a bit. Yeah, it's just the Dark Elves getting ready. He's like right out. It's my neighbor. Yeah, dude, he's just like, do you guys have a neighbor who just like always has to be doing some bullshit project? Like building something, making a ton of noise for no reason. He's a really nice guy, but yeah. You can't hear. All right. All good in the neighborhood, guys. They should be done soon. I'm doing a Total War trying to make... Can you wait? Yeah. All right, guys. A regular Ned Flanders, yes. He's going to mow my window. All right, guys. Well, you might get a little bit of background noise for this game, but it will not go longer than this game. I just looked out. He's only doing like a corner patch of his lawn, so it shouldn't be that bad. Your dad was that neighbor? Yeah. We've all been there. All right, guys. So this is going to be a fun one. We got Danakin Trop versus the Penguin. Both of these players going to be on their main factions, which is going to be great fun. So currently you are seeing the #1 Bretonnian player in the world here, Plague Penguin, playing against the #1 Dark Elf player and the #1 player in the world in general in Danakin Trop, duking it out here. And let's get it going. So Danakin going to be rocking a front line of Bleak Swords, backed up by the Dark Shards with shields. We do also have a Sorceress of Shadows, which is going to be spamming Melkoths, which is incredibly good against Bretonnian Knights. But look at this. We have Occam's Mindrazor here. Really interesting. So probably going to be using this to buff up some elite cav. Oh, I love this. That's awesome. So he's going to be using Occam's Mindrazor to buff up the Knights of the Ebon Claw and give them a huge damage buff. That's super, super fun. All right. I love it. Yeah, so very classic Dark Elf army, right? Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, Dark Shards, Sorceress, and we do also have a Canate Assassin as well, vanguarding out in the front to try and play the board. Now for the Plague Penguin, he's going to be rocking a Yeoman Corps, so he's got 3 mounted Yeomen, which are going to be moving up, grabbing Objective 1 out of the gates, and the rest of the army is going to be Peasant Mobs, Men-at-Arms, Grail Relique, and then we do have some Knights Errant, and Knights Errant as well. So just cheap, lightish cav. And what's really good about Knights Errant with Alberic is Alberic gives them bonus first large with his braids of border low. So he can turn them into decent little anti-large fighters as well. On top of that, we do have a Damsel of Life who's going to be using Earthblood as well as the Dwellers Below. That is going to be the jam. And that is pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen, as these two do emerge onto the battlefield and our dreaded chainsaw ASMR continues for my neighbor. And yeah, should be done here in a minute, hopefully soon. I'll go outside after this game and say something. I'll ask him. He's one of my friends, so I'll go ask him. Yeah, if it happens. So, shots going. Mounted Yeomen shooting in where they can. Bretonnia using the dreaded Inticity tactics of rushing and getting that triple cap out of the gates. The Supreme Sorceress is going to be using a Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma on the Knights Errant here, which is going to do some nice damage. And Danakin looks like he is going to be gathering up. He's going to be sitting on Objective 1 and Objective 2 and just using his crossbows to try and punish the cavalry. Now, Dark Elves are pretty good against Bretonian Cav. Cold One Spear Riders or Cold One Riders in general, I guess that's what they're called in the Dark Elf roster, or Cold One Knights, they do an excellent job against Bretonian Cav. They uptrade into them pretty hard. And look at this, we do actually have the Khanate Assassin shooting into the big man up in the sky with his little crossbow. And it's not insignificant damage, certainly not bad. But the Dark Elves are going to need to move up. Bretonnia is getting its triple cap right now, and the pressure is going to be on. Bretonnia is such a stressful faction to play. Yeah, just imagine it's the desert winds blowing. That's right. That's what you need to imagine. All right. Peasant mobs, men-at-arms, going to be surging up towards the points. The battle is soon to be on. The fate of the old world to be decided here. Knights Errant going to be getting afflicted by a Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, while the Spears and the Dark Shards get ready to unleash their hellish salvos. It's a very simplistic build from Danakin. Simple but good. You know, you basically just, defend your Dark Shards with your Cold Knights, use your superior infantry to win those respective fights. And it looks like there's going to be a spear unit heading to the outside objective. There are going to be some Knights of the Realm, maybe thinking to hit them with some support. We'll have to see. Alberic is going to be dropping his trident. And look at this. We get the Knights Errant coming around the side. And Alberic is going to be jumping in. That's dangerous. So he jumps on the Dark Shards. And we are going to be seeing the Knights of the Ebon Claw get in to fight him. Oh, he's trying to bait him into a Dwellers Below. A very weird lapse in micro from Danakin as he lets his opponent charge him. So he must have been getting taxed somewhere else. Dark Shard's going to be shooting into the Men-at-Arms, and now we see the back pressure coming in pretty hard. Knights of the Ebon Claw going to be charging in, but they are being lured out pretty heavily. Plague Penguin actually getting the better engagements right now a little bit. But the Ebon Claw Knights do get in there, and Dark Riders sandwiching and ambushing the Knights Errant there. Not bad at all. We are going to be seeing the Wrath of Madon activated. Does splash those guys, and is going to be breaking these units. So the Cold One Knights getting broken by Chad Barrick. So Chad Barrick able to get some good breaking pressure. Now, of course, in the front line, the Dark Elves going to be winning most of those fights, but it's really about keeping these Dark Shards online. Dark Shards putting a ton of firepower into these units. In the back, the Cold Knights are really able to put hurt down on these guys, as we do see a Dwellers Below activated right there, so very, very nice. I'm going to be tickling a couple units there. Moving up, Dark Riders and Cold Knights are going, and up in the sky, we do see Alberic. He's going to be charging on in there and trying to help out against some of the Cav units. So taking a look at the objective situation, still has not been able to be captured. Look at this. Danakin has been trying to grab this objective the whole time, but Plague Penguin has been masterfully using his Yeomen to just run interference and keep them busy, which is so freaking good. Dark Shards are still mostly online. The Cold Knights are winning a lot of their respective fights in the backfield. However, Alberic is helping out. Spears are going to be fending off some of the Cav units here, as we do see the value lead going for Danakin, as the Bretonian Cav is starting to get worn down to the backfield, obviously fighting some very, very tough fights. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma activated on the Knights of the Realm right there, so the Knights of the Ebon Claw are able to hammer them down. And Danakin is getting a lot of momentum. You see the Bretonian pressure in the backfield is basically gone, and now the objectives are starting to flip as the Druki do get their second win. Dreadspear and Bleak Sword's heading up, and we do see the Shards of Darkness able to just kind of sit down and continue ripping really, really nice armor-piercing shots into these bad boys, and they are paying their dues. Really fun that these guys kind of just agreed to both play their main faction. Cold Knights engaged against Spearmen at Arms, not necessarily a good fight for them, but the Dark Shards are eventually going to turn the tide of the fight. If the Dark Shards are allowed to keep fighting, they're really, really just going to be doing so much work. And yeah, this is not good for Plague Penguin. A Knight of the Realm unit just getting hammered by armor-piercing crossbow missiles and attacked by, pretty elite anti-large cav here in these Cold Knights, and Spears as well. So a bit of a micro blunder from Plague Penguin. Definitely should not have Knights of the Realm in sustained combat versus any of these type of units. Alberic trying to carry it out in the middle. And now the Murderous Prowess is active, so the Dark Elf army is going to be taking its steroids right now. And they do have the double cap. Bretonnia was going for a bit of a stuffing strategy, getting up to about 700 points. which is pretty high. I mean, it's almost halfway to a victory, but I don't think that's going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see objective number 2 looking pretty decent. Danakin shooting into Alberic with his crossbows, and the rest of the Druchii army looking very, very purple here on this battlefield, guys. Objective 1 firmly secured by a Dread Spear. Objective 2 looking very, very Dark Elf focused, as I think that Bretonnia is going to be tapping out relatively soon. Danakin is sitting at about 1,500 points or value lead on him. Obviously, there is some healing on the Bretonian roster. Oh, we see the Green Knight being called in. That is pretty fun. All right, so the Green Knight is a very good assassin. This is one way Plague Penguin could come back. If Danakin blunders and the Green Knight is able to be an assassin and take down that Supreme Sorceress, that is certainly a nice play. On the outside, we do see some Doomfire Warlocks, which are actually okay here. You can use them against the light units. Threatening this objective here. Some Dread Spears going to be heading over that way. Big pit fight in the middle as the Green Knight is going to be heavily in pursuit of the Supreme Sorceress, but the Dark Elves have a lot of chaff units, and Doomfire Warlocks do magic damage. So a bit of a soft counter against the Green Knight. So those bad boys are going to be moving in there as well. All right, guys, looking around, Bretonnia looking really, really raggedy right now. We do see some peasant mobs hanging out here, but the Hellebroni, the Chillas of Bros, and all the realm going to be securing that point. And that is going to be a triple cap. The Dark Elves now getting 3 victory tickets per second. We do see a Doombolt going down, or a Wand of Caridon activated. I think it was just a bound Doombolt from the Doomfire Warlocks right there. And the Wrath of Manon going to be activated from Alberic. Is he going to be able to grind through all these units? I mean, I don't think so. And the fact that now Bretonnia doesn't have the mobility advantage anymore, and the Dark Elves just have complete freedom to sit and use their Dark Shards all frickin' day is really, really nice. All right, so Dark Shards blasting. Alberic just slowly losing HP. Peasants going to be trying to contest the points where they can. Yeoman shooting up in the high ground, but here Dark Riders and Dread Spears cleaning up the Bretonian flank. And Bretonnia is going to be calling in some Quest Knights in the back, but they won't be able to get through all these spears, as well as the Melkoths. And that is going to be victory. Danakin showing why he is the world champion, going up to a 2-0 victory there against the Penguin. Man, that was a really decisive one. Sorry about the lawnmower in the beginning, but he's done now. So I think we are all good. Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, he defended the Alpha Strike from Bretonnia. Didn't really lose that much. Got his Dark Shards back online. And the Cold Ones and Dark Elf Infantry able to win the fight. GG, well played, man. Making it look very, very smooth. Very, very smooth indeed. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, value. Alberic tried about 1,000. The Cav fights just went really badly for Bretonnia. As they usually do in that matchup, in my experience. It's kind of like Lizardmen. Lizardmen also are very good against Bretonnia because of their Cold One Spear Riders. All right, so we are going to be going back to our other match right now, guys. Let's get it. Lothar, thank you for resubscribing, man. And let's go find our Inticity versus Charox game. Will Charox be able to claw back from the pits of 0-2? He is currently down 2 games, but you know he's done well against Inticity before. So we're going to find out if he can claw his way back. All right, and there we go. So here we are, looking perfect. Grand Cathay versus Slaanesh. Whoa. Oh my god. Yeah, my neighbor just used his lawnmower to beat Dryka in a duel. Yeah, he did. He defeated Dryka for sure. Guys, this is hype. We're getting a Grand Cathay from Inticity versus Slaanesh from Charox. That is like so different than I would have expected. Now, Slaanesh is widely considered to be the strongest faction of the game, but Inticity must have cooked something up that can counter them. He would not walk into this matchup if he thought it was bad. So this is very fun. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Fasten your seatbelts, get ready to party. Thank you guys so much for joining today. And let me see if they have anything or need anything here. Doesn't look like it. All right, awesome, awesome. Are we going to get 2 3-0s? Out of the gates? I mean, that would certainly be one way to progress the tournament. Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Yeah. Flying Taco says, this feels like the worst possible faction matchup for Cathay. You know, you'd think so, Ryan, but the one thing about Grand Cathay against Slaanesh is they can use their blimps to do some really cheesy shit. So they can, on a map like this, you can park like a junk and two lanterns, or like 2 junks, and get a lot of value. But yeah, I would assume it's Slaanesh favored this matchup, but Ent is going to bring his 2 Moonbirds and 3 Mages build, probably, yeah. A Spell Intensity build? Oh, a Spell Intensity build, yes. A spell Intensity build. So Cathay can go double Moonbird and then get like 3 Mages and just blast you with Final Transmutation. So there is that. And here's the thing. Crowmen do defeat Furies decisively in combat, right? So, you know, yeah, Crowmen, Moonbirds, Magic, and a Junk. I think that's going to be it. I think that's going to be it. The prize pool, you want to see the prize pool real quick? Here you go. I got you guys. I don't have those fancy emotes set up. Here's the prize. So we got £1,000 and a special. So this event has a total prize pool of, you know, just over £2,000, which is like close to $3,000. So pretty big prize pool, almost $3,000. But the first two, first place and second place, are also going to be qualifying for another event, which is going to be a Christmas championship that's going to be going down in December. And that's going to be an 8-player event. So what's going to be going down is it's going to be the top 2 from this event. And then we're going to be having more open qualifiers in December. So anybody can qualify for that event. And that one is going to have an even bigger prize pool than this event. So Total War Competitive is really feasting right now. We're going to be having 2 major events with, you know, between, I don't know how much the prize pool is exactly for the next event, but it's going to be bigger than this. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome, dudes. Total War Competitive, we're feasting. We're getting there. Hell yeah, man. And let's do it. Yes, yes. Let's do this. Yeah, Longbow Riders can definitely do some work too. They definitely can. 1,000 pounds of Greasus, yes. So you just get a Greasus miniature for your first place. That's right. God, I would love some coffee. Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty good prize pool. When you look at other RTS games that are around, like, you know, there's not a whole lot of big prizes out in the RTS world. So this is honestly not bad at all. Yeah, no, I had to write pounds because my keyboard, I don't know how to type the sign on my keyboard. I just straight up don't have it, so. Hey, you got it, man. Kimsey, you got it. Okay, guys, let's get it. We're loading in. Ask your doctor if Charox is right for you. It kind of does sound like a medicine. This is not an invitational. These guys earned this spot by basically reaching the world championship of the last major tournament we had. So, yeah. Oh, the forbidden double sky junk. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Yeah, boy. Let's go. Let's frickin' go. The double junk in that trunk. What you gonna do with all that junk in that trunk? Well, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to Game 3 between Inticity and Charox. The Kraken King, the former world champion, out for blood today. And he's going to be rocking the Dragon-Blooded Shugengan Lord, and he is going to be using the Dragon Breath spell, which is very, very good against Slaanesh Light Armor. We do have double Sky Junks, which are amazing. And I've seen this build before. It can work really well against Slaanesh on the right maps. And honestly, this map is really good for Cathay against Slaanesh, because you just move here and you park your Junks right here. Okay, and then they can hit either objective, which is going to be brilliant. We do have Celestial Dragon, Peasant Archers, Yang Caster, Metal Caster with Final Transmutation. Oh my god, I'm going to have to tell him. The Lawnmower Man is back with a vengeance. Hold on, let me peek out the window real quick.
Our ranks must fight as one.
Alright, he's going around the corner. Whatever. We're good. We're chilling. Alright, guys. Taking a look at the armies of Charox, the Pride of Poland, using Inticity's faction against him. It is going to be a Marauder Horseman of Slaanesh. There's going to be 2 of those. We have a Slaanesh caster with Pavane and Lash. The rest of the build is going to be devoted Marauders and Forsaken. And look at this! Oh, I don't know if I like this against Inticity's build. We have the Champions of Slaanesh. Now, these guys, of course, are going to be very good against infantry, but are a little bit vulnerable to being shot. Although the Junks are more against, like, scattered infantry positions. We'll have to see. Drykey came back, that's right. So, the Marauder Horseman of Slaanesh, I'm going to be running here. We do see the Dragon-Blooded Lord going to be chasing those bad boys down. The Great Moonbird using its little Vortex ability, but the objective does go to the Dark Prince. Honestly here, if you're Slaanesh, you don't necessarily need to attack Grand Cathay. And yeah, you know, the Junks are not going to be super good against Champions of Slaanesh now that I think about it. Their missile attacks, just like a Hellstorm Rocket Battery wouldn't be good against them, right? Yeah, this is like the one time a Praeton would actually be really decent. Although the Moonbird and the and maybe some ground-based shooting might be able to keep it in check. So Charox is basically just going to hold on to the objective here, but he is getting attacked by some of the Crowmen there. He's going to need more Marauder Horsemen, I think. And it looks like Forsaken, and Forsaken are coming up. Inticity using his Yang caster to get a nice little breath attack on the Marauder Horseman right there. Not bad at all. As Prince Sigvald surges forth. And is he going to be attacking into Cathay's home objective? I don't know if I like that. And we do see Pleasure Seekers coming out as well. Oh my goodness, Pleasure Seekers. I don't like that Charox is attacking into Inticity. I think you just sit back and make Ent come to you. This is really, because you have the 2 objective advantage, right? But he's going to go for it, and he's going to try and break Inticity's back here, dude. He's going for the Bane back break here. All right, Champions of Slaanesh lurking around the side. We see Forsaken coming in, and there is going to be a Lash of Slaanesh, which does good damage against the Celestial Dragon Guard. The Junk is going to be unleashing against Forsaken, which do get hit a little bit. Champions of Slaanesh waiting in the wings with the Pleasure Snakes, so the Boob Snakes are on their way over. And another breath attack going to be going down on the Devoted Marauders, while the Forsaken getting a full surround on Inticity here. And Pavane of... Does Charox not know that a Sky Junk cannot land on the ground? He just Pavaned a freaking Sky Junk! It's rampaging, but like it's just going to sit and shoot! You can't... Sky Junks are not able to land on the ground. Okay, that is a huge mistake by Charox. That is just a knowledge mistake, because anybody who's played a lot of the game should know that. They cannot land on the ground. So, yeah, that was just a waste of, like, all that Winds of Magic, basically. I think Charox maybe under a little bit of stress here. We'll see if he can pull it back. Champions of Slaanesh moving into the Peasant Archers, while the Pleasure Snakes are going to be lurking in the back, so we do see them waiting right there. Pleasure Seekers now charging in, and we are going to be getting Marauders moving in. He's playing into Inticity's game. He's just going to get hit with Final Transmutation. Ent is straight up just going to hit him with a big Final Transmutation and the game's going to be over. However, we do see the Celestial Dragon Guard getting cooked here by the Pleasure Snakes and the Champions of Slaanesh. If Ent does not have the Winds of Magic, maybe Charox is going to be okay. But we do see the Celestial Dragon Guard being killed by just a ton of Elite Armor Piercing. And on this side, Inticity making a bit of a mistake playing for this objective against a very mobile Slaanesh army, and Slaanesh is just going to win that fight here. And look at this, Slaanesh maybe going to be able to pull it out regardless of that mistake. Because of the Pleasure Snakes as well as the Champions of Slaanesh. This is so much killing power, by the way. Huge damage from Pleasure Seekers and huge damage from Champions of Slaanesh. They were able to rip apart those units. And he steals that objective. All right, Charox maybe got away with it because Inticity did not have the Winds of Magic for Final Transmutation, ladies and gentlemen. Forsaken units going to be surging over, engaging versus the Crowmen, and this objective is going to be getting secured by the Prince of Pleasure. So Charox may be on his way to getting back on the board as he's keeping the value even, and this is where Cathay loses games. If you're even value with your opponent as Grand Cathay and they have the objective advantage, you have like a 90% losing rate, honestly. The Junks are shooting where they can, getting some okay value, and the Celestial Dragon Guard, some of them are holding right there. So despite that misplay by Charox early on, it looks like he has recovered and is playing a very, very tight game right now. Hellstriders of Slaanesh holding the side point. Inticity making a big mistake of not consolidating everything on one objective. So here's the thing. This is something I play a lot of factions that are very weak to this. If you are playing against Slaanesh, you need to consolidate your forces. Trying to split push against them when they're so much faster than you is a recipe for disaster. Whereas calling in all your support pieces in one area, winning that fight, and then methodically moving on to another fight is going to be a little bit better. Now that is going to be a beautiful play by Inticity here. A big spell intensity. I just am getting it all confused here. But that Final Transmutation was so freaking good. Nails the Pleasure Seekers, and the Champions of Slaanesh get their bread buttered as well, but they're going to be able to escape. Now, Prince Sigvald, he's so hot right now. He's going to be fighting right here, and he's doing great. I mean, Sigvald, this is his natural habitat, man. He's super happy to fight here. Pleasure Seeker is going to be pulling back. We do see the Junks continuing to shoot where they can. Forsaken engaging against Halberd units, and we do see Ent continuing to split push over here. We'll see how it works out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Going to be very, very tough. They will never move again. That's right. But, yep, Sigvald, he's just doing it with his devoted Marauders. Champions of Slaanesh are just lurking in the back, waiting to see where they're needed. A couple Marauder Horsemen throwing into the Sky Junks here, but they're about to run out of ammunition right now. And looking over towards Objective 3, the Moonbird is getting its butt kicked by Sigvald, dude. He's too handsome for that thing. So yeah, he's really laying a beatdown on that big Moonbird right there. All right. So looking around here, it looks like a couple Halberd units going to be coming down for Grand Cathay, while the Forsaken pull back to defend the point. Currently a triple cap, Ent really needs to focus on stopping the bleeding, right? Because currently he's bleeding 3 victory tickets per second. So he's going to need to come over here and try and get this objective back if he can. Sigvald's taking a little bit of damage, but honestly, yeah, his 110 armor Moonbirds do not have good armor piercing value, so Sigvald is going to be able to mitigate a ton of that damage with his armor, which is going to be super nice. Forsaken will also beat halberds in combat. Halberds are armor piercing, yes, but they do have very, very slow attack rates. So they're not going to be able to compete with the high DPS of these Forsaken most likely. And oh man, I love how cool those look. Like the Slaanesh Forsaken looks so freaking awesome. That would be kind of a cool paint scheme to do like a glowing claws on the hands. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Yep, Forsaken going to win both of those fights most likely. We have Hellstriders, and now it's going to get even uglier as the champions of Slaanesh are going to be cruising across. So here they come, and whatever they get in contact with, they should be able to eviscerate. And now we do see Narcissism activated. Very nice. They're going to be snared for 13 seconds. So Hellstriders get in combat, and let's get a little cinematic shot of the champions of Slaanesh, which are a very, very cool unit. I think they're solid. Champions of Slaanesh are very impactful units. So they get in, and the Cathay forces here are going to have a bad time, as the champions will be able to probably win that fight 2v1. Forsaken winning their respective fights. Sigvald, he's so hot right now on this point. Eventually the point does go, but you know he's going to keep grinding there. And will Inticity be able to find a way back? I would be super impressed. You know, he does play this mobile playstyle, which is very, very tricky to deal with. Champions of Slaanesh doing well, but the Dragon-Blooded Lord comes in to help out a little bit. Champions sitting at, are these the Arwars? They're not. They're regular champions, so they're not the unbreakable ones. I think it's worth getting the unbreakable ones pretty much always. They're just straight up better. Pleasure Seekers out. That's going to be really tough to deal with. With Cathay's army being so tattered and raggedy, the Pleasure Seekers are going to be a menace. Whatever they engage with, it's going to end their career. So here they come. They're charging in, and nope, they're just like blue balling us a little bit. Very Slaanesh. Maybe thinking about charging somewhere else. We'll have to see. Oh, they're waiting for the Moonbird to get in there before they decided to dive. All right. Champions of Slaanesh, though, getting worn down back here. So those bad boys, only 500 value on them before they get bullied into the Shadow Realm. Prince Sigvald fighting these Jade Warrior Halberds, while there is going to be a Forsaken unit coming over there as well. You know, Ent could still come back in this. It's going to be very tricky. He does have a lot of Peasant Horsemen, a couple Halberds on their way in as well. But having Seekers and Pleasure Seekers on the battlefield is going to be very, very tricky to deal with. And honestly, Charox could do a rotate if he wants to. He could take both of his Cav units and head towards Objective 3 and probably try and ninja that. But Ent sees that. Very, very good reading of the room. And he calls in some Halberds to preemptively stop that, which is brilliant. But he's going to need to get some points on the board very quickly. Junks are doing great. You know, Junks are doing solid work. I mean, they're doing good damage against the Seekers. And now we're going to get the Boob Snakes moving in. And do they get the proper charge? Oh, they take a bit of a bad charge, actually. So the Boob Snakes getting into Crowmen, Peasants, as well as Halberds. 3 chaff units, which will trade very well. Seekers moving in from Charox. Charox might be forced into a Helm's Deep here soon. Inticity is pulling a bit of a value lead. Horsemen rear charging into the Jade Warrior Halberds, and the Forsaken coming in to help as well. This objective could be in danger, but I think Ent is going to be able to deal with this by just parking some horsemen on the back of the objective right there. Looking around here, ladies and gentlemen, it does look like Grand Cathay is maybe on its way back a little bit, guys. Halberds are bumping and grinding here. The Junk is sitting above and slowly wearing down the Seekers and the very expensive cavalry units. Obviously, Grand Cathay does not have the capture weight here yet, as Pleasure Seekers and a couple units of Forsaken have arrived, but it's looking a little bit sketchy for our boy Charox here, for the dreaded Zoomer. Yeah, and these Forsaken kind of getting bullied a little bit. The Kraken King might be able to close it out, and with a victory against one of the strongest factions with what's considered to be one of the weaker factions of the game in a high-stakes tournament, that would be very, very impressive. 1,300 points coming in. Grand Cathay really struggling to get capture weight over here against the Pleasure Seekers. Pleasure Seekers are almost a 2,000 gold unit, so going to be very tough. Jade Lancers coming and some Peasant Horsemen. Junk is trying to clear them out. 1,300 points is coming, but look at this. Grand Cathay is moving for Slaanesh's home objective. Slaanesh is going to need to get some capture weight there very soon, but these are good units. This is a Jade Lancer as well as a Jade Warrior. These are not peasants. All right, this is getting really sketchy. I think that Slaanesh is giving up on the outside point or their home point, and they're just going to be playing this point right here. And then maybe hoping that Sigvald can eventually capture the home point. I don't know. It's getting real, real tight. All right, this point's going to flip. Charox does not have anything going over there, so he's ignoring it. Inticity is going to be getting objective number 1, guys. Forsaken and Hellstriders of Slaanesh going to be piling in down here, while Grand Cathay continues to try and get objective 3. It is going to be a triple cap situation, so Charox probably just going to Helm's Deep here with his Boob Snakes. Pleasure Seekers probably getting a decent amount of value. Only 1,200, so nothing like overperforming too hard from Slaanesh here, to be honest. I'm really surprised we're not seeing Slangors too. Slangors would be a very, very cost-effective option in this matchup, I feel. All right, guys, Charox is holding on to objective 2. He is doing it. 1,400 points here. Charox just needs to hold this objective for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. And the Dragon-Blooded Lord here is going to be getting potentially broken. Sitting at 7 leadership and is going to be fleeing the scene. All right, guys, I think Charox wins the game. I don't think Inticity is going to have the time to get a triple cap here. Oh my god, he's right outside the window again. All right. After this game, guys, I'm going to have to go have a talking to with him. Going to see if we can change it up. Here we see Slaanesh threatening to capture the home point of Grand Cathay. This is a big play because it's forcing Inticity to respond here, right? So Sigval's just been annoying all game, just hanging out there. But yeah, I think that this game is going to be going to the Prince of Pleasure. Simply not going to be enough time here, guys. All right, so the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh is chilling out here. Dragon-Blooded Lord waiting in the skies, trying to get some more Dragon Breath attacks. The junks are getting great value, by the way. Oh my god, 3,000 value on the junk. 2,300 on the other junk. All that junk in that trunk, man. It is looking pretty good. All right, yeah, really nice attempt. It was a great try by Ent against, you know, one of the stronger players in the world and one of the stronger factions, but I suspect we're going to be seeing Inticity on Slaanesh in the next game. I think he's waiting for it. Yeah. You like the ASMR in the background? Great. I'm happy to hear that. All right, guys. GG, well played. Awesome match there. Victory for Charox. So we're not getting a 3-0 there, guys. We are not getting a 3-0. So let's go ahead and update that. We're going to get the scores all squared away. Charox is back on the board. And guys, Charox still has his Wood Elves, which is going to be very scary. Yeah, the Praeton is pretty much bad in every matchup, Karthus. Yeah. But 2-1 victory. Not 2-1, but a victory for Charox. 2-1 for Inticity, but it is a best-of-5 series. Are there picks and bans in competitive Warhammer 3? Yes, there is. Yeah, so how it works is you use a 3x3 grid system. So each player picks 3 factions, and then you make a grid with those factions, and then you methodically take turns banning certain matchups. The Pavane was about sending a message, yes. All right, guys, I'll be right back, and then we're going to get into our next matchup, BRB. All right, guys, we're back in business. Thank you for your patience. We have our next match here. Yes, from the top rope. All right. Let's get it, man. Let's have some freaking fun. We got the High Elves versus the Empire here on Edge of the Darkwood. So you are going to see some new High Elves. Skycutter Chariots, maybe Bolt Throwers in this matchup. Maybe Bolt Throwers would be my guess. Sending the Steam support squad after him, yeah. Yeah, it's good times. It's good times. So, High Elves versus Empire. I played this... Did I play this matchup versus one of these guys? I think I did. I actually use Mortar Wagons. Mortar Wagons are really good in this matchup, unironically. I don't know if he's going to use them, though, because they can wreck these static archer lines. Like Sisters of Avalorn, Archers, Lotherns, they all have a very bad time. Wow, okay, just Ships Company. Those are going to be the new assets that we do see here. Alon is no more. No, they're wrapping up. It should be done here in like 15 minutes. So it was more of a compromise more than anything. Yes. All right, guys. So this is do or die for Blood Penguin. If Blood Penguin loses this match, we are going to be seeing Danakin advancing to the grand finals, and Blood Penguin will be advancing to the third place match. So we will see. Go men in floppy hats. Yes, Hawk and long rifles are always good in this matchup. A little bit tough to defend, though. Lyrian Reaver's going to be screaming around your backfield, but you can use your glorious Empire Knights as well as net tech to try and shut that down, which is not bad at all. Lawnmower is coming back in 5 turns. Yeah, it's like a dilemma event in the Total War campaigns. I feel like Empire is heavily favored here. No, not as much as you think. It can go either way. Yeah. It can definitely go either way. And the High Elves have some new toys, too. They have some new powerful options. The mower is the endgame crisis. That's right. That's right. This is the truth. Yeah, thank you guys all for joining. Been a really good tournament so far. We've had some good games. Had some close ones, some back and forth ones. Yeah, Charox is back on the board in his match. And now we're going to see if Blood Penguin can do the same, or if the world champion Danakin here is going to be representing his rat clan. Will he advance on? So taking a look at the army here of Plague Penguin, it's going to be Spearmen, 3 Spearmen with shields, and double Hawkland. So going with the OG Nuln tech. Yeah, Hawklands are amazing against High Elves. They're going to put a ton of hurt down on archers from safe distance. Just vulnerable against being dove by the Flying Circus, as well as potentially Illyrian Reavers. So that's going to be the build. And we have the Prince and Emperor Karl Franz coming in for the Plague Penguin of Champion of the People. Very rare to see him in action, but Galmraz as well as Reikland Runefang. And then we do have a Jade Wizard who is going to be healing Franz. Empire Knights, and that is it. So basically the idea is going to be using double Empire Knight to screen out the enemy diving and allow the Hawklands to really feast, and Spearmen just to do their thing, and Franz to fight SEs. For the army of Danakin Trop, Danakin going to be rocking Spearmen, Ship's Company, as well as Archers with a Metal Caster with Plague of Rust to synergize with the Archers. The idea being is that you Plague of Rust like an Empire Knight, their armor goes down to 150 armor, and then the Archers are able to rip them to shreds. And a single bolt thrower just as attack maybe against a steam tank. Burning Headcaster, really good against Empire and their state troopers. And on the other side, we do see the Illyrian Reavers hanging out. All right. So Empire Knights hanging out in the wings. 2 of them going to be coming in. And yeah, does look like it is going to be prevented by Plague Penguin. So Plague Penguin bringing the Emperor over here and the Jade Wizard. And the way it works for capture weight is different units have different capture weights in this game. So basically, Cavalry have 4 capture weight, Infantry have 5, single entity characters and monsters have 3, etc., etc. So 2 Empire Knights is 8 capture weight, plus the Jade Wizard's going to be 11, so that's going to out-capture 2 of these Archer units, right? That is how that goes. All right, guys, advancing on up. We do see Danakin Trop hanging out here. And he's not gotten his home objective yet. Going to be sending some Reavers over there as the Elven lines do advance. I played a game against Danakin with Norska. And he really likes to do these wide builds, like with Archers and Chaff units, right? Like kind of like he loves the turn 10 campaign style armies rather than doing like super elite stuff. Hawkland's shooting in and trying to work on the Archmage, but the Armor of the Stars is activated. So the Archmage is going to be very sneaky hobbitses and is going to be moving away there. The Empire is going to want to probably park 1 unit on the outside objective to make sure it doesn't get stolen. Like some cheap 300 gold Spearmen would certainly be a very, very good idea. And moving up here, we do see the Empire Knights waiting and now popping down on the objective. Hawkland long rifles, though, man, that's a lot of DPS. And if Danakin is not going to be able to get back there and shut them down, they could do a lot of work. Gathering here are some Silver Helms. Side objective going to be taken by Danakin. And now the fight for the middle objective is going to be beginning as the Sons of Sigmar do gather, eating some firepower here and there, but nothing too crazy. Burning Head attempt from the Archmage. Armor of the Stars active for another 23 seconds, and it looks like it really wants to do some Harry Potter. Okay, so it is going to be shooting another fireball here, and the Hawklands are going to be trying to spread out and go loose formation, and they do end up taking some casualties, but nothing too bad. Still going to be very, very viable here. At the back, Silverhelm's waiting, and the Empire does get its clutches on the objective. So what are the call-ins going to be for the Penguin? I would say maybe a Demogryph Knight with Halberds to try and really protect these Hawkland long rifles, or just more cavalry in general. Like Reichsguard Knights could be very good. Any number of choices. Fireborn are decent in this matchup, but very vulnerable against the mass firepower. And we do have the Air Jaeger Corps, Hawkland long rifles here, as well as long rifles chilling, which honestly should probably move up and start shooting at these Reavers if they can. Alright, so more Harry Potter coming in as the Archmage is going to be shooting fireballs from downtown. So the fireball is doing some nice work. And coming in here are Black Rose Knights. Black Rose Knights are really good in matchups in which you're dealing with massive amounts of chaff infantry because they themselves take 0 damage from chaff with their 120 armor and 50 melee defense. And on top of that, they have anti-infantry, so they're able to really melt those guys down. Fran's lurking, eating some bolt thrower shots, and he's trying to do the dreaded legendary campaign difficulty tactics of flying in circles and wasting the ammunition of the enemy archers, which, hey, you know, for all of you guys that thought it wasn't relevant in multiplayer, it can be. Most people will stop shooting at them once they realize what's going on, but, you know, it is still decent. Dude, look at this Forbidden Fireball tech, by the way. Like, he's using Fireball spam and Haggard Bolt Throwers to kind of poke back a lot of the Imperial army. And now some of the Hawklands trying to get in range here. He really should just be shooting the archers. That is a bit of a mistake, not shooting those, in my opinion. In the woods, we have Empire Knights waiting. They're just maybe thinking about collapsing down the lines. What is he doing with these Hawklands, though? He could have been shooting for like a minute and could have one archer unit basically low here. These two Hawklands going to be setting up, and now the Silverhelm's going to be getting it. So those long rifle shots going to be very nice, and you will be seeing them pay the troll toll just a little bit here. All right, losing some HP, nothing too serious. Fran's thinking about diving here. I don't like how aggressive the Empire's being. I feel like it's playing into Danakin's strengths. But even still, oh, he's trying to get on the Bolt Thrower. Okay, I respect that. So he moves up. His Hawklands get in range of the Bolt Thrower crew. And the Bolt Thrower for the High Elves is going to be going in the trash right now. Empire Knight's going to be battling Silverhelm. Silverhelm should win that fight. Although, yeah, I don't know. With the HP difference as it currently stands, maybe not. On this side, we do get Empire Knights taking a bit of a risky engagement here. And the Hawklands are able to take down the Bolt Thrower. No, they're not. So despite all that flashiness, the Bolt Thrower is able to stay online. And look at this, guys. Man, I love this play. Plague of Rust activated on the Empire Knights from Danakin. Super Chad. So now these Empire Knights are really squishy. Only 30 melee defense and no armor. They're going to be getting, you know, heavy damage even from these basic units. But the Prince and Emperor moves in. Karl Franz with the Reikland Runefang going to be helping his homies out. As Knights of the Black Rose going to be trying to get into the archer lines. Hawkland's having a really bad time right now. One of them is getting beat up, and they're in archer range, which is pretty disastrous for them. They should never be in archer range. That was a pretty huge mistake by Penguin going after the Bolt Thrower. I respect the attempt at it, but in retrospect, you know, us having the God vision here, we could see that wasn't really the best play. Because in doing so, it let the archers get in good position to force you to extend, although we do see some Knights of the Black Rose getting in, and they are going to be piling into the Storm Riders. The problem is they moved into a spear unit, so the Arwar, Lothern Seaguard are going to be anti-large spears, so it's going to be a little bit of pain for them, right? Reavers moving into the backfield, heavy diving from all directions. Zintler's Reichsguard called out, so big, scary Arwar cavalry. Going to be giving the ship's company the business, so they move in there, and there they go. Really nice hammering right there. So those guys going to be paying the iron price. However, the Prince and Emperor, Karl Franz, leads his contingent of Knights of the Black Rose to victory. And now maybe they have an opportunity to dive into the backfield. Hawklands do kind of get back online a little bit, so very well played to Penguin. It kind of looked like he was going to go in the trash there a little bit. But he was able to get his Hawklands back online, and now they're going to be shooting into the ship's company, trying to keep them from diving even further. And the battle's actually very close here. Black Rose Knights chilling, going to get attacked most likely by Reavers. The Prince and Emperor getting into the archer line, so Karl Franz has been brought to his men, and he gets in there. Those archers taking some damage, and Knights of the Black Rose shutting down these archers, and these ones could also be in trouble as well. So suddenly a game that was looking kind of bad for the Empire has been pulled back. You know, this side, seeing the Empire emerge victorious and then kind of collapse on the flank here was very clean. So how are the Hawklands doing? Hawklands doing great work, shooting into the Reavers. A couple of them very low, but still functional. Plague Penguin is one of the best cavalry players in the entire world. He's very good at microing his cav and keeping them functional throughout the course of the game, although he does leave this one in combat here versus spears, which is not ideal. So he's going to want to retreat those guys if he can, and maybe loop around and get on top of the archers, although we do see Danakin defending with the spears very well. Hawklands still unleashing where they can and melting a multitude of units. Here we do see Zintler's Reichsguard Knights being used defensively. So Plague Penguin is pulling back his cav units and playing a bit of a defensive posture here, so he does gather those guys up. And the Empire holding on to its cap. Currently, the High Elves do have the middle objective. The back objective is in flux. But the Black Rose Knights are fighting 2 Reaver units, which is honestly super cost-effective for them because they're 50 melee defense and high armor. They're going to take barely any damage from Reavers and probably will win that fight 2v1 there, which is incredibly good. Dude, look at this. The late game win condition is on the table for the Sons of Sigmar. All three of the Hawklands are still online and still shooting. Demogryph Knights with Halberds being called out as well. And the Prince and Emperor is taking this game into his hands here as he's trying to run over whatever he can. So Reiksguard Knight and Demogryph Knights here going to be attacking into the Silver Helms, getting those guys wavering a little bit. And now maybe going to be pulling back to defend the Hawkland Long Rifles, although they're kind of defending each other. You can see here the Airgate Jaeger Corps and the regular Hawkland Long Rifles are mowing down the Silver Helms. Karl Franz going to be coming back here. Danakin Trop might be in the process of backcapping the Empire, though. Some Spearmen and some Silver Helms were able to win their respective fights against the Pistoliers. So the Empire is on the back foot a little bit in terms of the overall state of the battle. Demogryph Knights diving into the lines here. Got to be careful not to get into sustained combat with the Spear units. On the backside, we see Reavers as well as a Phoenix being called out, would appear. So it is going to be a Flamespire Phoenix is going to be on the way out. A good armor-piercing monster. Hawkland Long Rifles unleashing their ammo into the archers with light armor and not doing terrible damage. And the other Demogryph Knights going to be trying to get away from the Spear and Archer units and getting into the archers here. So that sustained firepower from the Empire could give them the tools they need. And this is huge right here, guys. The fact that the Empire was able to hold its back objective is massive. If the High Elves had flipped this, it would put the Empire in a very precarious position with them being triple capped. But Empire Knights versus Silver Helms and Demogryph Knights with Halberds are going to be on their way out. Both sides fighting tooth and nail in this incredibly even match between these two champions. Zentler's Reiksguard going to get afflicted by the Searing Doom, which is going to be great if Plague Penguin doesn't dodge it. Really nice cast by Danakin right there. Beautiful. Taking about 30-40% HP off that 1,300 gold cav unit. Franz is more than capable of fighting a Phoenix, so he's going to turn around with his good old Galmaraz and see what he can do. Demogryph Knights cleaning out the Silver Helms, and we do see some ship's company going after the Hawkland Long Rifles in the back, and I don't think the Empire has anything to stop them right now. Empire holding onto its back point, Hawkland Long Rifles unleashing on the archers, and Karl Franz doing some great work against the Phoenix with his Demogryph Knights. Phoenix actually getting a little bit low. Meanwhile, back here, we do see the Black Rose Knights. So Plague Penguin has had these same Black Rose Knights back here for like 45 minutes. They defeated 2 Reaver units and are now in the process of maybe threatening, but the Spearmen will beat them. So they should probably loop back to the middle and help Alpha Strike. Or you call these Black Rose Knights around here and shut down that Bolt Thrower. That would be a very, very good play right there. Plague of Rust on the Demogryph Knights, beautiful, putting them down to 49 armor, allowing the Spearmen to really do big damage. They do get the Reichland Runefang, which helps, but certainly not going to be enough there, probably. On the backfield, the Hawkland Long Rifles do get hunted down by the ship's company, but the Empire Cavalry do come out and avenge them as the ship's company units. Going to be taking a bit of a hammering right there. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the High Elves are pulling ahead a little bit. Plague Penguin is getting value, but man, the objective situation is starting to look better and better. Although Empire does have a decent value lead with healing, this game could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. It's very, very close. Spearman heading to the back point. Plague Penguin needs to get his Wizard over there right now because this Spearman unit is so damaged that its capture weight probably is only like 3 or 4, 3.5. So that Wizard needs to get there. We do see some Empire Knights coming over. Ranger is going for the pack objective. Maybe Danakin senses he's slipping on value a little bit and is going to be trying to play a more objective-centric game, which isn't a bad idea. Healing going down on the Demogryph Knights. Will the Sigmarites be able to break the Elven lines? I don't know, guys. They might be able to. We do see the Elves getting a little bit raggedy in the middle. Franz is a big source of terror as well, and he does have Blood Roar. So not the Phoenix, but the Imperial Griffin does have negative 8 leadership aura, which is really, really good in the late game versus these tired, haggard units, right? So yeah, the Empire is starting to take over the middle objective. Hawkland Long Rifles are back online and are shooting at some, relatively cost-effective targets right there. And Zentler's Reiksguard, as well as Empire Knights, fighting tooth and nail to hold this point. They should be able to, right? They should be able to. These Spearmen, though good against these cavalry units, are just not numerous enough. And they're going to be getting dragged down. And plus the Jade Wizard is there, too, to provide a little bit of support if need be. All right, Demogryph Knights en masse. And the Elves are losing capture weight. This is looking a little bit sketchy for Danakin. Is Danakin in a situation where he can win on just one objective? At this current point in the game, he is not. The Hawkland Chad Rifles are back online. They're going to be ripping shots where they can. The objective is slipping to the Sons of Sigmar. Will the Prince and Emperor get this game back, guys? What a nail-biter of a match this is. Empire Knights going to be charging in, and Rangers, honestly, are really terrible against heavy cavalry. So here comes the Barded Cavalry of Sigmars. They do get in and start hammering down these Rangers. Rangers have a pretty mediocre play against cavalry with only 30 armor. Okay melee defense, but the armor really is the big issue for them, where they're going to be having problems. All right, Karl Franz going to be attacking in here, going to be chasing the Archmage right there. And Archmage manages to get back up in the sky and pop Armor of the Stars. Going to be trying to get out of range and get invisible there. On this objective right here, we do see the Empire holding it firm. Hawk and Long Rifles shooting and still providing fire support in the fourth quarter of the game. The other one's maybe going to come back as well. But yeah, the Empire will win, I think, on just 2 objectives, ladies and gentlemen. It's close, but they definitely do. Rangers threatening the back point, so Danakin is going to need to find a way to get an objective back. But this is one of the advantages of having a character like Franz in the late game, is that he's a big, hard carry fighter, right? He's going to be able to provide sustained value over the course of an entire game, whereas the High Elf Mage, sure, is on an Eagle, but it's not going to be able to cast spells once it runs out of magic. So that is tricky. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have the Sons of Sigmar perhaps emerging victorious here. We will see. Demogryph Knights and Black Rose Knights going to be moving in. The Barded Cavalry of Sigmar have been doing great work here, guys. Yeah, they continue to move in and bully these guys. We haven't seen Fireborn coming out from the Elves, so they've really been struggling against the Cavalry Department of the Empire. Hawkland's putting firepower down into the Archmage right here. Danakin is going to be dropping a game here, it looks like, to the Plague Penguin, the King of Cavalry. So Emperor Karl Franz leading the charge of the Sigmarites atop his mighty steed Deathclaw. Looks like he will be attacking in with Golmraz here in a second. And there he goes. And a fireball activated. Gonna be cute, but maybe just picks off 1 or 2 cav units on the backside. Rangers doing their thing, but victory for the Empire, ladies and gentlemen. All right. That was a good game, dude. That was a good game. Empire looking to be in trouble, but they stabilized their guns. They managed to squeeze 1,500 value and 800 value, which is pretty good. But honestly, guys, the Prince and Emperor put the game on his back. He came in, he rallied, he broke the cavalry positions of the High Elves and was able to get it done. Yeah, no other crazy new units here, I don't think, from Danakin. Yeah, Danakin mainly playing OG just with Ship's Company, which makes sense. Skycutter Chariots probably aren't super good against Empire anyways. Oceanids aren't good against them. Ship's Company are, though, however. For Sigmar, indeed. All right, we got a contested tournament, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of our matches are now in a 2-1 status. Yeah, awesome game. Very fun. Yeah, just straight up cav. Look, double demi, Zentler's Reichsguard, Black Rose Knights, and Empire Knights. Homie was just all in on the cav game, which was awesome. Yeah, the Life Wizard did a ton of healing, obviously, and that was one of the reasons why he was even further ahead than it would appear. All right, GG, well played, guys. So now we are going to be moving back to the other side of the bracket, and we're going to be doing it. So there we are, and we just need to get the spectator slot there. There we go. All right. Merworm would have actually unironically been okay there. Ooh, Bretonnia versus Wood Elves, guys. And here's the prize support for today's event, in case you guys were wondering. So Greasus, or Golg, overlooking his treasure trove there. Yes, yes. And now we have Inticity versus Charox. Here we go. So, Draika versus King Lewin Leon Kerr. This is a rematch from the last... I don't know if you guys remember the last championship, but we had a crazy sweaty match here. We had Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. Who was on Bretonnia? Inticity was on Bretonnia. Charox was on Wood Elves. And it was Zotes versus Bretonnian Cav. All right. This is great. So it is going to be the same matchup. It's Inticity on Bretonnia and Charox on Wood Elves once again. So Charox is going to be going for Spearmen, backed up by Zotes here. So the Zotes are going to be boinking. And yeah, very good against Bretonnian Cavalry. Weakish against Archers. Knights of the Realm can also trade well into them with their 60 armor. So a couple options here. And aside from that, we do have Eternal Guard, Glade Guard, Draika. Draika, a very nasty fighter. And what's more important is she can spam Melkoths all freaking day. And when Draika does take damage, she gets her Fanatical Resolve ability, which makes her give an AoE buff to her nearby allies. So even if you attack Draika, you really got to make sure you finish the fight, because if she comes back with like 20% HP, she can make blob fights impossible. All right, guys. So looking at the army of Inticity, the Kraken King, Peasant Mobs into the Sunset, backed up by a whole bunch of Men-at-Arms, Peasant Bowman, a Heaven's Caster. So homie's going to be using Wind Blast to clear out Dryads and Eternal Guard, which is brilliant. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, just the Mantide. Just the Mantide of Bretonnia. So if Inticity wins this, he advances to the Grand Finals. If Charox wins this, he will tie up the series and take this to a Game 5, which would be super, super hype. I would love to see it. The Zotes are going to be the GOATs. Yes, that's what you wanted to hear. All right. Race of the Frozen Heart do advance. Melkoth's activated on the Knights Errant. Now, normally charging infantry like this would be a good idea, but the Race of the Frozen Heart do frostbite damage, or frostbite in general, so they slow your speed by 30%. Lewin going to be going in for freebies on Dryka, just trying to wear her down, which, not bad. Getting a little bit of charge damage there, and then moves into the Race of the Frozen Heart, but now you're going to be getting afflicted by frostbite. You got to be careful. So, looking at the objective situation, we are going to be seeing an attempted triple cap from the Wood Elves. Charox going out here, and out here. So Charox is going to be playing all three objectives, knowing the Bretonnian army is a little bit flimsier in terms of just straight up fighting, which I do not hate. Zod's going to be heading down to the low ground objective to fight the Knights Errant here, and they will dominate them pretty hard in combat. Lewin on the run a little bit. Zotes are on his tail, and Lewin does pop Foeseeker to try and get away here, getting a speed buff, but he's taking a bit of damage. He should be able to make it back to his battle lines, however. So a big thing for the Wood Elves is to make sure you don't overextend and get a little bit too crazy. Zote's going to retreat back before they eat too much archer fire, and now the battle lines are underway. You're definitely going to want to get your spears in front with the Dryads behind them to make sure the cavalry don't get free charges on you where you can. And Charox with a little bit of sloppy play from Dryka. Dryka does get overextended into enemy lines and is going to be eating a charge there, so that's got to feel kind of bad. However, the Zotes do have Earthbloods. Whoa, look at the overcast damage on the Damsel. Must have taken a couple overcasts there. Yeah, nasty. So we do see the Damsel running away right there, not having a good time. Dryads moving into the front line, while a couple Eternal Guard are now going to be saturating in and trying to put firepower down where they can. Dryka getting smashed up pretty good, and we're going to see if Inticity is going to be able to finish the job there. Melkoth's activated on the Knights Errant, so the Knights Errant there do get hammered. Oh my god, I thought he was done with the lawnmower. He returns. I guess he found out the Wood Elves were here and was like, I got to deal with this. All right, looking around, Objective 2 is going to belong to the Wood Elves. Objective 1 is going to belong to the Wood Elves as well. Dryka continuing to take big damage, and it looks like there is going to be a Pendulum activated from Dryka on top of the Peasant Bowman with the Pox Arrows. Decent value. Don't know how worth it is, but if they break, it certainly is worth it. Big pit fight is going to be going down in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. Wind Blast activated right there from the Bretonnians. Beautiful play. Glade Guard getting hammered, but now we have a blob Phydamus Maximus. So we have the Zotes and the Eternal Guard battling against a Grail Relique, Knights Errant, as well as Men-at-Arms. So the Grail Relique will keep them fighting pretty hard. Elven Archer staying online quite well, as we do see Charox using his spears to screen out the Knights Errant. Lewin trying to get back on the Archers, and we see the value trading is relatively even in this game. Objective advantage belongs to the Wood Elves right now, but remember the Wood Elf army has more healing. They have a lot of Zotes. Heavy Cav being called in from the Wood Elves, or light Heavy Cav, or Christmas Cavalry. Here they come. And there they go. All right, so those are the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. They're going to be very, very good in this fight. We see the Awakening of the Wood activated on the Bretonnian Archers. Dryka summoning her Malevolent Dryads, really nice. So Dryka using her Malevolent Summon to shut down these Archer units, and that's going to be very, very good. You're going to see those Peasant Bowmen getting ripped up very, very nicely. Yeah, beautiful play from Dryka. More Dryads able to break through the Bretonnian front lines and get on top of the Archer units, which is definitely a big win condition. Lewin is kind of getting hammered a little bit. Looks like Lewin got caught up in the fight and took a lot of damage from the Zotes and some of the spears as well. And guys, Dryka does have Fanatical Resolve right now. Let's see what the aura is. So everybody near Dryka, holy shit, is getting 12 melee attack and 30% weapon strength. That is nuts. So suddenly these Zotes are going to be pretty heavy Terminators here in this situation. Wild Hunters of Kurnus from Charox able to run down the Knights Errant right there while the Eternal Guard Spears are moving up. A double Glade Guard with the Archers going to be waiting in the wings. And yeah, man, we do see King Lewin getting worked on by the Zotes with the Dryka aura. And this is exactly what we talked about earlier. When you fight Dryka and you can't finish the job, she suddenly becomes such a force multiplier. It is insane. Hey, Assyrian, thank you for giving out another sub and unknown fact as well. Thank you so much, brother. I greatly appreciate that. Great Stag Knights coming out, Christmas Cavalry. Hot on the hunt as King Lewin is getting chased very, very hard. He's trying to escape, but these Wood Elf Cavalry are very quick. And he's actually shaken right now. I mean, Lewin could be on the precipice of breaking. Charox has got a full Rage Boner right now, going for the kill, hunting down King Lewin. I don't know if Lewin's going to be able to escape. He's trying to run through his peasants and sacrifice his rank and file, which is very, very Bretonnian. But Charox is starting to pull ahead on many of the battles right now because Inticity is all his micros on King Lewin. That's allowing Charox, I think, to win a lot of the other trades here. Low ground objective is going to be flipping, and the Pride of Poland continuing on to the fight here as the Great Stag Knights get momentum into the mainline fight. Zotes winning most of their trades, Eternal Guard backing him up, and Ent is going for another snipe on Dryka. Dryka getting Flesh to Stone, but it doesn't matter because King Lewin does do magic damage, so the Flesh to Stone is not going to be too relevant there. Louis going to be diving in once again, up on the middle objective. Let's see how this is going. More Dryads moving in. Heavy Cav fighting, but Eternal Guard are going to be up trading into all these units, as we do see another very effective Melkoth's activated there. And yeah, Wood Elves do get the triple cap value. Very, very close right now, ladies and gentlemen. But Dryka is in her element. Right now, in her current health state, Dryka is giving, let's go ahead and look here. She's giving plus 16 melee attack to everybody. That is so cracked. These Eternal Guard are rocking 32 melee attack. They're normally down in like the 20s. So this army of the Wood Elves is getting a huge bonus right now. They're also Earthbloods and Flesh to Stone active. The Bretonnians are taking a bit of a hammering. Mainly because of Dryka. I mean, Dryka is just making these units like a whole nother tier of efficiency. On the middle, Eternal Guard and Glade Riders fighting where they can. A couple Elven Archers have rallied and are back online. Going to be trying to shoot into these units here. But the blob fight is pretty hardcore, but I do think it's going to be Elvish favored because of Fanatical Resolve. 16 melee attack and 50%, 42% armor piercing damage. Pretty nuts. 127 damage on these guys is no joke whatsoever. Yeah, there's a Grail Relic beating on Dryka. I know, look, you got to do everything you can. Nice play from Inticity, though, getting a little wind blast in the backfield to try and shut down the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts. And the Men-at-Arms going to be surging back towards the middle, ladies and gentlemen, as the Hardwood continues to cackle here. Dryka even fighting back against Lewin, but Dryka does have Zote support, so there are going to be some Zotes nearby. The Zotes are being the goats here in this game. Inticity pulls ahead in value, but you have to remember the Elven army has been healing a lot more. It's had 4 Earthbloods in total, which is pretty big. Lewin is in trouble. He's at -5 leadership. He's going to lose the Blessing of the Lady. All right, Lewin does go down here potentially. 0 leadership. Zotes are all over him right now. Currently, his speed is at 29 from the Chilling Aura as well as Frostbite. Oh my god, the Race of the Frozen Heart with the MLG Pro Gamer plays. Lewin trying to get away right now. Oh, and the King of Bretonnia is getting very, very low. Zotes are all over him. And I think he's going to go down. He's currently at 171 HP. He's trying to hold, and the King of Bretonnia has fallen. And Charox has pulled back this best-of-5 series with 2 back-to-back victories against the Kraken King. Man, oh man, guys. Charox is back in the series. We're going to be going to a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Bretonnia has any chance of pulling this back. The Forbidden Dryka bait. We talk about how the Slan is the forbidden fruit of Lustria. You know, like trying to kill the Slan is always a risky gambit. But Dryka is even worse. If you go in, you don't finish off Dryka, she's going to straight up beat you. I mean, that is just such a huge buff. And that was decisively winning the blob fights there. All right, guys. Objective 2, Objective 3, and Objective 1 all belong to the Wood Elves. The Bretonnians are in big trouble. They have some Knights of the Realm on the board. That's pretty much it. Ent is just playing his heart out here, but he only has a Battle Pilgrim and 1 unit there. That's it. And the Wood Elves have 2 Zote units, Dryka, multiple Spear units. There's basically nothing the Bretonnians are going to be able to do. Especially considering the points lead. I mean, Charox is so far ahead on points, too. He's currently sitting at 1,100 points here. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it, probably. I don't think there's going to be any comeback options here. It's looking pretty grim bones for old Inticity. But Inticity with 2 decisive victories earlier. I mean, he's certainly on point today. But Charox is always a worthy foe. I played a couple practice games. Charox hit me up yesterday, and we played about 4 or 5 practice games. And he was playing really sharp. He was playing really, really sharp in our game. So, yeah, the boy is here to watch. All right. So Zote's going to be heading down. And this is actually a revenge match last time because in the last tournament we had, the Bretonnians were able to beat the Wood Elves. In this, Inticity's Bretonnia beat Charox's Wood Elves in this matchup in the last World Championship tournament that we had. So this is a bit of a revenge match for Charox here as he is able to get it back there. All right. Melkoth's activated on the Knights Errant to try and shut him down. Inticity fighting to the bitter end. He is going to be reclaiming the low ground objective. But I mean, basically just grasping at, what is the expression? Straws here? Yeah, I think so. So, Glade Riders chasing off Knights Errant. You know, the Bretonnian army is leaderless, so if you take a look, their leadership is modified by -10, which is really rough. -10 leadership on all your units is going to be really grim. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Game 5. Charox pulling it back. Man, oh man. This is a great tournament here today. I think our lawnmower guy outside is like hyping up the energy of the tournament. It's great, man. It's working out for everybody. All right. So that is going to be 2-2. As we head on over to the next match. Looking at the value, 1,700 on the Dryka. Zotes getting 1,900 and 1,800 on the Zotes. Yeah, beautiful stuff. And for the Bretonnian army, just, yeah, the Dryka thing being the force multiplier in those important blob fights was really, really the difference maker there. All right, guys. GG, well played, and let's head to the other side. We have not advanced in either of our series yet. How sweaty is this? All right, so let's go back to Penguin and Danakin Trop. So Danakin, defending world champion here, is going to be facing off against the Penguin. All right. Now, today's event isn't going to be like we have a new world champion. Regardless of the winner of today's event, Danakin is still the world champion. Because, yeah, you usually need, like, to determine the world champion, you need to have, like, that big 16-player tournament. That's kind of been the threshold we've had. So, just a bit of an update there. So, Danakin is going to be... Are we getting a high elf mirror match? No, because Danakin played them last time. All right. Yeah. Lewin did get wrecked. He got Dryka pretty good. Yeah. He got the Dryka. Hey, Iron, thank you for subscribing, man. Do these tournaments ever have lower budget armies? Sometimes. We've done that before. Yeah, Joffrey, we've done it before. I don't know. This does count as a major event, though. So this is a major event, so this will be counting towards the major event leaderboard. I'm going to be updating that on our competitive website in the next week. We're going to have an all-time major event leaderboard. So that will determine who the greatest Total War player, essentially, of all time is. Yeah, there's the most major event wins is currently held by Houseplant, I believe. He's at 5. There's a couple people closing in on him, though. But yeah, he's currently the highest. No, it's not a mirror match. It's a DLC matchup. All right, guys, we got Slaanesh versus High Elves. Yeah, boy. No, it can't be a mirror match. You can't replay factions. So Danakin already played High Elves in this series. You can't replay them again until his next best of 5. Let's get hyped, team. We got Slaanesh High Elves. You're going to see Skycutters are gods here in this matchup. Skycutter Chariots are super good. Magic damage, hard hitting, good against infantry. You definitely want to use like triple Skycutter in this matchup. 100%. Is it a shortened season? Tyler, we're going to probably keep the season up through the end of December. And then we're going to have a championship in January. Yeah. So I'm not going to start a new season we're just going to reset the stats. Yeah, that's going to be the plan. I'm a little surprised they don't sponsor you for these type of major tourneys since you also... They do. Yeah. No, this event, everything is for this event is being provided by Creative Assembly today. Like if you look at the the prize pool, like all this prize pool is provided by CA. I'm not paying any of this, which is really nice because I usually pay out of pocket. So this is definitely a treat for me. Yeah. No, this is the CA. This is a CA official event. Yeah. All right. The magic, dude. The Skycutters are great. They're really good. They're great at counter skirmishing too. If your opponent has like Marauder Horseman equivalents or something like that, they can really punish the enemy skirmishers. Yeah. All right, let's get it, man. Yeah, no, they honestly, I mean, when you really look around at other RTS games, like even if you look at like Company of Heroes, Age of Empires, like the frequency with which CA, I mean, this year was a little bit slow, but the frequency with which CA does sponsor multiplayer events, considering it was made predominantly as a single player game at first, is pretty high. I mean, it's even more probably than Relic. It's probably more than Age of Empires. Not that our prize pools are as big as like, Age of Empires tournaments because they've got that big Microsoft money, but it's pretty decent considering it's like a, bit of a niche RTS. Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah, so the 4 players invited to this event, copy that sign from chat. I'd have to redo the graphic, yeah. These are the top 4 from the recent World Championship. So they qualified for this event. Yeah. Yeah, Z, sir. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, Slaanesh High Elf. So I would expect there to be triple Skycutter and a bunch of spears. Like that's kind of how you like maybe 3 spearmen, 2 ships company, triple Skycutter. Probably Arcane and Forging. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. Hey, Joffrey, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you guys for hanging out today. This is great, man. We got quite a crew here today, dude. And we're gonna have another huge tournament within 2 weeks, give or take. So 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Yeah, it's going to be hosted by myself and Dob Plays. So we're going to be, the Trouser Snake is the best. It's really freaking good. I have been the main prophet and leader of the Church of the Trouser Snake Because when we first got this, everybody was shitting on the Trouser Snake. Everybody was like, oh, the Dreadmaw sucks. It's this, it's that. But no, dude. We're seeing it now. People are seeing its strength. The Dreadmaw is a top tier monster. It's really good. I will be the prophet of the Trouser Snake. It is very, very good. Yeah, I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill. The Trouser Snake is a Dreadmaw. Yeah, so the Dreadmaw is a new unit introduced to Norska in this DLC. Yeah. Hey, yeah, well, Fish. I mean, we just got great players here, and showing up, putting on good games. It's what it's all about. Ent's doing good. Ent is 2-2 in his series versus Charox. Yeah, it's sweaty, dude. Him and Charox go. Oh, it's the mask. It's versus a Sea Helm and Skycutters. Okay, we're getting some new shit. I love to see it. It's better than a War Mammoth. I think the Mammoth isn't as good as the Trouser Snake. The Trouser Snake is insane, but the Trouser Snake is also meta dependent. Like the Dreadmaw is only good it's not good in every matchup. If you're playing hyper mobility opponents using like just mass mobility, the Dreadmaw is not going to be very good. But if you're playing against like static infantry positions, like when I play Norska, I will never bring a static gun lines again because of the Dreadmaw. Just not going to happen. Maybe like Huntsman or something, but yeah, it's risky. So this is a 2-1 series. Danakin is up 2-1. Danakin, of course, the defending world champion. Blood Penguin taking a very nice win off him last game. But we are going to be getting Jim Carrey. I personally think the Jim Carrey is the strongest lord in the DLC. The mask is so freaking good. It's a 70 movement speed Mortis engine. And its Mortis engine also freaking lowers leadership too. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah. Yeah, the mask is really cool. So, by the way, I was thinking of doing a PvP head-to-head campaign where we get 4 players and we all play Chaos factions and we have a rush to see, or any evil faction, and we rush to see who can get to Altdorf first, and then the player who controls Altdorf for 20 turns wins the campaign. And it doesn't have to be consecutive turns, so it's basically like every turn you control Altdorf, you get 1 victory point, and then the first to control Altdorf for 20 turns wins. I was thinking that'd be really fun. Let me know if you guys would want to see that. Anyways. All right, guys. Welcome one and welcome all to the Total War Clash CA official event. This is Game 4 between Danakin and Blood Penguin. It is going to be the Mask of Slaanesh coming out for Danakin Trop. The Mask, Jim Carrey, no frickin' joke. This lady, she knows how to Mortis engine everybody down and has some of the best animations in the game. The Mask is so freaking cool looking. Such a cool character. All right. So, Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, Hellstriders. We do also have a Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows with Melkoths and Pit of Shades. And that is going to be that. Looking at the rest of the build here for the High Elves. High Elves is going to be coming in with a mixed kind of combined arms army. Ship's Company, Spearmen, Lothern Seaguard, and Basic Archers. And then we have 2 Lothern Skycutters up in the sky. The Altdorf Bowl. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. So, Skycutters do magic damage, which is really good against the Pleasure Seekers and Seekers and any of those demonic units. We do see this is a really good choice by Plague Penguin. Really good. The Lore Master of Hoth, the Henry Cavill, he's awesome in this matchup because he can Spirit Leech the Mask. The Mask is a little bit vulnerable to sniping. It's not the tankiest character, so just Spirit Leech spam on that character is going to be very, very nice. And then we do have a Sea Helm. A Sea Helm is the new generic lord for the High Elves. It's a good choice. It's a cheap, cost-effective, tanky lord. It gives a nice little aura, which gives melee defense and leadership, and also gets stats when big targets are near it. So I don't hate that. Hopefully no disconnect there. If we had a disconnect now, this would be the best time to have it, so we could just reboot. But it is not on my end, so I think one of the players may have crashed, which is fine. We just reboot, and they just bring the same armies. I'll screenshot it and everything. But we should be loading back in here. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in this game with like magic damage. Like, why does the sea elementals not do magic damage? It's literally a magical animated elemental from the ocean, and it doesn't do magic damage. There's some weird stuff like that. I think one of the guys crashed. Let me see if they did. All right, I'm gonna go check with those guys and see. Yeah, Plague Penguin dropped. It's fine. That's just that's a easy restart. No drama. At least he happened in the beginning. So let's do a screenshot here. Oh, I don't know. Is that taking a screenshot? Hold on. Oh, I love more Warpstone. That channel is so freaking good. If you guys haven't seen them, it's so good. Okay. So, yeah. Same builds. Is there anything? Yeah, I'm trying to screenshot these. Let me get my little screenshot tool here. They probably have the build saved, so it should be okay. And they can also go on the stream and check it out. Looks like they're back in business, and we can just ready up and start again. No problem, guys. Oh, I think there was maybe... Was it a disconnect, or did he leave the game? I don't know. Yeah, more Warpstone is really good. Yeah, dude, the amount of effort they put into editing those videos is insane. Like that, those videos probably take them hours to edit. Like hours. Yeah, their channel is amazing. I cannot recommend them enough. I've been binge watching their videos recently because I've been getting back into campaigns, and I was like kind of like curious what head-to-head campaign looked like, because that's what I used to do back in the day. In Warhammer 2, I used to do a bunch of head-to-head campaigns. So I was kind of curious what it looks like nowadays. So I went and checked them out, and I was like, dude, this is some good stuff. Those guys run a great channel over there. All right. Should be all good. We'll go over the armies once again. All right. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to Game 4 in this major event. Spawning on the north side of the map, it's going to be our High Elf champion. Very combined arms force. Combined arms force, yes. Armed forces, yes. Spearman Ships Company, backed up by archers. We have a Sea Helm, a new tanky lord. Very cheap, around 1,000 gold, and you get somebody who has great anti-large and does also have a nice little aura. Lore Master of Hoth is going to be excellent. All you need to do is Spirit Leech and Earthblood. So, yeah, you Earthblood your Cav and your Sky Cutters, and you Spirit Leech Jim Carrey the Mask over and over. So that is going to be it. On the other side, we do have Danakin Trop. Danakin Trop is going to be rocking in with a battle line of Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, which are pretty good. High Elves have decent options against the Chaos Warriors. More specifically, the Narnia Lions, using the White Lions of Krace and or the War Lions of Krace. Those are both pretty good options. The Mask is amazing. Mortis Engine, high speed, also has the ability to heal with the Mask of Slaanesh item. Staff of Masks. There, she's giving a little speech and everything, which is great. Shadowcaster with Pit of Shades, using that against elite archers like Sisters of Avalorn or Phoenix Guard is quite good. And, oh, I didn't notice this last time. Yeah, look at that. We have the Pleasure Guard, so the Arawar Champions of Slaanesh. Now, the Pleasure Guard are really good. I think they're an auto-take compared to the other ones because they are unbreakable, which is really, really nice. They are not going to be buckling. No, Sea Helms are very good. So I have been playing non-stop games with Inticity, Danakin, Charox, all these homies in early access. And we have had a lot of games where the Sea Helm is very cost-effective. He's only 800 to 1,000 gold. Somewhere in that ballpark, he gives a nice little aura of melee defense and charge defense versus large, which against Slaanesh is so damn good. And he also has this nice item, which makes him better against big things. So he is great. But we do see the Lothern Skycutters doing awesome work and just flying in and poking into the Hellstriders. Just got to make sure you use your ammunition a little bit more effectively than you used to back in the day. Now, this is a mistake from Danakin because Skycutters annihilate Furies. If you get two Skycutters and you countercharge a Fury unit, that Fury is going to get its bread buttered really, really badly. Especially if there's a little bit of Earthblood support. But we're going to see. If it's one-on-one, the Skycutter can take some damage for sure. But two Skycutters running into a Fury are going to end its career pretty badly. All right. So the High Elves are gathering up, and the Skycutter Chariot's going to be kiting them back, and this is pretty effective. They're able to run and shoot. Skycutters are very quick, and they do turn and fight, and the other Skycutter is going to be coming across. Gandalf, the Eagles are coming! So the Eagles are on their way over. Oh, he's trying to bait them onto the ground, you dirty dog. I love it. So Danakin trying to lure the Skycutters onto the ground, but Plague Penguin was paying attention and is not going to be falling for that trick there. All right. I do like to see it. Champions are Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, and then the Champions of Slaanesh are going to be lurking in the bushes, or did they move up? I think they moved up, so they're right here. Gandalf, the Eagles have guns. Yeah, they do. Well, in this case, they have giant bow and arrows, and close enough. It's in the ballpark. It could have happened in Lord of the Rings, It's likely enough. All right, so we have the Eagle fight, so it is going to be Furies versus Skycutters, and in my anecdotal experience, Skycutters usually win that fight. But Slaanesh Furies actually do much better because they have armor piercing, whereas the other Furies get wrecked because they can't get through the 80 armor, but the Slaaneshi ones are a little bit different. But, gets a little bit of HP off that Skycutter there, not bad. And, yeah, the battle does rage on. Objectives in the clutches of the High Elves. Slaanesh trying to figure out how they want to engage this, right? Are they going to do a huge envelop and crash around the flanks? They do have some Slangors on the outside. Chaos Warriors currently getting the Chancen of Changing. So speed and missile resist, that's really cool. So look at that, the mask actually gives a huge missile resist aura. That's actually badass. Didn't even think of that. Slangor's got to be careful though. They don't want to get shot by these archers. Slangors have no missile mitigation except their Fizz Res. So certainly not fun for them. Forsaken lurking in the wings, and Slaanesh is going to need to pull the trigger soon. They actually commit the Furies and are going to get some okay HP damage, but the Skycutters should be able to bully them in the fight. Earthblood going to be going down from Henry Cavill down here, so the Lore Master of Hoth dropping that, and now Jim Carrey is going to be coming in for Blood. Now, she is a really good armor-piercing fighter. The Mask would probably be able to defeat the Sea Helm really decisively in combat. She's an anti-infantry fighter with big armor-piercing and huge combat stats, so I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. All right, the champions of the Dark Gods are moving in. It makes sense that Skycutters can solo Fury since they're chariots, and they're also twice as much. Like a Fury is 650 or whatever, and a Skycutter is over 1,000 gold, so it makes sense that they should win that. Champions of Slaanesh diving in on the outside of the formation, and they're going to be ripping up these guys. And now you get the Slangors coming in too. Slangors are a hard counter against lightly armored infantry, so the High Elf battle line's getting shocked pretty hard by that charge. And the Mask, I would imagine, has she switched dances yet? You need to do the dance switch if you want to really, really enjoy yourself. And now the Pleasure Guard going to be getting on top of the archers, and some Chaos Warriors do find their way through the seam in the High Elf formation. So several of the High Elf positions are going to be compromised a little bit. Plague Penguin definitely needs to get in some armor piercing, and there they go. All right, so the War Lions of Krace are going to be on their way out. Oh, the Blades of Hoth are here, the ROR Swordmasters, but they get hit by a Melkos and an overcasted Pit of Shades as well. Nice cast there by Danakin. Danakin is just out for blood right now after that last game's defeat. But the Pit of Shades basically obliterates the Blades of Hoth and then takes down the ship's company as well. That was a very dodgeable one, but unfortunately he didn't dodge it in time and did pay the troll toll. Coming in are the Narnia Lions, and we do see the Mask of Slaanesh battling it out versus the Sea Helm, and the Dance of Dreaming is activated, so the Mortis Engine is in full effect. On the backfield, we see Seekers of Slaanesh diving and taking down some Reavers, and now these two archer units going to be attacked by Hellstriders and by Seekers, but Seekers will have a bad time versus basic spears most likely. But Slaanesh seems to be doing pretty well getting into the battle lines. The Mortis Engine effect is doing some nice work, and the Swordmasters of Hoth, I don't know where they went. They did end up getting in combat, so despite the Blades of Hoth getting hammered, they managed to get in combat, but they're battling Pleasure Guard, which are a hard counter. Pleasure Guard are monstrous, so they are good against anti-infantry units, obviously, and they do have a really, really good anti-infantry. So these High Elves going to be running for the hills as they get hunted down by the Pleasure Guard right there. Sea Helm getting bullied by Jim Carrey. I mean, no surprises here. We saw this coming, and I think the way that this game was played overall, like going wide against Slaanesh is really risky, like having a wide battle line. I think the Elves should have consolidated on this objective and maybe done a slow push out this way, but I don't know, man. It's looking tough for them now. Jim Carrey, really, really strong. She actually almost kills the Sea Helm, but leaves him alive. Slaanesh has other plans, it would seem. Spirit Leech activated on the Mask. Very, very good play right there. And the Chaos Sorcerer is actually getting a little bit low. Could there be a comeback here? We see the Skycutters off in the Shadow Realm. They chase too greedily and too deeply, and it looks like they do get intercepted by Furies. And now we see the Heralds of Excess, the ROR Seeker Chariots coming in. These things will be really good against High Elf Infantry for sure. All right, looking around, High Elves holding, the War Lions of Krace trying, and the call-in is going to be Silverhelms back here. Henry Cavill trying to hunt down that Chaos Sorcerer, but man, the Pleasure Guard are really going to rip it up here, guys. That is going to be tough. Was that the Blades of Hoth or was it the ROR? I think it was the ROR, but I could be wrong. No, it was the ROR Blades of Hoth, yeah. So they do magic damage, which is quite nice. Skycutters taking down another Fury right here, and they're currently about to pay for themselves. They cost about 1,000 gold, so they have been able to control the Furies at least, but the rest of the army has been very, very rough. The Mask is going to be Mortis Engine draining all of the Silverhelms down with the Dance of Dreaming. Henry Cavill trying to put this game on his back and take down the Mask. He is an anti-infantry fighter himself, but the Mask is a whole nother level of elite, that is for sure. And here comes the cavalry and the chariots moving in, so they are going to run down some of the infantry there. So you see them get into combat, but not a lot of High Elves left for them to fight here. So they are moving in and looking pretty grim as Danakin Trop is up 3,000 value right now, and the Elven lines have been broken. Now, we've actually had this matchup played quite a bit in early access, and we've seen the High Elves winning it a fair amount, but I just think Danakin outplayed him here and had a better army and better positioning. GG, well played, guys. Awesome match. Danakin Trop showing he knows how to play the meta factions too. And he is going to be advancing on. Congrats to Danakin Trop with a 3-1 victory. Exact same as last time. In the championship, Danakin defeated Blood Penguin 3-1. Exact same situation. Pretty nuts. So now, are you guys ready for some ultimate graphic design skills? I hope you are, because if you are, you're in the right place. So we're going to head to the brackets. We're going to go and we're going to do this. So here comes the graphic design. GG, well played. All right, so Danakin is going to be here. We're going to do this, and we are going to do that. Oh, yes. There we go. Graphic design 101, baby. Sign up here. All right. No, honestly, Skycutters are extremely good. I have had a ton of success. I mean, even though they didn't do insane, they both basically paid for themselves just by existing and shooting their shots, you know? Production value, yes. All right. So then we have to wait and see how the next one goes. So the Blood Penguin is going to be going over to the third place bracket. So we're going to paste this here, and he's going to go over there, and we can make his name a little bit longer to fit the bigger scorecard. All right, guys. So Danakin in the grand finals, Blood Penguin going to be playing in third place right now. And again, for anybody just joining, we do see the prize pool for today is £1,000 and special event qualification for first, and £700 and special event qualification for second there. All right. What can't we do? That's right. So this is going to be a high stakes game right here, guys. This is a big one. You know, a lot on the line, right? Inticity, former world champion, looking for that huge prize pool of $1,300 for first place. Also probably wants to qualify for the major, I would assume. But this is, I think, has more of a legacy situation for Charox. Because Charox has gotten to the finals and semifinals of several major events, but has fallen short. If he's able to get to the grand finals here, he will have his first real shot at a major event win, which is long overdue for him. He is incredibly good. All right, so this is a 2-2 series, guys. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. So Slaanesh versus Bretonnia. Now, this is interesting because historically Bretonnia has actually been a bit of a counter against Slaanesh. You wouldn't think so, but it is. Bretonnia historically has countered Slaanesh, but Slaanesh has new toys. Pleasure Seekers. You also, of course, have the Champions of Slaanesh. Oh, maybe the dreaded Praeton is coming. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's almost $2,000 in Canadian money. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's not bad. All right, Pleasure Seekers, Mask of Slaanesh, and man, I'm nervous. I'm nervous for both of them, man. These guys are both my friends. I'm a little stressed right now for these guys, man. This is a high stakes match because there's a fair amount of money on the line, you know, at least for the Total War community. All right, here it comes. Bretonnia once again, but maybe the Mask is the game changer because her Mortis engine may be able to win on a blob fight. So this is going to be a Nurgle map. Yeah. Oh, by the way, also in December, we're going to be having, it turns out we're not traveling in December. We're going to be staying here in California. So we're going to do a faction war around Christmas time. So just before Christmas, we're going to have a faction war, like a holiday one, and there'll be like a fun gift for the winner. It'll be pretty cool. So somebody in chat who's seen them play this before says he's had a hard time with Charox's Bretonnia into the past on Slaanesh. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 5 between Inticity and Charox. It is 2-2. The winner of this series is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. We have Pleasure Seekers, so the Boob Snakes are here, and these things are the definition of Slaanesh. Extreme damage, extreme glass cannons. I mean, if they're able to get in, they will hammer whatever they hit, but if they eat archer fire or even cheap spears or get charged by shot cav on Bretonnia, they're going to have a terrible time. All right. So the Mask of Slaanesh is here and is going to be having its various dances, but you're mainly going to see the Dance of Dreaming for the Mortis engine. And we do also have the Staff of Masks. Now, Creative Assembly did change it in the patch. Yeah, Tyler, you can have Norska for sure, man. I got you. It's all yours. Earlier this week, Creative Assembly made it so all of the different dances are baked into the character. So you no longer you no longer buy them with gold like you do in multiplayer. They're all baked in now, so it's pretty easy decision making there. All right, so Pleasure Seekers, Slangors, Forsaken, and Fiends of Slaanesh to try and fight. For the Bretonnian army, it's going to be Mounted Yeoman Archers. Alberic, Alberic is actually going to be on his Pegasus. So he's going to be using Cheap Beric, as we should call him. And the Wrath of Manon is going to be excellent against Slaanesh. But more importantly, giving anti-large to your Bretonnian cavalry and infantry is very, very good. Inticity going for a pick here. Oh, Slaanesh is going for it. Pavane of Slaanesh activated on the Yeoman here. So he's going to be coming for a fight and trying to lure these Yeomen to their death, but Pavane has been nerfed. So they won't rampage until the second tier, I think. Oh, wait, why did they not get rampaged in? That was very weird. Maybe they were just like rampaging in skirmish mode? I don't know. That was some strange shit. But either way, Inticity is going to get his pick. He's going to go into the Mounted Yeoman Archers here. But look at the Pegasus Knights coming in. Double Pegasus Knights with bonus first large from Alberic. The Boob Snakes could be in serious trouble, guys. Now, the Mask of Slaanesh is fighting nearby. We do see some Forsaken of Slaanesh. The Bretonnians with that big Air Force man. That is scary, scary stuff. Now, the Mask is going to be hunting. Yeah, there was no Rampage icon. That might have been a bug. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because they were in skirmish mode and that's a way to counter it. I don't know. Anyways, Pleasure Seekers chasing in where they can. It's not like one Yeoman Archer is going to be a game-breaking play, right? So it's like, it's whatever. But look at the Pleasure Seekers. You know, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about how OP they are. Personally, I think they're, you know, they are what they are. They are absolute Terminators, but they are glass cannons. And you can see here, oh, yeah, with Rampage, you need to have the unit below 80% HP. That's right. Unless they change that. I don't know. We'll check that later. I can't remember if they changed that. All right, guys, back in action here. We do see the Mortis Engine blob of Slaanesh here. And here comes the Knights of Bretonnia. Are they going to be diving in? A lot of the Seekers of Slaanesh are trapped on the Beast Slayers of Bastogne. We do see the Peasants and Footsquires fighting against the Forsaken. Footsquires are a pretty good counter against Forsaken. They can do some nice work there. But the Beast Slayers are doing great work, and you can see the Seekers of Slaanesh are having a bad time. Charox is up massively in value right now, as the Sons and Daughters of the Lady continue trading very effectively. Look at that. Oh my god. The Seekers are already down. Fiends are getting beat up as well. Forsaken not having a good time. On the other side, we do see some Forsaken routing off the Yeoman Archers there, which is not a bad pick. Charox, in the meantime, grabbing this objective here. But the Pleasure Seekers are kind of getting whittled down, man. They're having a really, really bad time. You can see they're just getting charged by the Pegasus Knights, poked by archers, and for the lady, the Pegasus Knights descending from the skies to banish the evil DLC units. So here they come, and look at that, man. Pleasure Seekers are getting it pretty good. Seekers on their way in, and it is going to be the Mask of Slaanesh piling in with her Mortis Engine. Now, the only thing that could maybe pull this game back is going to be the Mask of Slaanesh. She might be able to drain down the Bretonnian forces enough. But overall, the Bretonnians are definitely winning on a lot of the value trades. Stealing the high ground objective, Nurgle's Rot getting in the way here. So objective 3 is going to be going to the forces of Bretonnia. Objective 2 going to be still held by Bretonnia. The Chad Slayers of Bastogne are doing it. Look at them, man. They're hanging in there. Despite the Mortis Engine, their leadership holding relatively firm, although it looks like it's going to break right now. Never underestimate Slaanesh, though. Slaanesh can find its way back into games. Alberic going to be chasing down the Seekers of Slaanesh. Got to make sure he doesn't get surrounded, and we do see some more Knights of the Realm being called back in here. Footsquire is trading into Forsaken very well, and we do see an Overcasted Earthblood activated, but Jim Carrey might be able to get down this Damsel of Life. That would be a huge play from Inticity. Inticity needs to get the Mask and take down the Damsel here. That would be super, super good. He does see it, and here comes the Mask. All right, Mask is coming in for the kill and is going to be hitting pretty hard against the Damsel. Alberic is going to be coming in to try and rescue the Damsel in distress, but the Damsel does get broken. The Mask will be able to beat Alberic in combat as well. Pegasus Knights landing here, and the Fiends of Slaanesh are having a tough time. Magic damage, are they Royal Pegasus Knights? No, they're just regular ones, but even still, anti-large fighters, and they are able to banish the Foul Fiends back to the Shadow Realm. All right, Charox with sweaty Zoomer Micro. He has been able to, I think Charox is actually the youngest competitive player in our community. I'm pretty sure. I don't think anybody's, he is definitely the, I think, he's not Gen Alpha, like young Gen Z, I think. But look at this, Alberic gets smashed up by the Mask. Heavy Cav going to be coming in. Pegasus Knight's going to be countercharging. All three objectives belong to the Bretonnians. They are going to be capturing that one in a second. And we do see the Slangors fighting there, but will be bullied by Footsquires a little bit. The Mask is going to be getting our Mortis Engine, but that's really all Inticity has. He's basically tabled. All he has is Jim Carrey and one Cav unit out here with some Seekers and some Forsaken, I guess, but basically, the Mask, you just got to ignore the Mask. Nothing in this Bretonnian army is really capable of finishing off that character. So I think you just got to ignore that character and, do it to it. All right, so up here, we do see the Seekers of Slaanesh trying to grab the point here while the Mounted Yeoman going to be shooting into the Seekers. Maybe the Seekers and the Forsaken are going to be able to get that point back. The Mask might be able to work some magic. On the backside, Inticity does call in the Heralds of Excess. Yeah, I mean, historically this matchup has actually been Bretonnian favored. Not by a ton, but like 55-45. But maybe Inticity figured it was now winnable, more winnable with the mask. Although it's turned out to be kind of tough still, it would seem. Yeah, I think maybe wider Bretonia using or wider Slaanesh instead of going super elite. The elite units kind of just got picked apart by the Yeoman Archers, Alberic, and the Pegasus Knights, right? They had a really, really bad time there. All right, Knights of the Realm coming in, and oh, he's even doing the Lance formation. Oh, give it to us. Give us the Lance formation, the Mighty Ducks, Emilio Estevez, here he comes. All right, for the lady. That's so epic. Just charging out of the trees to banish these foul Forsaken. Oh, yeah. Glorious, glorious Bretonian charge right there, guys. So, Forsaken getting folded up. Pegasus Knights chasing those units down. The Mask is being incredibly strong and is Mortis Engineing down the various fights. The Knights of the Realm here do get afflicted by the Mortis Engine. They do get the Shield of Thorns, which is kind of fun, but not going to matter. Seekers and Heralds of Excess able to finish them off. Charox has a big points lead. He is up pretty heavily in value right now. Unsummons going down on the Yeoman Archers to get a bit of a refund there and then resummon them back later on. Yeah, you can. Man, Slaanesh is scary though. The Mask is one of those characters that like can really carry games. Not only is Jim Carrey an insane fighter, but she's 3,000 value on the Mask right now. No, I mean, I've had games like this in early access with the Mask playing against these guys where you think Slaanesh is dead, but then that one character carries. I don't think it's. I mean, this game is like 80-20 for Charox right now, like 80-20, I would say. But even still, mistakes could be made. You know, mistakes could be made because nothing can kill the Mask. If Alberic was on his big mount, he could probably take down the Mask with cycle charging, but on the Pegasus, he's not going to have the stopping power he really needs to get that character down. All right, Knights of the Lionhearted waiting in the wings, a brilliant choice. They are really good against Slaanesh because of the fact that they do magic damage, so they'll be excellent against all these demonic cavalry units. Alberic engaging here feels like a mistake against Mask. I don't like that. We do see Pavane of Slaanesh activated on the Seekers. So they're going to be charging in. And will the Rampage? Yeah, see, they're Rampage there. Okay, so that did work. So they do get Rampage right there. Elsewhere, the Knights of the Lionhearted and Yeoman are coming back in with another Pegasus Knight unit. Entage is playing from behind so freaking hard, you know? So freaking hard. Gerard, I'll show you the link, the bracket after this. Yeah. All right, Knights of the Realm, afflicted by the Mortis, cycle charging. I mean, eventually maybe they can get the Mask down. It probably is out of healing right now. Knights of the Lionhearted going to change direction and engage against the Seekers, who take huge damage, and more Knights of the Realm on their way in. This is going to be kind of the last hoorah for Inticity, but if he wins this fight, you know, it could get a little bit scary here. But with Pegasus Knights coming in, for the lady, there they go. Epic charge from the skies. The demons being banished back to the warp by the champions of the lady. You gotta love to see it. And look at that, man. Those Seekers got obliterated by the Bretonian cavalry. Knights of the Lionhearted able to break the position. The Mask is pretty much the only thing putting in work for Slaanesh right now. And currently is sitting at probably like 4K value, I would wager, 3.7. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's been a lot of elite Bretonians who've been surrounding it and trying to drain it down. The dreaded Aquatics, the Nurgle's Rod is here. It's so funny. I'm just excited for this DLC to come out so I can start playing with all you guys again. And I just want to play Nurgle against all these new factions. The Call of Nurgle is there. This is a semifinal match. It looks like Charox is going to be... This would be Charox's first grand final appearance, I think, in a major event. Huge for him if he gets there. Inticity has already won 2 major events. So for him, you know, he's been there before. Over here, we do see the Pegasus Knights and the Knights of the Realm getting ready to envelop right there, while the Bretonian Cavalry continue to bully the Heralds of Excess. Chariots are very weak against these type of cav, but Heralds of Excess are decent because they have 70 armor, but they are going to get disintegrated, and I think we're going to see Inticity tap out here in a second as we do see Pleasure Seekers being called out, which is, I like it. Like the Hail Mary play. Call out like a hard-hitting unit and just spray and pray. But the really big reason why the Pegasus Knights are so damn good in this matchup is because they always get the charge on the Bretonian Cav, or on the Slaanesh Cav. Like normally on the ground, Slaanesh can dictate the pacing of fights because they're faster than you, but here Pegasus Knights determine the pacing. GG, well played, and Charox, the pride of Poland, is going to be advancing to the grand finals of today's event, as we are going to have a Eastern European duel of fates between Danakin as well as Charox. All right, GG, well played. So yeah, it was fun. I mean, the Mask is insane. The thing is, I think the rest of Inticity's build faltered pretty hard. Like 600 value on those, 800 value here. Like if he had the rest of his army do any lifting, I think Ent wins that game. But yeah, the Mask tried, but she wasn't able to carry the entire game. And yeah, Alberic and the Yeoman and the Knights did very, very good. And Charox is going to be advancing on to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and update the brackets. And here comes the power of graphic design. It is upon us. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready for some high octane graphic design skills. Charox versus Danakin in the grand finals. And then we're going to have Inticity versus Blood Penguin. Let's go ahead and do it to it. So let's find him. Okay, and that's going to be Inticity here. And he is going to be going on to the grand final, or onto the third place match against Blood Penguin. All right. Let's go ahead and do it to it. And have some fun. All right, guys. So, grand finals time is here. Mind blown. Here's the prize pool for today's event. And let's go ahead and communicate with the players right now. So we're going to tag them here. So Blood Penguin and Charox. No, Blood Penguin and Inticity. Get your lobby up and start. And then we will have Danakin versus Charox. Get that lobby up, please. Also, spec slot. All right, guys. So let's do it to it. Okay, so we are going to cast a. We will do a grand final match first. Just let them get the lobbies up, and here's the brackets for today. We can see Charox defeating Inticity, 3-2, crazy close, and then Danakin defeating Blood Penguin 3-1. Contested games back and forth. We have a third place match, and then of course we have a grand finals match as well. Yeah, old Ben, I'm going to see what I can do. Danakin is the defending world champion, but Charox, man, I'm telling you, he's a sleeper powerful. Either of these guys could take this game. They're both really good people too. I've had the pleasure of interacting with both of them in person, not in person, but over mic, and they're both great sports. Yeah, both great guys. All right, so let's do this and find our lobby here. So this is going to be the finals. So let's get in there and we will spectate this. So we're going to be jumping between the two games to keep the pacing better. We do have to wait for them to build their armies here. So we got Charox in the grand finals here, and we will update this. All right, all right. So that is going to be reset the score here. So it's going to be 0-0. And on the other side, it is going to be Charox. So this is a clan war also. So this is a RTK versus Rat Clan, two of the strongest clans in Total War Competitive. They usually have all the best players, those two clans. They are duking it out here in the grand finals, yeah. All right, all right. There we go. So I am here. Oh, it looks like they might have another lobby up. Okay, I'm going to go check that out, and we will see where it's going to be. There we go. The old world goes head-to-head, yes. All right, here we go, baby. Charox is the... No, Charox is... well, Yuri Prohaska is... he's Czech. I think you gotta give Charox a Polish fighter. He would have to be Jan Bohovic, although it doesn't make sense because Jan's a little bit on the older end. But yeah, Jan Bohovic is a great fighter, by the way. He's very underrated. You know. Can you explain in detail? You know why I call it a trouser snake? Stop. You know why we call it that. I don't need to explain it. What is even the... yeah, so it makes a lot of sense to have the clans, right? So we do have, like, look, the multiplayer scene here doesn't have, like, as much money as, like, probably StarCraft, but we do have a fair amount of events with decent prize pools. So people will have clans for this game, and they train together. They pool their knowledge, they train together, they have dedicated training partners, and it's more importantly, and most importantly, it's a place to just make friends and hang out, you know? So that's why. It's got to be good. Let's get it and let's have some fun. Explain it to the kids that are watching. Yeah, man. This is going to be super sweaty. This is going to be a really sweaty one, guys. These are two very high micro players. Two very high micro players. Yeah. Yeah, Charox, his main factions are Tomb Kings, Tzeentch, Bretonnia, and Wood Elves. That's what he usually plays. He's also very good at High Elves. I would say those are his main factions. Danakin is a Dark Elf main. He's quite good at High Elves too. He's good at the Chaos factions as well. Danakin, I see him play so much Dark Elf, so it's interesting to see him browsing out here. Yeah. Yeah. Good times, man. Thank you guys for joining today. So we got the grand finals match, and we do have third place too. So we're going to be jumping between this match and third place, alternating. And we're going to make sure that the final game is the grand final game, though. So Inticity is not knocked out. Basically, we have prizes for everybody. So they have to play for third place to see who gets the better prize pool. Because you have about, if you combine third and fourth place, it's almost $1,000. It probably is about $1,000 in cash prizes. So they're going to be duking it out in the third place match. Yeah, I can explain how competitive picks work. Sure. Is there a paid sub option where I can hear you explain it? If you catch me on a different stream, I will. Not today, though. Not today. All right. So let me show you guys how this works real quick. So we have a little downtime right now while the players prepare their pick and bans. So if you guys are interested in Total War Competitive, I run a website which we host tournaments on and also have a leaderboard for top tournament players and all that good stuff. And let's go here and show you this. Is that working? I don't know why that's not working. What the hell? What is this, Witchcraft? Okay. Don't know why that wouldn't work. Let me see here. 1 moment. Huh. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. All right, so let's go to the bracket, do this, and we need to see what's going on the other side. So that's going to be this, and then that can go here. Okay, there we go. All right. So we're going to head to our website. And here you can see totaltavern.com. So here you can see the stats of all the factions and see their win rates for everything, which is pretty cool. So if you're interested in the meta, like you can see Slanesh. But this isn't with the new stuff. This is like pre-DLC. It's going to get updated in a couple days. But how it works is we use this system. It's called the 3x3 pick and ban system. So the website explains it in full detail, but I'll explain it to you anyways. So when the game starts, you and your opponent both pick three factions you alternate. And the third one is usually picked blind. So you get your 3 factions, okay? So player 1 has Vampire Counts, Bretonnia Beastmen. Player 2 has Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Dark Elves, etc., etc. And then from here, you go to this. You make a matrix with your opponent, so you can make a little grid. It's pretty straightforward. And then you take turns banning matchups. So, for example, player 1 is going to be banning, this matchup, and then player 2 bans a couple, and then you just keep banning until there's only one matchup left in the entire grid, and that determines what game you're going to be playing. So yeah. Oh yeah, Total War multiplayer was really haggard before Warhammer 3. I agree with you. It was not. Land Battle was thematically fun, but it was not a good competitive format at all. But it was still fun thematically, if you had good opponents and good friends that you're playing with. But domination mode is like a traditional RTS, which is good. So yeah, so that's basically what's cooking there. And this pick and ban format is really good. It gives you a ton of agency to decide your matchup because look, you have so many possible matchups. And you're not going to be forced into a situation that is like really bad unless you want to get there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So hopefully that explains it for you. And you can go onto the website and check it out as well. Let's do this. There we go. And we're going to load up the game. And here we are. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll draw some for you. We'll see. Maybe I will. Yeah, Land Battle was what we had, though, And the game was, you have to... Land Battle walked so domination could run, It was like... We put in years of effort building up a passionate multiplayer scene, right? In the early days of Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. And that passion and the excitement of the people who like to watch it and the players who put in hours of time and, the folks who did the rules back then, all of those people led us to where we are now. Because Creative Assembly would not have made a custom competitive multiplayer game mode if we didn't, as a community, put in all that effort, the players, the rule makers, the casters, everything. So it all worked out well. It's a pretty cool thing that we all did that together, We got ourselves what we wanted in the end. And it's not perfect, but it's solid, you know, it's solid. No, domination was very rough in the beginning too, but thankfully we had some very passionate. There was a couple passionate devs working at CA who made it good over time. Shout out to our boy Nakamura. So the gentleman who made domination mode, he's a competitive RTS guy. He's extremely high level at a bunch of RTS games, and he has a channel, Nakamura RTS. He hosts tournaments in Spellforce primarily, but is very good at other games as well. Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, there were times like Land Battle at times had better aesthetics, like seeing the armies just march and clash. But where you run into issues with Land Battle is in really sweaty tournaments with like big prize pools. People like basically borderline cheating, and then like gray area rules enforcement is really not fun. Yeah. How did domination change from launch? Pretty hardcore. Yeah, like the funds have been changed, the objectives have been changed. There was no come from behind mechanic. Tons of, you can't unsummon your lords anymore. Lots of changes. Lots and lots of changes. Spellforce, yeah. Nakamura is awesome, man. So he created domination mode. He used to be a developer at CA. He's a real hero. Yeah, great guy too. I played a bunch of Age of Empires with him back in the day, and some other games as well. Nice lad. Yeah, Total War Warhammer 1 was almost 10 years ago, guys. All right. So we have some downtime here, but once we get the first game finished, it's going to be nonstop games. It'll be just back and forth games launching. So we just need to get their first one set up, and then we're all good. Yeah, domination is unrecognizable from what it was at launch. Launch Dom was not very good. Yeah. But for me, I could see its potential, so I kind of kept investing in it. And I think we got where we wanted to be. Yeah. All right, man. So let's get it. Is there a specific length of the trouser snake for you? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, elite infantry got a capture weight buff. Yeah, correct. Not all of them. There's some weird ones. CA needs to fine tune that one a little bit. Like Black Orcs not having it is kind of weird. But yeah, some elite infantry have 7 capture weight, which is pretty sweet. So it would take like 4 chaff units to out capture them. Yeah. It's time, guys. It is time. Oh my god, Skaven in the grand finals? No freaking way. Dude, we have a Skaven grand finals pick. All right. Let's get that. Let's get the Skaven rat sounds in chat. No freaking way. Skaven are considered to be the worst faction in the game. But Charox is a god king on Skaven. He's very good about them. Yeah, he is one of the only ones. Let's get the yes yeses start. Yeah, get that warpstone ingestion going, man. I cannot believe it. This is a tournament, which is a fair amount of money. I mean, so in Poland, so let's see. So if we were to translate the prize pool for these guys, Charox is Polish. It's more or less 1-to-1 ratio with US dollars in terms of like actual value. It's pretty close. So for Charox in Poland, this tournament would be 1,300. This would be like winning like $4,000 in US dollars in terms of Polish currency for him. That is a ton of spending power. And Danakin is Ukrainian as well. Or he's Ukrainian, not as well, but he's Ukrainian, so I'm sure it'd be a lot for him as well. And again, the cool part about this situation is there's no real, like, I mean, sure, someone's going to lose, but second place is not bad either. Like, both of these homies have guaranteed a really substantial prize pool. Second place is like around 900 US dollars, give or take, and then first place is like $1,300. So yeah, it's a huge win for everybody involved here, which is great. Oh no, he's not doing Skaven. Oh no, we got blue balled. Oh no, I'm sorry. Guys, it's still the Empire, all right? The Empire is a fan favorite. We love it. I'm sorry, guys, no Empire. Yep. Hell yeah, let's go. All right, Sigmar versus Urson. So we got Kislev for Charox. He's playing his own people. And Danakin is going to be playing the Central Europeans and the Empire. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Maybe the Skaven will be back. We'll see. Look, it's a best of 5 series. Skaven could absolutely come. It's not my fault. It's not my fault they did this. Betrayal. We defying the Horned Rat. Yeah. The Empire is basically Order Skaven. Right, exactly. You know, it's very interchangeable. You have State Troopers, you have Clan Rats, you have Jezzails, you have Hawklands, you know, you have Grenade Launchers, you have Globadiers. It's all in the family. This is the first best of 5. This is the grand finals. The other side is going to be waiting for us to cast it, obviously. So we're going to be jumping between both series. Crying noises. I know. I was. This map is terrible for Skaven, though. This map is terrible for Skaven. Scalendir's Cave is a huge map. Skaven do not like big maps. They like maps where the objectives are close together. This one is huge, so they would just get swarmed, probably. Well, they would swarm, but then they would get run down when they were split up, so... Turin thing trick deceived us. Yeah. Empire just tall Skaven. Yeah, tech, infighting, they have it all. Right, exactly. Yeah, the Civil Wars is very Skaven. If you guys want to suffer hard, play Empire on tabletop. That's how you really embrace the suffering. It's funny, Empire and tabletop with Skaven are two of the worst factions in the tabletop game in Old World. They're so haggard. Yeah. Yeah, this matchup is not bad for Empire. Ever since Hawklands got introduced, Little Grom is really good here. I've actually played this match in a couple tournaments recently with Kislev against high-level players, and it does feel pretty even, honestly. I think either side can win this. It used to be very Kislev favored, but then Hawklands came and changed the game. They're very good. One question, why are all online players? Rand, what country do you live in? And then I can answer your question. What's the worst army in Total War right now? I mean, Skaven are considered to be the worst by most people. Now, Skaven do have some counters. Like, Skaven can counter... they trade well into Empire, I think. And they also do very well against Dark Elves. Skaven are like a counter to Dark Elves. So, even though there are bad factions in this game, considering you have 24 playable factions, it's not like... Everything has its place. Hey, Pajijek, thank you for becoming a subscriber. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. Skaven are so haggard. Well, I'm talking Skaven in Warhammer Fantasy in Old World, not in Age of Sigmar. In Age of Sigmar, they're obviously better, I'm sure, but... Karl Franz on a Griffin? Oh, interesting. Yeah, Skaven hard counter Dwarves. Dwarves have, like, no chance against Skaven. It's a massacre. Which, is, I suppose, is lore-friendly a little bit, right? The Dwarven Empire is being overrun by rats, you know? There is that. Let me make sure they don't have any questions. All right, cool. Grand Finals, Game 1, baby. You're from Italy. I know. I now have good internet connection. Problem is, the couple of online games I tried, it was a lag fest. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of players I do play with from Italy, there tends to be lag issues. It could just be the internet infrastructure or the peer-to-peer connection of you connecting to somebody in North America or even, you know, further east in, you know, Eastern Europe, North, whatever. I can't explain it, but yeah, unfortunately this game does use peer-to-peer connections, but we don't have too much lag anymore. Yeah, make sure you're not on Wi-Fi. If you're on Wi-Fi, that's often a big culprit. Switch to hardwire. It's going to be much more consistent. You can also use VPNs to... You and your friend, if you're playing together, can join a VPN, and sometimes it reduces lag by like creating a middle point. Yeah, that's all I got. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's going to be the very... I love this build. I use Double Little Grom all the time. It is so freaking good. So Double Little Grom, it wrecks a lot of what the Empire brings. We have Armored Kossars and Ulrika Magdova. Dude, he's going full Polish here. Well, I guess Ulrika is more like Russian, kind of a Ukraine, but... You know, she's here ready to party, and she's going to be using her Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma. All right. So Melkoth's not bad at all. Ulrika, though, that's so fun. All right. We got Boris Ursus, who's going to be on a horse? Horsus Ursus? What the hell, man? Look at that. Oh, my God. Boris on a horse. That is weird to see. And then we have the Wolfheart. So, he's going to try and catch his opponent in a pack trap out here. All right. That's pretty fun. So, looking at the Imperial army of Danakin Trop, Danakin here is going to be using a front battle line of spearmen, double Hockland long rifles, battle line of pistoliers, and some Demogryph Knights with halberds on the outside. And it is going to be Boris Birdbringer. So Boris is going to be here with a life caster, which is kind of interesting with Boris. Boris horses. Yeah, no bear. The bear has been left at home today. He's just going to be riding on the horse. I think the bear is better, but it is slower. The horse is faster. All right, guys, the battle is on. Little Groms will counter Hawklands, but the Imperial army is going to be quite a bit wider. Might be able to stuff the Kislev army. We're going to have to see how this goes. So the Wolfhearts are going to be grabbing this point here. So they're going to move up and grab it right away. Yeah, man, and Ulrika on foot is so wild. Yeah, I love to see that. This is so cool seeing an Ulrika pick in a super competitive Grand Finals. This is very fun. So Ulrika, of course, is going to be putting some shots down. And, I mean, yeah, as a counter-skirmishing, Ulrika can just sit and shoot at, like, Pistoliers or, you know, different skirmishers. Or shoot at an enemy wizard, right? Yeah. I don't hate it. So the battle is on. We do see the Wolfhearts grabbing Objective 1 with their Vanguard deployment. And on the other side, a Little Grom already picking off a bunch of Pistoliers. Little Grom able to shoot through the tree line right there. And you can see 10 Pistoliers do go down to that shot right there. Oh, dudes, by the way, we have a Boris battle. Oh, it's a Boris versus Boris duel. We got the double Boris in the Grand Finals. It doesn't get any better than that. The battle of the Slavic names. All right, so Boris does eat a fat cannonball to the face, though. So he does eat a Little Grom shot. You can see the one Little Grom is shooting him. And now the Little Groms, I mean, sniping that Jade Wizard would be a great idea, too. Get both Little Groms and just rip a shot into him. You'd probably bring him down to like 60% right now. All right, guys. Boris Horsebringer. Yes. Armored Kossars moving up. Armored Kossars are really good counter-skirmishers because they're heavily armored and shielded, and they do have 90 range. So you can see they're going to unleash their pistol shots here if the Pistoliers get too close. So they form ranks and should be shooting unless he has them ordered not to, which it looks like he does. So he's purposely not having them shoot there. Now, look at the Hawklands getting the dirty. Man, overcasted Melkoths from downtown. And Charox able to get a beautiful snipe on the Hawkland long rifles here. Very, very nice. And Boris Horses is going to be running away while Charox continues pounding into the Hawkland long rifles here. We do see Streltsy being called into the back. Streltsy are a good counter against Demogryph Knights. And look at the Pistoliers taking a lot of damage. Danakin going to be going for it back here. Uh-oh. Yeah, the pack trap is going to come in. They're going to stare him down. Oh, he gets away. Very clever. He ran before it was too late. Good micro there by Danakin. But now the Hawklands are in range of the Little Groms. Little Grom's going to need to pull back here. We do see the one Little Grom shooting into the Hawkland long rifles over there, while Greatswords are going to be on their way in. Greatsword's a good hard counter against Kislev infantry. And Boris Todbringer looking for some picks in the backfield. Objectives number 3 for the Empire, number 2 for the Empire, number 1 for Kislev right now as it currently stands. Little Grom's getting some great snipes though. Ulrika with her Melkoths and just her shots. And the Hawkland long rifles are having a really, really bad time. So the double Little Grom was a good counterattack against the Hawkland long rifles, which are very meta in this matchup. On the other side, it looks like Toady is going to be trying to take down one of the Groms, but he is going to be getting attacked by Boris Horses. Oh, Colossal Strike, 500 weapon strength, big anti-large. Where's the pack trap? Where's the pack trap? He needs to use it right now. Okay, Boris is trapped. Oh, shit, and look at the damage. 645 weapon strength. Regrowth is going to be activated on Toddy, but look at this. Charox is coming in. And he does use his Griffin Legion to intercept the Empire Knights. And Boris Horses is winning the trade here. Boris Todbringer is progressively losing this fight and taking some considerable damage. And Little Groms are now going to be back online. But the big risk of going double Little Grom is your army is going to be very small. So now the Empire is going to be surging into the backfield here. Boris Todbringer and his Empire Knights getting Flesh to Stone. Not bad. That's going to be mitigating a lot of damage. But Boris getting... There's so many Borises. Boris Horses, Ursus, able to break Boris Todbringer. Toddy gets freaking broken. And now he's going to be using his Shard Blade ability. I think that's what's going down. And look at that, slowing Boris down. Using the Shard Blade on Boris Horses. Wow, what a freaking play, man. That's really good. Get some nice damage there. But now Demogryph Knights and Spearmen have gotten into the secondary line. Demogryph Knights are harassing. A couple of Hawkland long rifles have come back, so they are shooting. Ulrika Magdova being used as a bit of an assassin character. She is an anti-infantry assassin. Oh, look at Ulrika putting in work. So Ulrika is assassinating the wizard here, and she does some crazy anime attacks right there. She breaks the Jade Wizard also. All right, so the hero core of Kislev is doing some heavy lifting, but are they going to be able to deal with the numbers? Danakin Trop is going to be calling in the Greatswords here. So the Floppy Hats of Doom. Greatswords are a hard counter against Kislev infantry typically. They will beat the Armored Kossars, the Great Weapon Kossars. They'll beat everything except the Zargard Great Weapon, which is very, very cost effective for them. So as the Greatswords get in, they continue their fight. Both Little Groms are going to be back online right now. And they are going to be ripping shots into the Empire Knights. So the Empire Knights are going to be trying to surge forth, but eating mad cannonballs, losing 13 models right there. As the Griffin Legion does engage with Boris Horses using his Foe Seeker. Streltsy are kiting Spearmen. Might as well just turn and fight at this point. Spearmen are about to get on top of the Little Grom. The State Troopers are persistent. So they're going to be on their way in, and here they come with their poking sticks. And even though there's a big value difference, the Empire could pull this game back if Danakin can shut down the little Groms, because a lot of the value of this army is tied up in the little Groms in the backfield. But yeah, so far, you know, Boris Todbringer getting beaten up by Boris Ursus, Griffin Legion dominating the Empire Cavalry, as they should. Greatswords ripping it up on the flank, and this is another big win right here, so we do see this going down. Greatswords are going to be cutting up the Kossars, and the Wolfhearts are also going to be a little bit trapped as well. On the outside, a little bit of flank pressure. Charox going to be using a little bit of split pushing and trying to take Objective 3. Currently, as it stands, Kislev is on the precipice of getting a triple cap right here, which is going to be really, really rough. And Charox looks like he might be running away with this game a little bit. Stabilizing his little Groms and calling out Ulrika Magdova, since who would have thought she would be meta? But actually doing really good, assassinating the Empire Wizards, 1200 value, and providing just so much utility here on the battlefield. Look at this, guys. Boris Horses is on the hunt. Todbringer is frostbitten by the frostbite of Boris and the fury of Orson. 538 weapon strength. Boris is almost cooked. In response, ooh, the Royal Altdorf Griffites coming out for the Empire. Some of the best anti-large cav in the game. They will defeat the Demogryph Knights, but Boris Horses shatters Boris Todbringer, man. Wow, look at that. That is a freaking play. He is gone. Homie's going to be running off the battlefield right now. He is cooked. Adios, do widzenia, sayonara, oyasumi nasai. He is gone, dude. But the Griffites do get their blood tied there. Currently looking at the situation, the Empire has a couple pockets of strength, but both of the little Groms are online still, and Boris Ursus is probably going to be enough to win the game. He's a good AP fighter. You know, he can help with the Greatswords, although the Greatswords do get folded by some shooting from the Streltsy and also cycle charging from the Winged Lancers. Griffin Legion down here, not Griffin Legion, but Empire Knights are running into the Wolfhearts. And on the other side, we do see the Hawkland Long Rifles continuing to provide fire support where they can. All right, guys. How is it looking? Royal Altdorf Griffites are trying to take some ground back where they can. Could there be a comeback? Man, the little Groms, maybe if they run out of ammo, but man, look at the Griffin Legion. Or not Griffin Legion, Griffites. They got wrecked by that little Grom, lost like 40% of their HP. And even though they're really good fighters, Boris is anti-large, and they're probably going to get swarmed. Ulrika is going to be moving in to help out as well. Grenade launchers called in from the Empire, trying to clear out what they can, but the Hawklands are being hunted and are not going to be online. Both of the heavy cannons are online. Oh my god, those little Groms, dude. They're putting in so much heavy lifting. And that's going to be it. GG, well played. Man, Charox with a game 1 victory here over Danakin. What a match. The Ulrika, the Boris Horses, as well as the double little Grom. I love the tech. That was super cool build. And using the Melkoths and Ulrika to snipe the long rifles, beautiful, man. Chef's kiss. All right, so let's get the score updated here. So Charox goes up and is able to get victory in game 1 against Danakin. And we'll be back to that series in just a minute. Now we're going to be going to cast a third place match between Inticity and the Penguins. So we're going to refresh this. No, Empire cannons are really good against Grom. Honestly, if the Empire had brought 2 cannons, they probably would have won that game. Like 2 Imperial cannons just hammering little Groms from... Well, they have longer range. And they're cheaper too. Yeah, but the little Groms, you know, it's a bit of a gamble. But little Groms can also be microed backwards too. All right, guys. Here we go. That is it. Sorry, I forgot to show the value. I was so excited for the next game. I'm sorry. I apologize. All right, so we have Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. All right, so these guys are going for it. So let's do this. We need to update that. So it's going to be, we'll just put Penguin for short. Fits a little bit better. And that's going to be Inticity on the other side. Score is going to be 0-0. There we go. All right, guys. So it begins. Let the good times roll, man. The Ulrika meta. We're going to see a lot of people copying that, I'm sure. It's very fun. Yeah, because it's a Shadowcaster, which is nice. Normally, Kislev does have... They have shadows via Ulrika or the Hag, but the Hag has to be brought on a chariot, which is a big target. So Ulrika has like a foot-based character just to Melkoth spam. I don't hate that, man. I don't hate that. All right, so this is a third place match. 4 Way Watchers, yeah. This is also a best of 5. We got a lot of games today, guys. We got a lot of games. I don't know if we'll see Gotrek today. Gotrek is kind of fallen out of favor in the meta. There was a time where he was seeing a bit of play, but we don't see him too much these days. All right, so we got the ODM special for Inticity. a bunch of Way Watchers. It's going to be 4 of those. And then we have Eternal Guard in the Sunset, Spellweaver of High Magic. That's very good. I mean, you have Apotheosis and you have Tempest. So basically you overcast Tempest, you lock down King Lewin, and you shoot him with all the arrows. And then Lewin will use Lion Shield in response, but even still, you can pick him off that way. No, these are all best of 5. Everything today is best of 5. Yep, so classic Wood Elves. Just the Snare, Archers, and Spears. And for Plague Penguin, he's got Mounted Yeomen, he's got Pegasus Knights over here, and the rest of the build is going to be Peasant Mobs, Peasant Archers, and Knights Errant. With King Lewin is the best choice against Wood Elves because he has this item called the Lion Shield. He can activate it, and it gives him 40% missile resist and spell resist. So if you're getting shot by like 5,000 archers, like that scene in American Gods with the Viking in the beginning, you pop this, and you're going to be living your best life. Grail Reliques, and yeah, the ladies chosen are here. And man, oh man, we have seen so much Bretonnia today. We've seen like 4 Bretonian games. I mean, they are looking pretty popular right now. Where's my blessed Nurgle at? Where's Nurgle's champion? You know? Yeah, 4 Way Watchers will definitely do some work. Oh, you're about to see Gotham's Reckoning. Oh, this is going to hurt. Oh, these Yeomen are going to get just blasted in the face. Here it comes. Is he going to shoot? Oh. Oh no, the Yeomen. They're like, ambush! I don't know where the elves are hiding in the desert, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, so we do see the Yeomen getting hammered, and that's 2 dead Yeomen, basically. They're going to be off the table, but, you know, that's the risk you take of vanguarding against Wood Elves. They'll come back and still be able to capture and stuff. Yeah. All right, so Spellweaver is going to do it. Inticity is one of the best players in the world at playing this playstyle, this, like, Waywatcher kite. I can tell you it is super frustrating to play against. But we're going to see if the Penguin is able to mitigate his value. So Penguin going to be grabbing Objective 2 here, Objective 1, and yeah. We do see a Peasant Archer getting taken offline, so the Wood Elves using their superior archery against the Haggard Peasants. So the Peasant Bowmen here getting obliterated, and the Peasant Mobs are now going to be advancing up to do what they can. Oh, no! Oh, not like this. We see the Tempest go down. Okay, he turned away at the last second. That's very good. If those Pegasus Knights had been a little bit further in the formation here, that Tempest would have gotten them just massacred by the Way Watchers. All right. More shots going into the Knights Errant back here and to the Yeomen. The Spears are coming up to defend, and the Overcasted Tempest did its job. But now Bretonnia is coming in with a full erection. They're going to be on their way up. Although the Spearmen, the Eternal Guard, which are some of the best spear units in the entire game, by the way. Insane base leadership of 75 or 80, I think. Yeah, I mean, armor piercing, what's not to love? So Eternal Guard are going to be forming ranks while we do see the Way Watchers pulling back behind the battle lines. But look at this, the Bretonian Micro weaseling around the outside, going to be trying to get onto the cab. But Inticity is so good at defending these plays. I have played against him so many times doing this, and it is such suffering. But Pegasus Knight's coming in, and they're going to be diving onto the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, which is a brilliant play, by the way. King Lewin is nearby, but he's not active. Yeomen coming around the outside, and Peasant Mobs are moving up the high ground as well. And it does look like the Penguin is putting the pressure on him here. We do see the Smoke Bomb activated from the Hawkeyes of Jakira. Pegasus Knights do get broken by the shooting from the missiles. Yeah, man, this Waywatcher core with the Discourage, so freaking nice. All right, more cav coming around the wings, and we are going to see a little bit more cav pressure coming in. Mounted Yeomen getting in, getting a nice little charge right there, and the Waywatchers do take some casualties, but Yeomen don't have the most killing power. The Bretonian Peasant Archers are honestly doing some of the heavier damage. You can see the Peasant Bowmen not being focused right now or actually peppering down the Way Watchers. More Bretonian Cav working their way through the seam. We do see this objective in the process of flipping. A couple AFK units here need to be activated, and Peasant Mobs trying to dive back here as well. Ooh, Lewin takes a lot of damage. Inticity getting a nice snipe right there on Louis. Big value difference, that is for sure, but that's the nature of the game when you play against this style of play. Usually you're down in value, but then there's like a break point where you can sometimes get in, but I don't know if Plague Penguin is going to be able to get that break point. That is for sure. Dryads moving into the back. Hawkeyes of Jakira and the Way Watchers still very much alive. And the Elven front lines are holding incredibly well. However, Bretonnia does have a triple cap. There is that. But, I mean, it's still... He's so behind so early in the game. We do see a caster being called in. It's going to be a Damsel of Beast. Flock of Doom spam on top of the Way Watchers is pretty good value. And if Lewin eats value, it's not really effective value. You know, because he can just Lion Shield and or heal up here. Couple Haggard Peasants. Look at the Peasants. They're putting in all the lifting right here, man. Trying to get into Inticity's backfield with their pitchforks and their shovels. And a bit of a beat down here on these Way Watchers. You gotta love it. A Foot Paladin, too. Pegasus Knights attacking that character. Meanwhile, the Elven lines are just holding. That is truly a staunch line of spears. Plague Penguin with the Micro Blunder, sending some cav into the front line. But beautiful Flock of Doom right there. Hits everything. Dryads, Wild Hunters, and hit like 3 Waywatcher units as well. More Bretonnian heavy cav coming in as the Peasant Archers keep saturating in, blasting into the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. And yeah, the Waywatcher builds will usually go to an early lead, but they can falter sometimes, especially when ammunition runs dry. And if you do get triple capped like this, it can get really, really sketchy. All right, so here we have it. The Foot Paladin battling it out, and a healthy-ish unit of Knights of the Realm are going to be surging into the backfield. We'll see what they can find as the Eternal Guard are hot in pursuit. The Elves are now going to be moving forth and trying to get this point. Battle Pilgrims being called in by Plague Penguin. That's brilliant. If Plague Penguin wants to win this game, he cannot afford to lose this objective. He needs to hold on to that one. He needs to hold on to it like a dog with a bone there. That is for sure. All right, and we do see the peasant mobs harrying and harassing. The Waywatcher is doing a bit of a rotate to this side of the map, trying to get away from the Bretonnian pressure. But now we see the Zoat Goats being called in. Battle Pilgrims could be a little bit messy. Now, that is one of the big signatures. This is a third place match right now. So Inticity was defeated by Charox, and Blood Penguin was defeated by Danakin. They're both playing in third place right now, the third place series. All right, so Peasant Mobs are up. Knights of the Realm are at the ready. Zoats are coming in to try and battle King Lewin. Battle Pilgrims, though, will be really nice. I mean, they do have shields. They have silver shields, too. So against the Waywatchers, that's a thing. And yeah, Lewin, I mean, maybe he's a late-game carry, too. You have to remember this. The Wood Elf Army doesn't really have a late-game carry character. So in the late game, they may fall off a little bit compared to, like, Lewin, if he's able to survive. Could be very, very nasty. But at this point, Flips, it's going to be really, really bad for Bretonnia. Battle Pilgrims are a full capture weight unit. So here they come, and they do arrive, but it's not enough capture weight, and it looks like the Elves are able to get this. Now, this is massive for Inticity here. Massive, because now the bleeding has stopped. His opponent is only getting 2 victory tickets a second. Big shot going down on King Lewin. He pops the Lion Shield in response, and it looks like there's going to be a Tempest. Oh, this could be the end of Lewin. This could be the end of him. Despite the missile resist, I mean, Tempest damage, it is all being mitigated by Lion Shield, but that is so much damage, as the French would say. That's not actually what they say. But, yes, King Lewin is getting hammered. He's pretty close to breaking, but if he survives that, that's pretty big. You know, maybe gives a sliver of hope. He's shaken and stirred. He uses stand your ground, and he is able to hold, which is very, very clutch. And now the Bretonnians are resurgent a little bit, guys. We do see the Battle Pilgrims here. Lewin just needs to rally. He's broken. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. All right. So Homeboy is going to be running, and we do see the Battle Pilgrims grinding up in the front. Knights of the Realm lurking in the wings. And the Archers are running a low-ish on ammo. Inticity has pretty god-tier ammunition conservation. He's so good at just not wasting ammo on inefficient targets. So when you're an advanced Wood Elf or Archer player in general, with elite Archers, you want to make sure their ammunition is being used on the right targets. So you want to take off fire at will and make sure you're manually shooting. That's the way to do it. Oh, and Lewin is back, dude. That's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. Battle Pilgrims are still trading very well, and we are going to be seeing some Knights of the Realm come in to try and mitigate this, but there are some Spearman units there, which are tricksy hobbitses. Hawkeyes of Drakira almost out of ammo. Battle Pilgrims being Giga Chads. I mean, the Battle Pilgrims have gotten in combat with Waywatchers, and they hit pretty hard. They have 35 weapon strength, so they will be able to cut through a fair amount of Waywatchers, which are now being forced back. Race of the Frozen Heart, though, a bit of a counter to them. They will be able to win that fight. And more Zoat Goats being called in. Bretonnia, they need to get an objective back here soon. Peasant Archers getting blasted. And Lewin, oh, Lewin gets defeated by the Eagle. Because of Tempest, probably. There was probably another Tempest casted. So Lewin is off the battlefield. And with that, the hopes of Bretonnia in this game is most likely gone. I think that that's going to be GG. Lewin's gone. You're going to look and see negative 16 leadership penalty on these units. That's going to be incredibly tough. And the Knights of the Realm are now waiting out on the wings. There's no way Plague Penguin can come back. GG. Inticity's showing he still got it. He still got it. Before you know it, he's going to be saying that. But that is 1-0 for Inticity in this best of 5 series. And now we're going to go back to the grand finals. All right. GG. Well played. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and look at the value here. 1,700, 1,200, 15, and 2,100. Brutal. 1,400 value from Tempests. And yeah, pretty much that's what carried the game. Lewin tried, only 800 value on them. The Bretonnians really got hammered there pretty hard. All right, so let's go to the brackets real quick. And we are going to move over to the grand finals. And we're going to alternate between the two to reduce downtime. Let me tell Danakin. Spec slot. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, Lewin was really low though. He was like 700 HP, and he had been taking a bit of a hammering. All right, so I got to wait for the spec slot on this other lobby. I messaged him, great, and we will message Charox. I don't think Charox is in the lobby there, so I think or in the hosting slot, so I think we're fine. Okay, we're just waiting for the spec slot, and then we'll jump into the other game. Yeah, a Blessed Field Trebuchet might not be terrible, just for progressive value against Wood Elves. Bretonnia for the longest time was very favored against Wood Elves, but a couple things changed. People discovered the Melkoth's meta. People discovered Zotes being pretty good there too. Yeah, a couple ways to play it. Okay. And here he is. Danakin keeps sending me the invite, but there's no spec slot. I'm like, it's like that meme. Let me in. Let me into the game. Okay, you should have it up in a second. Yeah, having one Treb is like a tool wouldn't be terrible, I don't think. I don't think you'd probably want to go like hard in the paint and get like a couple of them, but the elves remember who the lady actually is. I know this is their game here. I see it. We need a spec slot here. Might need to remake the lobby. Or is it this one? Hang on a sec. No, that's Ent's game. Yeah. Sure. So it might just be a lobby bug. We might need to make a new lobby here. Yeah, lobby bug. Okay, we'll make a new lobby. So this one we have greenskins versus Wood Elves, actually. Charox is one of the best Wood Elf players in the world, too. I mean, Inticity and Charox are probably two of the best Wood Elf players, if not the best. Danakin is really good on greenskins. We're probably going to be seeing some weird blorks, you know, something funny going on. All right, so they're going to rehost, and now we have the lobby here. Great. So that worked here. All right, guys. Here we are. Great. Oh, I was able to get in. Where'd they go? Now they're gone and lost forever. The redemption match with Tzeentch. Look, it could happen. It could absolutely happen. The Terracotta Graveyard is a little bit tricky for shooting, this map that we're going to be doing. It's hard for traditional shooting, but elves can probably make it work. Yeah, this is our first greenskin game today. Pretty awesome. We've seen... what have we seen? We've seen Slaanesh, we've seen Tzeentch. No Nurgle, no Khorne. We have seen Warriors of Chaos. We've seen Norska. Pretty good Chaos representation, honestly, overall. We've seen a lot of Order Tide, Bretonnia, Empire, Wood Elves, High Elves. Pretty good spread of factions, I would say. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Get ready. Greenskins versus Wood Elves. This is the grand final series. Currently, Charox is up 1-0. This would be Charox's first major event win. And he would be winning, you know, well, 1,300, about 1,000 pounds, which is more or less equivalent to like almost 3,000 to 4,000 zlotys, which is Polish dollars. Pretty big money. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I always love going to Poland, man. It's a great country. Great time. I mean, I'm very biased. My wife is from there, but... I always have a really good time hanging out in Krakow and Warsaw and all those regions. Just feasting on pierogi. Poland has some very good desserts too, but my favorite thing is just the like how like hearty the food is. Like a lot of potatoes, a lot of meat. Great drinks. You know, what's not to love? All right. So Danakin though, man, he is going to be ready to go, I can assure you. He is a very, very good player. There's some players you play against, and you can just really feel the sweaty micro and the control and awareness. Map awareness is really big in this game. It's something that is actually shared with the Company of Heroes community. Like, in Total War, map awareness is one of the biggest skill sets. Whereas in a game like StarCraft, like high APM is going to be more important, right? During those like clutch micro fights. But in this game, map awareness and decision making is more important, I would say. Company of Heroes is kind of similar in a way. Granted, high APM as well, but that map awareness is big. Yeah, I love Kilbasa. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, we went to, when we were in Poland last time, we were in Krakow, and we went to the castle there. It's really cool. There's like a myth of a dragon there, and they have like this statue of a dragon, like in the escape, like kind of tunnel area. It's really fun, but yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love that. This is why Danakin is my favorite greenskin player. I love his usage of the Black Orcs. They're so gangster. Armored, shielded, just ready to crump. I love it, dude. I love it. What's up, Wolverine? Welcome to the stream, dog. All right. Can you give it the best wog? Oh, man. I'm having some allergies today, so maybe later. If there's a moment when it pops in the battlefield, I'll see what I can do. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Charox currently up against the defending world champion, 1-0. But will he be able to continue his streak of glory? Looking here at the armies of Danakin, he is going to be using a battle line of Black Orcs and Orc Boys. He does also have Ruggled's Armored Orcs in the back, which are pretty much an auto-take for Orcs. They're incredibly good. And we do have a Night Goblin War Boss on his Squig. Now, the reason why you bring this little gremlin is basically just to rampage things. You drop the fermented fungi on them, and it rampages them. And lures them to their death. He also has a Tormentor Sword. Now, a little bit risky because he is very snipeable, but if you can get those good snares, he can really, really be a big game changer there. All right, guys. Orc Shaman in the back with Here We Go and Fist of Gork for the magic damage against some of the spooky Ethereal and or Dryad units. Looking at the Chad at Charox here, he is going to be coming in with Durthu and his Treekin. That is off meta as hell. Now, Treekin are basically everything that Oceanids wish they were. Tanky, resilient, just able to really hang in there, whereas Oceanids are just like limp noodles that basically die. Durthu and the Firebark Elders going to be cruising towards the middle here. We do see the Deepwood Scouts hanging in, the Hawkeyes of Jakira, Dryads on the Vanguard as well, and Dryads on the Vanguard up top. Now, will Durthu be able to take down that many Black Orcs? It is not going to be easy. There's a whole bunch of those boys. Shooting in here, we do see Deepwood Scouts and the Hawkeyes of Jakira shooting into the Orc Boys. In the back, it's going to be War Dancers for Charox. Charox getting that sweet triple cap out of the gates. Probably what you do is you abandon the high ground objective, and you consolidate all your strength here. This is an easy hold for Wood Elves here, probably. And you just anchor Durthu and your Treekin in the middle, and you say, come at me, bro. That is what you do. Optimus Pine is here, and he's a really, really wild pick. People often don't expect him, so he can really skew games in your favor if you surprise them. Treekin coming in, and the Blorks are having a bad time already. Durthu is a huge AP monster, basically. He's a monster for sure. And the War Dancers are going to make quick work of the Orc Boys here. So the Paul Blork Malkoff not having a great time. We see the Tormentor Sword activated from the Night Goblin War Boss, so he just runs in there, uses it, basically just to debuff the melee attack. But the Treekin are holding quite well. On the low ground, Dryad's going to be engaging versus the Orc Boys, but more Blorks are making their way through, but haven't been shot pretty hard here. And Dryad's moving into the Orc Boys here, and we do see the War Dancers with the Shadows Coil activated here. Melee defense going to be 64. Optimus Pine and his Tree Folk are beating a Black Orc unit while more Black Orcs make their way in. Now, Lost Sylvan Knights are really good against Black Orcs. They have 100% AP values and hit really hard, but the Fist of Gork will be quite nice against them. But here they come. Christmas has come a little bit early. There you go. Deck the halls, and they do get in there, but in response, we are probably going to see a Fist of Gork. Oh, no, he used it on the Orc Boar Boys for the magic damage, but they got broken instantly by the Terror. Oh, no, that's so unfortunate. That was his answer against these units, and now the Lost Sylvan Knights are going to just kill this Black Orc unit, and it's going to be a really bad time for them. Charox, definitely after that situation, is in a more commanding position. That was a really important moment. And the fact that they got terror-routed because they were so low, and more importantly, being shot by the Hawkeyes of Jakira, which discourage leadership when they hit you. That whole synergy was so good. And the Wog is going down in the valley, boys, as the Greenskins are getting going. They are pumped, still fighting hard, and we got some shielded Black Orcs going on a huge vacation around the back. They're going to be jumping in to go after the Hawkeyes right there. Optimus Pine tanking the Ruggled's Armored Orcs. They don't have the best AP values, but they have some. These Black Orcs in the front getting worn down, spears and whatnot still fighting well, but man, these Sylvan Knights are going to be getting crunk right now. They will for sure dispatch these Black Orcs. Not quickly, it's going to take a long time, but they will get there in time. Couple pigs going to be trying to surge in. Do not count out Danakin though. Even though that trade did go badly for him, he has some opportunities here. Wolf Rider ambush in the woods. Boar Boy's coming in. Oh my god, he's going to Tormentor Sword these guys. He's going to lock him down. And then he's going to use the Boar Boys to go. Oh, Danakin with the pro gamer plays. He uses the Tormentor Sword and then uses the Fist of Gork to get the Broken Tusk Mob in. But they're probably going to get broken by that Archer Fire again. Wavering and Terrified. Dude, the Hawkeyes with the Terror-causing Cab are so good. Wolf Riders do get on top of these units, and the Shielded Blorks are back here as well. Durthu, Optimus Pine, able to break a Black Orc unit, and he's emerging victorious, though having taken some considerable damage, is going to be heading back to the middle. Man, the backfield defense from Charox has been really, really good. And the combo of using the Sylvan Knights with the Hawkeyes is disgusting. Because you lower their leadership by 16, which puts them really low, and then you move in with like a big shock cab unit that causes terror. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. But we do see the Sylvan Knights getting a little bit low. Looking at the value trading, Charox is only up by about 900, so close-ish game. High ground here, a couple of Eternal Guard and Dryads fighting, a little insignificant fights up towards the high ground. But down here, this is really the center of the action. And the Firebark Elders and Optimus Pine just hanging in there. What are we going to see activated here? Is it going to be some Harry Potter? Here we go, I think. Is it going to be going down or no? It's the Pan's Impenetrable Pelt. Kind of mouth, tongue twister there, huh? Melee defense and Fizzres, though. 73 melee defense is like Ironbreaker level. And the Sylvan Knights are moving back and through. The little goblin's in trouble, guys. He is in a little bit of trouble here, as we do see the Firebark Elders getting in. And the Night Goblin War Boss is going to be fleeing the scene. All right, guys. Objective 2 belongs to the Wood Elves. Objective 3 belongs to the Wood Elves as well. And we do see the Orc Boar Boy Biggins continuing to get hammered there by the Hawkeyes of Jakira. And it is going down. All right, guys. Sylvan Knights heading back into the middle. Fist of Gork is going to be activated here. But look at the Discourage effect. They get so low on leadership from that. It is so freaking good. And then Durthu is going to drop into Wrecked Flock of Doom right there, which is just chef's kiss. And continue hammering. Sylvan Knights come down here, easily going to dispatch those guys and deal with any threats on the flanks. So far, Charox holding onto the flanks pretty comfortably as Wild Hunters of Kurnus do come downtown to deal with the Black Orcs. And the Black Orcs are doing really well, but, you know, also running into a lot of counters. That is for sure. So Firebark Elders, only 400 value, but they're doing their job holding and providing a Blade of Wounds for Durthu. Durthu eating a shitload of damage from the Ruglud's Armored Orcs. We're probably sitting at a decent amount of value here. Fermented Fungi on the Wild Riders, going to lure them into Boar Boy Biggins, which is Boar Boy Biggins do well against them. They have good armor values. Pan's Pelt, though, is on the Wild Riders, so that'll give them some Fizz Rouse, helping them trade up. Glade Riders lurking nearby as well. On the low ground, Paul Blork Malkop is here, but we probably will see the Lost Sylvan Knights return and clear off that threat. We'll see how that all unfolds. Durthu a little bit low, but still hanging in there, sitting at about 1,800 value, not bad at all. And the Wild Riders are defeated by the Boar Boy Cavalry, which makes sense. They just simply lack the armor piercing to get through the 85 armor. And the Wild Hogs are on their way back in. Could Danakin be on the comeback path, guys? Winning some fights up on the high ground. The Way Watchers are looking a little bit haggard and low on ammo. Sylvan Knights are coming back this way. And Optimus Pine is looking really low, man. There's no healing for him. I think it's just Ruglud's. What are they sitting at? 1,800 value Ruglud's Armored Orcs just farming Durthu. So in response to that, Charox is going to be going for a cheesy Lord kill here. Just going in it with Durthu. If he can break that Night Goblin, that probably ends the game. Because Greenskins are terrible when they lose their Lord, because they're very low leadership in general. So the Goblin is in trouble. This could be a throw from Danny. We're going to see if the little gremlin's going to be able to get away there. He's waddling. He's trying to escape. He is shaken, and he is stirred, ladies and gentlemen. As Charox is going to continue boinking right there. And we do see the Goblin popping the Tormentor Sword to escape. Little Gremlin is doing it. All right, back on the point. Wild Riders are still alive, and the Lost Sylvan Knights. These two cav units might be too much for the Greenskins to handle. Sylvan Knights, as well as the Sylvan Knights and the Wild Hunters, are a pretty brutal combo. And the Greenskins had a little second win there, but now that I'm looking around, they're looking really haggard. We have a Biggin, a couple beat-ass units here, and then we do have a Night Goblin hero, but I don't think that's going to be enough to deal with that. It looks like Charox is going to be going up to a 2-0 potentially in the grand finals, which is insane. He would just be one game away from potentially closing out the series, which is absolutely B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Block of Doom activated in the low ground, going to be nailing the Biggins, and we do get the Race of the Frozen Heart moving in, as well as the Christmas Cavalry, which are immediately going to terror out these guys, so they do get in. And yeah, you're going to see them route in 3, 2, and 1 probably. There they go. Still got it, baby. Still got it. All right, so they're routed there. Firebark Elders cruising in. Optimus Pine getting revenge for those who have wronged us. And yeah, those Ruglud's Armored Orcs are going to get tree slapped right now. I love seeing a Durthu pick. So heavy metal. All right, so we continue slapping the base, and the Ruggled's Armored Orcs are hemorrhaging models. Orc Shaman is going to be surrounded and probably killed here, and the Goblin is also in danger as well. The Wild Hunters of Kernus have been able to get him down here, and we do see the Night Goblin Warboss getting broken. GG. Well frickin' played. Man, what a game. Lost Sylvan Knights really carried this game hard. They were monstrous. And it's not to say that Danakin didn't have answers, but I can't help but think if Fate Abuna would have just been 1,000 times better. Like, if he had Fate Abuna and Spirit Leech, that probably would have been way, way stronger for him. Like with the Hagcaster, Mither 2 is really good. Yeah, dude. The Tree Spirits, 2,300. Hawkeyes were clutch as hell, too. I mean, only one of them, but they wrecked those Greenskin Cavalry. It was brilliant. The Firebark Elders were a really good tank piece, too. I love Danakin's build. It's great. I mean, honestly, it's a solid build. I mean, 99% of Wood Elf players would have lost that matchup, but it's Charox, so. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and update the score. Charox only one game away from winning a major event and earning about 4,000 Zlotus. 3,500 Zlotus, give or take. It's somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the brackets. Aspect of the Dread Knight. Yeah, Loopy. Absolutely, dog. Absolutely. All right, so let's go to the other side here, and we're going to refresh this and see what is cooking. So now, due to the fact that we want the last game of the stream to be a grand finals game, we're going to be casting the third place match all the way through here. There will be more downtime in between games, but we want to make sure that the last game of the stream is a grand finals game. So I'm going to let the players know that. So let's do this. Here we go. And Warriors of Chaos versus the Empire. Nice. I love the matchup. Trouser Snakes incoming. All right. And let's do that. Okay. So let me check with the players here. And I'm going to let them know. Danakin and Charox. I will be finishing all third place games now, so you have a little time. Then we come back to finals. All right. You're gonna see a Dreadmaw, I guarantee you. Against Empire, it's extremely good. Although I've been able to beat Warriors of Chaos on the early build with Empire quite a bit using War Wagons. Especially if they go Dreadmaws get hard countered by War Wagons. Like, they just do nothing. They just get wrecked. So we'll see. We'll see. Third place is best of 5 too. So we're just going to be casting this series all the way through now, and then we're going to go back to the grand finals, because the grand finals could end in one more game. I'm not saying it will, but we want the last game of the stream to be a grand finals game. So yes. Will he become XS Penguin since Slaanesh is getting updated? Honestly, he needs to whip out the Nurgle, dude. He gets to smoke and plan his build for 30 minutes, right? Exactly. Okay. Stand by. All right. There we go. Up 2-0, man. That's got to feel pretty good for Charox, though. That's got to feel pretty good. Because Charox was so close to the grand finals in the last World Championship, you know? Yeah, Dreadmaws are really strong in static builds, but weaker against mobile builds. Absolutely, and that's what kind of keeps them more or less reasonable, I think. I don't have any problems with Dreadmaws, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't think they're that bad. In land battle, they're probably worse, because you can, like, force fights into that general area. You know, you don't have to, like, play the map, really. So, yeah. But here, we'll see. I could be wrong, though. Dreadmaws could be OP. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third place match. Inticity up 1-0 against Plague Penguin. He's got Marauders and Marauder Bearmen. Archaon the Everchosen with Burning Head, which is quite good against State Troopers, and also Searing Doom. We have a Dreadmaw, and then we do have 2 Hellstriders, the Inticity special. Pistoliers are a good soft counter against them, but they do give up ground also. And Hellstriders do have shields, so they're able to kind of absorb some of that Pistolier fire. All right, volley goes down. A couple of Hellstriders do get picked off. The Dreadmaw is going to be moving into the backfield there, so here it comes. And yeah, just getting it on Spearmen or Cav units is going to be your best bet. The Imperial Army is going to be War Wagons, Spearmen, as well as Empire Knights. We have Karl Franz. What is with the Karl Franz meta today? I don't know what planet we're on, but they've been going hard. Really nice Searing Doom by Ent. The Empire Knights kind of get baited into the Hellstriders a little bit, and we get Free Company Militia versus Hellstriders out of the woods. So Free Company will trade very well into Hellstriders. Hellstriders are terrible at killing infantry, and they can just shoot them with their light pistols. And you can see the Hellstrider situation for Ent out of the gates not going super well. Archeon getting hit here, and the Trouser Snake does pop up in spears, and it goes back underground right away, which is hilarious. So he just pops up. So it seems like Ent likes to min-max the pop-up damage instead of having them in sustained combat there. Oh, he uses the deep burrowing over here to try and teleport over to the Pistoliers. And back here, the Free Company Militia getting attacked. And, oh, Archeon going to be burning heading, going really, really heavy duty with Arcane here. But here comes the Heavy Cavalry of Sigmar, going to be pushing them back. And, oh, epic Lord fight! The Prince and Emperor is going to be attacking Archeon the Ever-Chosen in the woods. And Archeon, the Cowardly, runs away from Karl Franz there. Glorious stuff there. All right, so the fight continues, and the middle objective, the Empire's fighting with it. Their war wagons are a little bit awkwardly placed. So Plague Penguin not playing super optimally with his war wagons. They should be back here shooting at the Trouser Snake and or shooting at Archeon and the Hellstriders. Spearmen trying to hold where they can. We do see an unsummon going down from Empire Knights. As Franz continues to chase Archeon around. Inticity, though, really loves to just get that rock hard triple cap with Chaos, and it is working quite well for him. Trouser Snake is doing a little bit of damage, but is eating some Pistolier fire. And Franz with Galmaraz! All right, he activates Galmaraz, he jumps in, and Reichland Runefang as well, and lays the boinking on these Hellstriders. So the Hellstriders going to get punished by the Empire Knights with the Reichland Runefang, who suddenly have 48 melee attack, which isn't bad. Archeon getting a little bit sniped up too. And the Trouser Snake is doing good. It's currently sitting at about 400 value right there, just hanging in there. While the War Wagons just keep poking away at Archeon. All right, so the Empire is slowly making progress back towards the objectives. As Free Company Militia, Franz, and the Empire Knights do get moving and grooving. The Snake here sitting at about 400 value, which is pretty good, but it is eating some heavy War Wagon shots. We do see the Spearmen running away from the Marauders, which is a good idea to just kite them into your spawn zone. And now the Empire is going to make a play here for the objective. Going to be tricky. Hellstriders are on their way in, so here they come. And moving in, they're just going to take the charge. And Franz is once again going to keep trying to pick off Archie, which isn't a bad idea. You know, picking off Archeon would be backbreaking. Dreadmaw, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, it's burrowed. So when it's burrowed, you can see how much health it's currently missing. It's kind of a strange one there, but it is burrowed back of the ground. And Franz is just all over Archeon. Look how well these Empire Knights are doing, considering how tattered they were as well. So Franz lands. Does Archeon have Slayer of Kings? He does not. He did not bring his fancy sword today. And the Empire is going to be rotating its army over here, which is smart. Get the wagons here, put the constant pressure on Archeon. Archeon should be getting shot non-stop by wagons. There should be no peace for him. All right, Free Company Militia having a bit of a problem with the Forsaken. Pistoliers lurking, and in the back we see a Jade Wizard as well. Archeon able to get a big hit on one of the wagons there. And Inticity's definitely in a winning position. This isn't an unwinnable game for the Empire, but this whole positioning here is really rough. Like, all these Pistoliers just getting surrounded and dying. Archeon, Benny Hilling. I mean, most of Plague Penguin's value is tied up on killing Archeon here. And he is really just chortling and Benny Hilling around. Archeon is extremely tanky and hard to kill. Oh, I love it. This is my favorite tech that Ent uses. He uses Steer Car. Steer Car with his aura is so disgusting. If there's routing units nearby, he lowers their speed and leadership by a ton. And against Empire, it's insanely good. Any low leadership faction, really. But Steer Car is a great fighter, so I do like that tech. Now, the Imperials are able to get this objective back. And in the backfield, we do see some heavy cav coming out. Black Rose Knights are excellent against Chaos because they could beat Hellstriders and they crush all the infantry as well. So Steer Car is out, and you guys ready to see the aura? Everything here is negative 75% speed and negative 16 leadership. It is so freaking disgusting. It takes away all your micro agency. Look at Franz with 41 speed in the sky from the Sign of Depravity. I have a replay against Inticity coming up where he did the exact same thing against me, and it was so freaking foul. So the aura goes away if there's no routing units nearby. Like right now, it's not really doing anything, right? It's 0. But when it is active, it is so freaky good. All right, Black Rose Knight's going to be chilling over there, and the Empire is in the woods back here. They have some Spearmen fighting Marauders. Marauders will win that fight. And the Empire is close in value, which is not good for them. Franz is having to run, so the Prince and Emperor is going to be getting away. And Steer Car is also a really, really good fighter, too. He's got huge AP values when he's on his Demonic Steed here, so pretty cool to see him in action. All right, so Steer Car is there. Karl Franz is going to be rotating to the other side. That's smart. Rotate to your strength, not to your weakness here. So head over to Objective 2, use your Black Rose Knights. I don't know what the Trouser Snake is doing, by the way. It's probably still alive, or maybe it got killed. The Dreadmaw is where? It's in the woods. The Dreadmaw is sitting at 600 value, so nothing crazy. You know, it's hanging in there. So the Empire is going to be getting this point. And over in the woods, do we see any more Collins? We do not. The Dreadmaw pops up. I love it. Tremors all up in this game right now. There you go. Fran's attacking into the Marauder Bearmen, while the Empire Heavy Cavalry, Black Rose Knights, will dispatch those guys pretty effectively. And Steercar is just the Terminator, dude. Look at him going. 99 leadership, just hunting down this Jade Wizard. This is very lore accurate. Like, he's totally down for this kind of a party. So he is going to be going it. Shai Halud, yes, he who blesses us with water is here. All right, on the other side, Hellstriders coming in to mitigate that objective, and we do see Demogryph Knights with Halberds being called out. Pretty good call. Fran's desperately trying to hold on. He needs to bully one of these characters to like finish off Archaon, maybe bully Steercar. I mean, he totally can. Black Rose Knights here are going to do some nice work. And right now, the Sign of Depravity is active. Okay, no, he doesn't have any routing units nearby, so currently not going to be doing it. Demis are just ignoring the Trouser Snake. It seems like people just kind of ignore it a lot of the time, which is probably a good idea. I think if it's not like, you could go in for the kill on it, but yeah, probably not worth. Okay, Fran's trying to be the hero that the Empire needs. Reichland Runefang is active, but Archaon and Steercar are 2v1ing him. Galmaraz is activated. Currently, he is in the danger zone, or on the highway to the danger zone. He's somewhere in the ballpark. Oh my god, a final transmutation here would be so cracked, by the way. So Archaon using a Searing Doom. Demogryph Knights do get in there. Archaon gets hit by Galmaraz, very, very low at 1700. I don't know if Franz will endure, though. The Trouser Snake teleports nearby. Deathclaw does have his State Troopers and Demogryph Knights here. Whoever wins this fight, it's going to be a big one. Earthblood, though. Oh, Archaon down! And Franz lives. The Prince and Emperor has done it with Galmaraz. Could this be the beginning of a comeback for the Empire? I don't know. It's going to be very tough because the Warriors of Chaos are winning like all the other fights. So Archaon was sacrificed there to the Dark Gods. Fran's able to escape. He is broken, and currently the aura is active. So he's going to be suffering a little bit. Demogryph Knights with Halberds doing well, but I think Inticity has just won too many battles. So many of the fights went better for Ents. The only thing that went well for... Look at the speed! 12 speed, Franz! He's got 12 movement speed because of Steercar's Sign of Depravity. Oh, that is so disgusting. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, on the bright side, Karl Franz may have lost this battle, okay? But he prevented the end times. So in a way, that is a victory for the Empire. He lost the battle, but he stopped the end times. He canceled the apocalypse, and now he can go back to Altdorf after 30 years. And yeah, there you go. I think that's GG, though. I don't know. I mean, maybe the Chaos Forces will have some leadership issues, but the Trouser Snake, this is where it shines. It could just sit on an objective and be very, very tough to break. Empire Knights coming in. Franz will rally and come back, and there will be a wizard to heal him. But you need some greatswords, like something to fight this Chaos Infantry. You know, Plague Penguin had a lot of cavalry, but he did not have anything to fight the infantry, except the Black Rose Knights. That was pretty much it. But a couple greatswords might have been nice, although maybe the snake would punish them. I don't know. He's going to back Altdorf very slowly. That's right. Yeah, triple cap right here, 1,200 points. And it looks like the Sons of Sigmar are going to be defeated in the end by the Dark Gods. One of these Marauders will ascend to the chieftain of this warband, or maybe Steercar will take over. He's kind of like a heroic character there. Yeah, Steercar's really good, though. But he's not good in every matchup. He's only good against, like, lowish leadership, swarmy factions. If you're playing an elite faction, Steercar is awful. But against factions that have, like, State Trooper-type infantry or, you know, Beastmen, whatever, like, he really shines in those matchups. All right, that was a super fun game. Well played to these guys. Man, awesome. Bearman did fine. Dreadmaw paid for itself. Archaon did good. It was kind of a team effort from Chaos, really. Steercar, 2,200 value on Steercar, man. That was great. Franz, though, he was a hero. He tried, but the wagons and the Pistoliers just getting killed early on with the micro blunders cost him there. GG to Penguin, though, man. Always a Chad pick in the Sigmarites. All right, so let's go up here, and we're going to go 2-0. And now we're going to go to game 3 between these individuals. And there we have it. All right, so we're just going to hang out here. Perfect. And where are we at? GG, well played. Yeah, so Slayer of Kings would have actually been good there. It would have. Archaon probably would have won the duel if he had it. That is for sure. He can go back to Altdorf with his 12 speed. He'll get there eventually. Can he even proc his aura against demons or undead? That's a good question. I don't really know. I think it's if their leadership broken. I think they have to be broken, which undead crumble instead of breaking. So I don't know if it works against undead. I don't think so, but I'll have to check it. The Signs of Depravity. I don't know if he can against demons or undead, yeah. He's very much a niche character, but you will see him a lot in matchups in which you're playing low leadership. Like, if I was playing anything low leadership, any like greenskins, Skaven, Beastmen, Empire, Bretonia, even with all their peasants, like I would totally use Steercar. You could combine Steercar and Harry the Hammer for the most forbidden tech in all of Warhammer Fantasy. That's how you do it. Yes, you take away their undead trait and then you route them. Evil. All right, so Jade Tomb is going to be the next map. And, yeah. Cool, man. It's been a fun tournament today. Thank you guys for joining. We survived the wrath of Lawnmower Man. He raided us this morning and was trying to burn down the, I guess, Altdorf here. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even be upset if Warriors of Chaos lost the Dreadmaw. Warriors of Chaos do get most of the Chaos monsters, and I'm pretty sure the Dreadmaw was a Warriors of Chaos unit in Warhammer Fantasy Battle. So to be fair, there is that argument. Warhammer Fantasy Dreadmaw. Yeah, the Dreadmaw was just like, yeah, it was like a Forge World. Yeah. So I mean, there's arguments for both. I don't think Bearmen should be on Warriors of Chaos. I think the Bearmen probably could be removed from Warriors of Chaos, and it would make more sense. They're just very unique to Norska. Yeah. Broken just means negative LD state. Yeah, it's probably, I don't know if there's a special loopy, a special stipulation with Steercar where it has to be like a, I wonder, it might work on undead units. Yeah, like against Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts, it could be pretty cracked. Like against a brick of zombies who are constantly in negative leadership, maybe Steercar is really OP. Like Steercar and the Mask against Vampire Counts could be broken. Like the Mortis healing and then him like debuffing everything. I don't know. We'll have to see. Steercar against Skaven is pure suffering. Yes and no. Because if you're playing Skaven against Warriors of Chaos, you're going to go Flensing Rune. And you could maybe snipe Steercar using like Flensing Rune spam in blob fights. Yeah. Powerful wizards could summon it in a special game mode. Okay, got it. You're talking about the Dreadmaw. Yeah, Ent has played... Do we see Ent on Slaanesh here? I think so. I think he's going to try and get it. All right, so here we are. We can see the factions that they're picking for this next game. So let's go to this, and here we are. So these are they're doing their picks and bans right now. Inticity has picked Grand Cathay, Norska, and Slaanesh. And then we have Kislev, Wood Elves, and Warriors of Chaos for Penguin, that's his name on that website that they're using. So now they're going to create their 3x3 grid with those units. They're going to do their picks and bans. And yeah, Ent's really, really on that Cathay party bus, man. Killian, maybe we'll do one. Yeah, maybe. But these are the picks here. Yeah. Penguin is really good at Kislev. He's won a lot of tournaments with them. I haven't seen him play too much Warriors of Chaos, but I think Warriors of Chaos are kind of the flavor of the month. They're going to be very popular these days. Yeah, they're going to be very, very popular. All right. Let's head back to this. Sorry about that. And we're going to go back to the game here. It'd be cool to see a Cathay victory. Steercar and a Nurgle, Sorcerer, and a Rot Beast. Goji, are you thinking of all the schemes? Are you ready? In regards to pick and bans, can you pick someone you've already played? Okay, so Melvin, if we are in a best of 5 series, once you start a game and play with a faction, that faction cannot be played again by you for the rest of that respective series. But like, let's say that like you go to a grand finals match afterwards, you could then play that faction again in a different series. But like, you can't just play Nurgle every game or play like, nobody would do that, but you can't play Slaanesh every game, whatever, right? Do speed reducing effects have a hard limit, or you can stack them? You can stack speed reducing effects and put units down to like 0 speed. It's hilarious. Will, we had a 2v2 Dom tournament. We've had a couple recently. They were very fun. They were super fun. But unfortunately, my internet crashed during it. It was like they were upgrading the poles in my neighborhood, so. Yeah. Yeah, Deathman, absolutely. I think Flensing Rune might be able to... Skaven are decent at sniping characters. You could even go like Deathmaster Snickich, and then you could go... you could Steercar and snipe him with the Flensing Rune and Deathmaster and probably almost insta-kill him. Yeah. I love playing Nurgle. I love playing Nurgle. It's funny because Nurgle is like such a haggard faction. Probably bottom 3, but like I have the most success in tournaments with Nurgle. I've like... I'll get to the grand finals pretty not frequently, but like, you know, often enough. But they're still so haggard. Nurgle just runs into counters that you just cannot beat. Like, you cannot beat a good Demons of Chaos or Tzeentch player. You just won't. They just will shit on you every time. Nurgle needs like some way to deal with some better anti-large and better ways to deal with Air Force. Yeah. You can put things down to like 2 speed. Yeah. Steer car is great though. Yeah, he's strong. He is very strong. All right, guys. They should be finishing up in a second. So the pick and ban process usually takes for sweaty matches. Will take like 5 to 10 minutes, and then they'll build their armies from there. Yeah, Nurgle needs some like plague cannon to like shoot at air units. That'd be so nice. They have a soul grinder, I guess, but can you go negative movement speed so the units just start moving in reverse time? Norska for Inticity, it looks like. Plague Penguin just played Empire, so we don't know what his pick is, but it looks like Ent's going to be on Norska, which Sail, the reason why you're not seeing Sail today, by the way, is because his teeth ability, it's called Shalkane's Teeth. It's that magic missile effect that he has. It's bugged right now. Creative Assembly, they know about it. They're going to fix it, but it is bugged for tournament play. So Shalkane's Teeth has the potential to rapid fire like a machine gun and one-shot characters. So if you're at maximum range and Sail targets you with Shalkane's Teeth, and then you run away out of range, like he's going to start rapid fire machine gunning it at you. It's a little bit tricky to replicate, but it's bugged, and that's why you're not seeing Sail being played. Because normally he would be seeing a lot of play. He's very, very good. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. They're aware of it, and they're going to fix it, but yeah. They are aware. The Gatling teeth gun, yes. We had a game a couple games in early access where we noticed it. It doesn't happen all the time, but if it could ruin a match. It could basically be the end of a match. So, all right, Slaanesh versus Wood Elves. What the hell? Wait, no, he can't be. Oh, it's Slaanesh Wood Elves. Oh man, okay. What is it going to be? Sigvald? Is he so hot right now? It might be Sigvald. Yes. Yes. Let the Nurglings feast. Lee, that's funny actually. Oh, that made me laugh. No, Sail is still allowed to be used. He's just not allowed to use that item. Yes, so you can bring Sail, but he's just not. Yeah, you can still bring him. We don't ban the character. We just ban the one broken item. Yeah. Inticity needs his Slaanesh pride back. I know his Slaanesh was defeated really decisively earlier, so. By Bretonnia of all factions. So, yeah, probably will be Chadwald. Chadwald is really hard to bring down. Dude, Sigvald is straight up Owen Wilson from the Zoolander movies. So good. Okay, is Sail still good even without that item? He's a decent caster, but you probably would just go Great Shaman Sorcerer instead. He has Chain Lightning, which is quite good. Yeah, Sail's campaign is so fun. Holy shit, it's really fun. So I've been getting back into campaign recently and using Sail, his schemes. So I don't know how many of you guys have watched a Sail campaign yet, but what he does is he has a scheme he can use in the end game where you pick an enemy faction, and that enemy faction has to force declare war on every faction they know. So let's say you're playing against like the Empire, for example, okay? And you pop this. You put it on Karl Franz, and he will have to declare war on every elector count, freaking, all the near Balthazar Gelt, if he's nearby, well, he spawns elsewhere now, but, any of the Empire, the Dwarves, Bretonnia, anything. Dude, in CA, that would be so funny. Does CA ask for any shoutouts or promotion in return for a sponsor? No, they don't. No. I mean, we just have to say that it's CA paying the prize pool. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, it's really hilarious though. I think Sail would be so fun for a head-to-head campaign. What I'm thinking of doing is, like I said, doing the race to Altdorf. So we get 4 players. Each of them plays any Chaos faction or Evil faction, and we all rush. And holding Altdorf for 20 turns. Now, who would be really OP with that? Would be maybe Dakala, the denied one. So Dakala has an ability where she can teleport to a cult undercity. So if you set up a cult city in Altdorf with like a cultist, you rush over there, then she could just instantly teleport to Altdorf using that building. John Creative Assembly and James Workshop. Yeah. Yeah. Are there any new maps added to the regular multiplayer list? I mean, we have our custom maps we use for tournaments, but I don't know if they're adding any. I'm not sure. But I would want to play probably Tamarcon for that. Tamarcon is so fun. I love using the Nurgle plagues. In head-to-head campaigns, dropping a fat Nurgle plague is so freaking funny on like another player's army. When you get like, you extend the duration of the plague to last like 7 turns or 6 turns, and then they're just attrition for 7 turns, dude. Oh, it's so good. Campaign expert? No, I'm not an expert. No. But I've played a lot of campaigns back in the day, so I'm familiar with the core fundamentals. I mean, I can beat it on the hardest difficulty, which is not that hard once you've played a while. So nothing exceptional. Yeah. It'd be a fun one. The race for Altdorf, yeah. So we get like Tamarcon, we get Sail in there, we can get like some other... But we would, even if somebody starts closer to Altdorf, we would have them have to hold for 20 minutes too. And it's kind of like a game of Commander, where if somebody has Altdorf for too long, everybody's going to bully them into the ground, right? So there is some fun nuances of that. All the demon factions can teleport to cult buildings, even Scarbrand. Oh, really? Huh. Kairos would be really good for this since he has a nearby cult. Makes sense. So all the cult buildings can do that. Got it. Auto ban the World Walker. Oh, no, Wolfric could be fine. Although, yeah, he could just C-Fang to the capital city. Yeah, Wolfric would just teleport to Marienburg, actually. Yeah. Oh my god, what the hell is this shit? Look at this build from Inticity. Steer Car, the Mask, a Shadowcaster, Pleasure Seeker, and 2 Fiends. Holy shit. What the hell is this build? Oh man, look at that. Well, guys, this is interesting. That is so goddamn risky against Wood Elves. Wood Elves have such elite sniping, and you're going all elite units. I do not know what he's going to be doing with this. I mean, maybe just trying to alpha strike certain positions. The depravity is going to be on, yeah. Maybe Doom and Darkness. I think it was a Shadowcaster. I think it was a Shadowcaster. It's game over, yeah. Yeah, Inticity brings wild builds. He does. All right, so we have a Melkoth's Pendulum Caster, the Mask of Slanesh, and Steercar with his Depraved Aura. We got 2 Seekers, and then the Boob Snakes, the Pleasure Seekers, which of course hit very hard, but are very weak against Wood Elf shooting. Like, if these things start getting blasted by Deepwood Scouts or any sort of traditional shooting from Plague Penguin, they're going to have a terrible time. So, this is so freaking risky. Hey, nothing, thank you for the kind words, man. All right, guys, so this is the 3rd place match. Rubber match here, essentially. Well, not rubber match, but a potentially game-deciding match for Plague Penguin. He cannot afford to lose this. And looking at his build, I think he might be favored here. But you never want to count Inticity out. He is truly a forbidden master. He comes up with really, really evil builds and schemes. But, man, 3 Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards just going deep into the Pleasure Seekers and these other units here, man. That is going to be very rough. Ents is doing it for content. Maybe. Maybe. He could also, I mean, there's money on the line. I assume he wants it. I mean, 3rd place is not a bad prize at all. It's like, you know, it's like for Canadian money, it's like $700-800 or something. So I would assume he's going for it. I don't know, man. Yeah, Plague is going to be like, what the hell is this shit? Right. But what Slanesh is going to do is he's going to go into the trees, and then he's going to do an Alpha Strike out of the trees, most likely. We do see a little bit of shooting coming in from the Glade Riders with the regular bows, so Hagbane tips. And look at the missile resist aura. The Chanson of Caging. All right, I don't hate that. Steercar, is Steercar on foot? What the hell is this build, dude? A foot steer? What is this guy doing, dude? Oh my god, I have no idea. So we got Steercar on foot. He is silver shielded with 80 armor, and the Boob Snakes are just waiting in the trees right now. Inticity is gonna have to figure this out, man. And some milk bags have finally poisoned his mind. So, are you saying Inticity drinks milk on his stream? Is that like, is that something he actually does? Yeah, Steercar let me solo them, right. Draika will fight against Steercar relatively effectively. Steercar will maybe win that one-on-one, I'm not sure. Although Draika, I don't know. And yeah, here comes a bunch of Hellstriders. This is very much an Inticity Alpha Strike build. The Boob Snakes are going to go back here. We get a Melkos Mystifying Miasma on the Glade Riders. That's going to slow them down. It'll maybe allow the Boob Snakes with 110 movement speed to catch them. All right, Steercar is in the fight, being attacked by Dryads, and the Hellstriders are going to be coming around the back to get on top of the Archers. The Boob Snakes got a lot of damage, but they need to run. Oh, they're going to eat a lot of damage here. Deepwood Scouts are getting in, and you're going to see like maybe 20% of their HP gone. That Missile Resist Aura certainly helps. And now Enta's going full pedal to the metal. Yeah, he's going full pedal to the metal. He's just going for it. He doesn't give a shit. He's just pushing through. Fiends and everything. Draika doing the Awakening of the Wood, but the Pleasure Seekers are not enjoying this pleasurable experience. Mask is trying to get to the Archers. We do see Fiends trying to penetrate through, but there are some Zotes nearby. Hellstriders get on top of the Glade Riders back there, while another Hellstrider does come around the back and is going to get on the Deepwood Scouts. So Enta's just going balls deep Slaanesh diving, dude. I love it. This is so fun to watch. And the Aura of Depravity, is it active? Nothing is routing yet. Wood Elves are very high leadership. Fury's coming in. Dude, okay, Ent might actually win this. He might actually win this because he does have the Mortis Engine draining everything. Steercar's Aura, he has forced his opponent into a game plan that he has the advantage in. Yeah, so the Mortis Engine effect maybe is going to be able to drain all these guys down. Furies and Fiends fighting back here as well. And we do see the old Mask of Slaanesh. We'll be able to fight against Draika if need be, but the Mortis Engine effect is really what's cooking for Slaanesh right now. Now, Slaanesh has one objective. We do see more Hellstriders with Hellscourges being called in. The Mask, I think Jim Carrey might be able to win this game. Dude, I did not think that was going to work, but he managed to slip in there, dude. Very Slaanesh-like, you know, just finding the one hole in his opponent's metaphorical formation there and getting on in there. All right. Fiends and Fiends fighting it out. We do see Steercar doing his thing. The Sorcerer fighting, and Jim Carrey is just draining down all these units. Hellstriders charging into the Dryads here. But this fight is not good, man. He needed to get those Deepwood Scouts further back. The fact that they were able to get swarmed like that, like Wood Elf Archers should always be a couple ranks deep rather than like right behind your infantry, because they got absolutely punished right there, yeah. All right, guys. Fiends are piling in. We are going to see a Fascination or Narcissism right there. And the Mask might be able to take down Draika. I mean, Mask is a really good anti-infantry fighter, and Steercar is there too, and he's also a good fighter. So that would be a big pick right there. The Fiends and the Hellstriders fighting it out versus the Glade Riders with Spears right there. You see those guys grinding, but, you know, Plague Penguin is coming back a little bit. He's grinding down a couple elite units, and Draika is pretty forbidden. It's very, very forbidden. If she gets away with decent health and can provide that aura late game, Ent is losing a lot of mobility pieces here, and it's just going to be calling in Furies, and it looks like he has nothing to even stop the capture. Oh, man, those Dryads are just like, nothing can fight me except the Mask. All right, so the Mask is coming across. Steercar there as well. The Remnant of the Fiend's going to be moving in, and the Furies will be very good at ripping apart the Spears. The Dance of Dreaming is active too, so that lowers leadership. So that's actually pretty good. Dance of Dreaming with the Doom and Darkness. There's a lot of nasty plays there. Ent needs some Chaos Warriors or some Slangors to get his objectives back, though. But it looks like he's just trying to value trade against his opponent and get some valuable snipes. The Eternal Guard getting Mortis Engine down slowly but surely. Fury still doing reasonably well. On the backside, it looks like the Deepwood Scouts have returned, so the Palpatine Deepwoods are here. We got two of those bad boys there, and the Race of the Frozen Heart are now going to be up. And, I mean, Ent has nothing to kill the infantry with. I mean, Furies will kill these Eternal Guard maybe, but, yeah, it's tricky. I mean, if he can win the blob fight here and get a kill on Draika, I think there might be a chance for Ent, but, you know, that's not going to be easy. Draika is pretty stalwart, does have some decent staying power here. All right, there's going to be a Pendulum activated, nice one. That's going to be hitting the Dryads, and how will Inticity find a way to get his objectives back? Fury's coming to attack those guys there. We do see the remnants of some Hellstriders getting on the Glade Riders here and doing great work. Deepwood Scouts are kind of healthy. 63 of them and then 40. That's not a bad number. Draika getting attacked by 3 characters. Yeah, a Draika kill is super necessary here. You know, you got to do it. You got to get the kill on Draika or else you're just going to probably lose this game. Yep, classic stuff, using Furies to defeat Spears. Very, very meta. And Ent is going to have an opportunity to maybe get this objective back. He needs to stop the bleeding right now, though. He's just bleeding points super, super hard. Draika is afflicted by the Dance of Dreaming and is looking very, very low. Ent is all over that right now. As his Sorcerer, which is riding a snake. They're such good mounts, by the way. So incredibly good. The Dance of Dreaming is still going. The Mask is like a horror movie, dude. Imagine that shit chasing you. I mean, Draika is kind of scary, too, but there's something really disturbing about this Slaanesh stuff. Yeah, so there's the Mask of Slaanesh. Staff of Masks activated, giving a heal and also doing some damage, and it was used on something here, not the Wild Riders, who did get Melkoth. Ench is going to be grabbing that objective back, and how is he going to get that home objective, man? It's going to be tough. Oh, Draco with the steel chair beats down the Chaos Torture of Slaanesh. So she she certainly beat that Trouser Snake, sent that thing running, and Draco now is going to rally with her forces and maybe get the Mask. I mean, the Mask is low armor, and the magic damage of the Race of the Frozen Heart is really good here. Steercar coming in. I wonder if Ent meant to bring Steercar on foot. And we do see the Hellstriders moving into the Wild Riders, but there are spears, only 19 of them, but nonetheless, still could be effective. But I think it's going to be too much with the Furies there, and those guys are going to get worn down. And uh-oh, Jim Carrey's in trouble! Draika's back! Dude, it's like the John Cena music. The glass shattering. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Jim Carrey's down! Blood Penguin getting the kill! And down goes the Mask of Slaanesh. Man, oh man. Yeah, the magic damage on the Wraiths, really able to cut through the Mask. I mean, the Mask is really good, but it does have its vulnerabilities. So can Ench pull this game back? I don't think so, because now Draika is giving an aura of 18 melee attack to everybody near her. Draika is truly the forbidden fruit, you know? You think you're going to get Draika, it's an easy kill, it's a foot character or whatever, but then she comes back and buffs everything and just beats you, you know? All right, guys. So the fight continues here. Looking around, we do see the, Draika looking stable. Deepwood Scouts shooting into the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. Currently, Wood Elves have a double cap on objectives, and they're sitting at 1,100 points, give or take, which means they're pretty close to winning. They only need to get to 1,500. I don't think Ent has any chance of coming back right now. Yeah, Draika was fighting 3v1, too. Steercar, who also got taken out, it looks like. I don't think I see Steercar anywhere. I think he was defeated. And, yeah, what a freaking game. This was really fun. Draika just yeeted the Mask, yeah. It's always cool to see, like, the older stuff beat the new stuff, you know? It's fun. Yeah, there's a little bit of a charm to that, for sure. So that's it. GG, well played. The Seekers of Slaanesh are going to get wrecked. They might get one good charge, but they're going to get hit by the Race of the Frozen Heart. Frostbitten down to 70 speed because the Dryads with the Frostbite were able to hit them. Eating a lot of shots here. And Draika, as long as she's nearby, will give the Fanatical Resolve. Okay. Penguin is back in the series, ladies and gentlemen. We currently have a 2-1 series here. This is for third place. We'll be back to the grand finals once this series is over. But the Mask got 2,400 value, which is about as much as it costs. The Mask with an ideal kit is like 22 or 2,400. I can't remember. Really fun build by Inticity, though. But the Pleasure Seekers were just so haggard. They only got 500 value, so they really paid the price. Yeah, GG. I mean, this is a really risky way to play against Wood Elves. Usually against Wood Elves, you just go wide and armor check them with Chaos Warrior, and then you can get mobility and Hellstriders, but in Chaos Knights. But with this build, he lived dangerously. This was the scene in Austin Powers. You remember when he's gambling at the casino with the villain, and like they're playing blackjack, and the villain is cheating. So he sees that he can get a 21 on the 4. And then Austin Powers, he's like, I too like to live dangerously. So he just holds his 2 cards when he's like sitting at an 8. This was like that. Inticity was like Austin Powers in that scene. I too like to live dangerously. Yeah, it was. He still almost pulled it out too, though, which was crazy. Only because he's that good at the game. Deepwood Scouts, 2,600 value despite getting charged. God damn. All right, 1,400 here and then 400 here too. All right, GG, well played. So we have the Rift at the World's Edge. Yes, Dracker, that scene. Yes, yeah. 20 beats your 5. Yeah. The Austin Powers movies were so good. I too like to live dangerously. And the character who plays the dealer in that scene is the same character from Seinfeld with the soup. It's so funny. Yeah. A Praeton would have been terrible there. Although Praetons do have 40% missile res, maybe. I think Praetons are awful, but I would love to see somebody work it out, No, don't buff Slaanesh. No. Stop. You just watched that scene yesterday. I think YouTube went on like a frenzy of recommending that scene because I got recommended that scene like 2 days ago also. Your aunt dated Mike Myers? Damn. Mike Myers has had some haggard movies, but dude, Austin Powers movies were so fun. I love those movies. Allow myself to introduce myself. I can't remember philosophy. Yeah. No, the elite demon cav against Wood Elves are always risky. Usually just Hellstrider and Chaos Knight is what you see. Like if Ent just went with an armor check, like 5 Chaos Warriors, like 3 Hellstriders and a Chaos Knight and the mask, he would have been very comfortable there. Yeah. Slaanesh has tons of armor, man. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream on YouTube, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Helps keep the old man going, you know, keep the old engine going. I'm like an old beat up sports car that's fun, but it breaks down pretty often, so gotta help me out. No, 1,500 tickets is perfect, trust me. Yeah, it's a sweet spot. We've been experimenting for a long time. I think yeah, I mean, like almost none of the games today have come down to 1,500 tickets. Like almost every game is decided by the fighting. I think like 1 or 2 games maybe came down to victory tickets, maybe. Yeah. I feel like taking a bunch of Slangors and Forsaken. Slangors are a bit risky against Wood Elves, I think, because they get hammered by Light Cav and Wild Riders. I think the Forsaken and Warrior is better. The Slaanesh crossbows are not very good in my experience, Loopy. But there's one interesting paradigm about the Slaanesh crossbows is that it's like the Dennis Reynolds thing from It's Always Sunny. It's like the implication of the crossbows. It's not that they're actually going to do anything, but having a ranged Slaanesh unit in domination mode can really throw a wrench sometimes in the way your opponent plays and can force them to act a little bit recklessly. I still think they're mediocre as hell, though. I'm Richie Cunningham and my wife Oprah, yeah. Yeah. So Iron Warrior says, I tried to play multiplayer for the first time and faced an absolute degenerate undead doomstack and infantry corpse carts. What game mode were you playing? Were you playing domination mode? Because if you're playing domination mode, they can only have that blob on one objective. And I could teach you to beat that with certain factions, for sure. I recommend if you guys want to get into multiplayer, join our Discord and find people to play with there. It's a lot better than, like, quick battle domination is fine. But if you're playing, like, quick battle, land battle, like, there's no rules being enforced, so people are just going to be cheesy and awful. It's not my jam. Yeah, but that's very standard undead. So they're doing their picks and bans now. We're going to know what the 3 factions are in a minute. Ooh, oh, Chaos Dwarfs, the Dowies are. So here are their picks for this next game. So here you go. You can see this. We have Beastmen, High Elves, and Kislev for Blood Penguin. And for Inticity, it's going to be Norska, Vampire Counts, and Chaos Dwarves. So these are the factions that are potentially going to be getting played right there. Yeah, very cool. Okay, let's go back to the game now. I was playing Cathay and Blood Knight slaughtered my faster elements. Yeah, so Cathay against Vampire Counts, we can take a look at the rates real quick. I'm pretty sure Vampire Counts are just favored in that matchup in general, Iron Warrior. So you kind of walked into a tricky matchup. Let's see. So if we look at Vampire Counts, which are currently the #1 ranked faction, wow. They have a... Oh, shit, no, Cathay's actually... Really? Oh, it's only 11 games. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so, I don't know. Probably against Vampire Counts, you could go for a... You could maybe go for... Yeah, Final Transmutation is pretty good. You can go with maybe some sort of a dragon character. You're going to want the Iron Dragon with his Yang Breath Attack too. So probably Iron Dragon with another Sorcerer with Final Transmutation. And from there, Crowmen will control the skies. You could get some junks and play Air Force. I mean, there's a bunch of ways to play it. It's a rough matchup for Cathay. Got it. No. Yeah, Vampire Counts are really strong right now. They're very good. They're just hard to beat. Like, Vampire Counts are a faction that put a test on your opponent. It's like, are you good enough to get through all this with your micro and decision making? Whereas the Vampire Count player can just, like, unga bunga and kind of just, like, sit on the objectives. Yeah, and just like Cryptor, Corpse Cart, Zombie, Skeleton, White Kings, you know. Yeah, the drums, the Zhanga War drum play can be okay there. What's the Discord? Do we have any mods in? I'll drop a link if not, but if we have any mods that could drop a Discord link, that'd be great. But if I don't see a link, it dropped here in the next 30 seconds, I'll drop one. Yeah, so our Discord, we have a PvP section. You can go there and you can, okay, there's a link in Twitch. I don't know about on YouTube. But yes, I'll get a link right now. We have a PvP section and we also have regular beginner tournaments. So if you're like a newbie and you want to get in and, you know, get some good experience. Let me see the matchup. Vampire Counts versus Kislev. Nice. This one's actually Vampire Count favorite, I think. All right, there we go. Cool. Thank you for dropping the link, guys. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, we have beginner tournaments all the time. Shout out to the hosts who host those. And then we also have regular tournaments. I took the Spellcaster regular, got shot out of the sky by with my junk by the Magic Missile spell. Yeah. Go Iron Dragon, Iron Warrior. You're Iron. You should play the Iron Dragon. So go with Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon. He's a raid boss against vampires. He's really good. He's impossible to kill. He clears out chaff units like the Heathen Kings of old. And you're gonna want to get a Metal Caster just with Final Transmutation for when they blob up. And there's a couple ways to play it. You can definitely go like a couple birds and play mobility with like an Air Force. A lot of different ways to play it, but I can, if I wasn't here, if I was on a different, if you come back on a future stream and ask me for builds, I can give you those. Oh, I'm a big Iron Warriors. I love the way the Iron Warriors look. Their aesthetic in 40k is so sick. If I was to do Chaos Undivided, I would do Iron Warriors. Yeah, they're rad. Plus, they're so easy to paint. You just literally spray prime them Lead Belcher or Iron Warriors, and then you just freaking dry brush them and do the details. Really easy to paint. Juan Bo's okay. Yeah, Uncle Juan. He's not as good though. He could still be killed. The Iron Dragon is like indestructible basically, and he has like one of the best crowd clearing spells in the game. Yuan Bo is really good though because he can kill White Kings. So if they go double White King, he can net them down and kill them with a little bit of support. Yeah. Well, thanks guys for hanging out. We're going to go back to the grand finals after this series. Vampire Counts, Kislev. Probably going to be double Frostworm for Plague Penguin. Double Frostworm and Hoxamiska is really good against Vampire Counts. Yeah, Scabscraith needs to be nerfed probably. It's really stupid. It needs to just have like less charges probably. You could leave it strong, but just cut it down to like one or two charges. Yeah. The Hazard Stripes make me want to cry. There are some cheat codes for the Hazard Stripes. Yeah, if you're playing Iron Warriors, I saw online there was like a sticker of the Hazard Stripes. You could like order a transfer sheet that has the Hazard Stripes. Somebody made one. I can't. And so it fits the modern Chaos Space Marine shoulder pads, and you could just like copy and paste it over. This is a big money. Yes, this is the tournament that people qualified for. We're currently in the third place match. If we take a look at the brackets, give you guys an update. We have Charox and Danakin playing in the grand finals. That series is currently 2-0 for Charox. And currently we're doing a third place match, which is 2-1 for Inticity. Inticity lost one game, but if he wins this, he will be securing third place in the event. Scabscraith is 3 charges apiece. Yeah. All right. And there we go. Yeah, Iron Warriors are fun though. They're a cool looking army. Death Guard is my favorite though. I love the Blightlord Terminators are like one of the coolest looking units in the game with Death Shrouds. Oh, so sick. All right. So here we are at the Rift at the World's Edge. Nurgle Corruption is reaching up from the earth. You can see that thing's a little bit suspicious looking. Yeah, it's a worm. It is a worm. The Lich Master, Heinrich Kemmler, is very, very good, and we'll explain why. I will explain why. You've been interested in tabletop for a while, but I don't really like painting minis. There's a lot of people like that. You just get your miniatures and spray prime them like black or something, and then you're good to go. Yeah. It won't look too bad. As long as it's not the evil, filthy Grey Legions, you'll be all right. With this gift, we will win third place. We'll see. You think Danakin's going to come back? He is down 0-2 against Charox now. Yeah. We're going to be having the top 2 players for this event, by the way, while they're loading in. We'll be qualifying for another major championship event, which is going to be taking place in the middle of December, which I will be co-hosting with Dob Plays. We're going to be casting together. So that's going to be super, super fun. So not only are there prizes for today, but first and second get an additional prize of qualifying for a big event, which is very, very fun. Okay. There we are. And let's get it. Yes, pounds. Pounds, correct. My keyboard cannot type that, so I just had to type it out, which was really haggard, but it adds to the charm. Peg Penguin's still loading. I wonder if he plays on like a laptop or something. This is the first vampire count game. No, we're kind of close to the end, Sabbaticus. This is the third place match. Currently 2-1. No, I'm on the wrong scorecard there. Sorry about that. There we go. Should be fixed now. This is a third place match. So Inticity is up 2-1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third place match here. Oh, I love it. The Incarnate Elemental Beast. So Kislev is going to be using a Hoxamiska caster to break through the chaff units because it breaks them, does damage, and breaks their leadership. No ogres today, which is strange because they're very strong. Armored Kossars, Kislevite Warriors, Streltsy, pretty combined arms force. He's got a little bit of everything in terms of Kislev infantry. Now, the Incarnate Elemental is a little bit weak at fighting vampire count monsters. It's not terrible, but it's not its forte. But it's really good at grinding down infantry because of its Mortis Engine effect. So it does have the Incarnate Flock of Doom, and it looks cool as hell. Look at that freaking thing. So it's going to be moving in. Now, looking at the armies of Inticity, it's going to be a very meta Vampire Counts army. It's going to be... He had his fun last game. Now Inticity is trying to clinch the victory here. It's going to be zombies, skeletons, just chaff units, but the chaff units with the Vampire Counts get much stronger if you keep them near a Corpse Cart. So the Corpse Cart is going to be giving them healing, melee attack, leadership, all sorts of good stats there. So they are going to be moving. On top of that, Double White King, one of the strongest foot characters in the game, if not one of the strongest heroes in the game. Really good fighters. Magic damage is not terribly relevant against Kislev, but the Scab Wraith does so much damage against the lightly armored troops. So that is quite scary. And we do have some sneaky Schmeagles over on the other side, so they're going to be gathering up. So these are the Golems of Total War. They look very Golem-like for sure. This is like Golem in the Warhammer Fantasy Universe. And the Lichmaster Heinrich Kemmler. Now this guy is one of the most popular lords. Oh, it's such an Inticity build. No Raised Dead, no Invocation, only Winds of Death. So Homie is going to be casting Overcasted Winds of Death. Hey, Canadian, thank you for giving out 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Man, thank you. Thanks for supporting the old channel. All right, Heinrich Kemmler are going to be creeping across. We do see 2 White Kings here. They're going to be engaging versus the Kislevite Warriors in the front line, which is going to be terrible for the Kislevite Warriors. But, yeah, the Incarnate Elemental could come across and give them the Atomic Pimp Slap. We're going to see if they're going to do it. Now, objectives, we see objective 3 and 2 belonging to Kislev, and in the woods, Heinrich Kemmler lurking with his Schmeagles in the trees and waiting for his legions of chaff units to move over there. Yeah, straight up just Winds of Death. I mean, and Winds of Death can end Kislev's career. It's so good against Armored Kossars, so we're going to see how it goes. All right, the Walls of the Dead are advancing, and the Kislevites are unleashing their hybrid shooting, but the Dead are marching, and this is like some Game of Thrones shit. We got like the White Walkers in the north here. But yeah, the Kislevite Warriors are going to retreat. Maybe yield the objective, let the armor tank the front line. Oh, we do see the RORs, the Sternsmen, the Graveguard are also in the mix. These guys are way more stalwart, very tough to kill for Kislev. Things in the Woods are one of your best bets. Now, in the backfield, though, we do see the White Kings overextending a little bit, and we do see the Incarnate Elemental Beast is going to be slapping him up, so this one White King is not having a great time. Oh, Winds of Death, here it comes! Okay, let's watch. It's going to hit this Armored Kossar. Oh, blast it. Oh, my God. Oh, it's going. Oh! Oh, he just bowling pinned him! Hit all 3 of those units. This Armored Kossar lost half its health. This Kislevite Warrior lost health, and it nuked this one as well. That was so good, dude. That was so freaking good. All right, guys. So it begins. The battle rages on. Hoxamiska activated right here. And the Howl of the Great Beast, the combo, negative 24 leadership combo, leads the undead to crumbling, which is very, very good. Things in the woods, fighting against the White Kings, and we do see Heinrich Kemmler emerging from the bushes. Meanwhile, the Vampire Counts are in the process of taking over this objective. The Kislevite Warriors are holding and doing some damage, and the Armored Kossars will beat zombies. But it is a dodgy fight. Value trading very, very even. A couple gun units were called in, but the Vampire Counts are not about that life. They're going to be getting their Hounds and their Graveguard, and these poor Streltsy are going to be getting ripped to shreds by the Children of the Night here. So that is going to be very, very tough. All right, so let's keep an eye out for more Winds of Death. We're going to kind of keep a birds. Oh, dude, it's going to happen. Ent is posturing. Heinrich Kemmler is cackling here. We're going to see a Winds of Death down one of these formations, most likely, which is just going to break their backs. Vampire Counts have taken all 3 objectives from the Kislevites. Value trading is even, but you don't want to be even with Vampire Counts. That's how you know you're losing the game. Because vampires have so much healing via the Corpse Carts and other effects, and Cryptors, passive healing. Right now, it does look like Inticity is going to be running away with the game. Streltsy are offline. Ice Witch is struggling to find good engagements. Moortime Beowulfs, which are very good against Vampire Counts, they are a Thing in the Wood unit, an ROR, but what they do is when they hit you, they cancel out all of your healing, which is very good. But yes, battle's looking very good for Count Chocula. Oh god, here it comes. Oh, their career's about to be over. Oh, Winds of Death. And now they're down to, oh, it wasn't overcasted. Okay, so it didn't just straight up delete them, but they lost half their health. And now the dogs and the zombies going to keep going. Really good Hawks of Miska from the Kislev caster. And the Incarnate Elemental trying to get some ground back. Kislev calling in Winged Lancers to try and break the formations. But the undead are just numerous, dude. They are really, really numerous. Skeleton Spears just kind of Netflix and chilling here. We do see a Snow Leopard being summoned by the Kislevite Ice Witch. So the Snow Leopard is a pretty good choice for hunting down Heinrich Kemmler. Meanwhile, the Incarnate Elemental is battling Spears and Cryptors, not its favorite thing. Kislev is going to need to call it a Patriarch to heal this thing up if it can. So at this point for Kislev, what you need to do is consolidate your strength and play only one objective. If you try and play wide, the vampires are probably just going to outmatch you. Play to your Mortis engine, play to your strength, right? I think that's how you do it. All right, so the slaps are going down. Winged Lancers are on their way in. And 2 White Kings going to be moving back to the objective. The Incarnate Elemental probably doing some respectable damage with its Mortis. Yeah, we'll check later on. It's a little bit tricky to see. But yeah, Kislev calling in the inevitable Patriarch. So the Patriarch right here is going to be providing AoE healing using his ability called Salak's Lullaby. So when he gets close to the big monster, he's able to heal it, which is... Urson is a homie. He's willing to help the Eldritch Force creatures as well. All right, Kislev getting a little bit of momentum here. I mean, look, he has a lot of time. It's only 500 points into the game. Hawks of Miska is going to be excellent, so that Kislevite spell is going to absolutely ravage the undead here. And we do see the Direwolves in negative leadership. It's going to crumble some of the Cryptors, and Kislev is getting momentum here. We see a lot of crumbling undead. Spears and zombies crumbling, the doggies are crumbling as well. The Patriarch is providing big healing, which is going to mitigate the value gap that Plague Penguin has here. And yeah, maybe Kislev is going to have an opportunity to get this objective back. Winged Lancers need to get a charge into the Cryptors if they can. We'll see if they do. Meanwhile, in the back, Streltsy battling Sternsman, pretty awful for them, and the battle does rage on. A Scab Scraith is activated once again on this point, and the big monster continues stomping the yard. A big, epic-looking Total War fight as we see the Cryptors beating on the legs here. Oh, it has such cool animations. Yeah, this thing's really, really fun to watch. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's going to do it again. There he goes. Oh, it's such a cool-looking monster. And it is working down the White Kings. Both of the White Kings are getting a little bit lowish on health, but the Vampire's sustainability is nuts. The Cryptor is really, really just putting in heavy lifting, as we do see Inticity pulling in more Chaff units to support his monstrous pieces. Griffin Legion is here. Griffin Legion is very good against Cryptors if they can get the charge on them in open field. The Incarnate Elemental is sitting at 1700 value, which is quite good. And here comes the Griffin Legion. All right, they arrive, and they start to hammer into the undead. They're going to be helping out versus the Cryptors. So the mighty Slavic warriors are here, but is it going to be enough to pull this game back? He still cannot get this objective back. Inticity has his Direwolves running rampant and just chasing off the Chaff units. It's a really good idea to chase things off the battlefield. Big, big part of Total War competitive. Those guys get routed off the table with their leadership being broken, and it's the same as the tabletop game. In the tabletop game, you know, if a unit breaks, you want to run it off the table and then, you know, get the points for wiping it, essentially, which is quite good. Can you pet the elemental dog? Maybe. We'll see. All right, so Kislev's still not able to get their clutches on this objective. Inticity, the Lord of the Hounds, able to get his doggies in the backfield, and the Kislevite warriors are going to be run down here. So you see them getting the business, and they are shaken. And sure, they have 70 armor, but that is a shitload of hounds. It's 160 of them, give or take, with the 2 of them combined. So that is a lot of damage. Each of those hounds, 80 of them, does 20 to 22 damage a pop, which when you look at a Streltsy in melee, they do, you know, something like, I don't know, 34 a pop, but there's only 90 of them, and they're also very tattered. So the Hound unit's able to chew them up. Griffin Legion on their way in. Kislev is trying to play the blob game here. You know, trying to play the blob game. It's already a triple cap situation, Nico. Yeah, it's already... I mean, Kislev has to get all 3 objectives to win, which is going to be next to impossible in my opinion. Because against vampire counts, you should be usually... They don't have a lot of tools for dictating mobile engagements and sniping. So usually you should be up in value. Not you should be, but ideally you want to be up in value here. The Incarnate Elemental is doing good, and the Hawks of Miska is doing a great job of crumbling some of these units. You can see the Discouraged effect and the Howl of the Great Beast, but yeah, he's just not able to break through. I mean, this Sternsman unit, this one infantry unit, by the way, has been just blocking all of the Kislevite reinforcements for like 45 minutes. They're a Graveguard ROR unit, and they have passive regeneration, so it's incredibly hard to kill them, and they're, you know, heavily armored as well, but they're also tired there, so, or drained, whatever. Kislev still can't break their back. The vampire counts are winning the grind. I mean, this is what it's all about. You know, against Vampire Counts, probably playing to your mobility strengths and bouncing to their weaker objectives with a bunch of cavalry probably would be a little bit stronger, but it's hard because Inticity is doing a good job keeping Spearmen guarding the point there. So I think the Vampire Counts, this is a really clinical Vampire Count play. It's so freaking hard to beat. All right, so Incarnate Elemental's trying, but he's getting low. He's at 1300 HP. One White King is going to be finished off here most likely. The Patriarch as well as the Forest Spirit are getting the L-Bonk, and now he's going to be crumbling. And is there a Salox Lullaby coming in? Nope. It is technically a Demon Spirit Beast, so when it does get its leadership broken, it starts to disintegrate, which is what's happening to it right now. Oh, that's such a cool looking shot, man. That looks so good against the snowy landscape. But he is about to go, 400 HP, coming in for one more Atomic Slap as Kislev drops the last vestiges of its magic on its foes. But this thing is going to disintegrate back to wherever it comes from. No, we don't know, really. Currently sitting at, oh, the Lullaby keeping it stable. He stabilizes it with the Lullaby. Not bad. But at this point, it's simply just not enough time. You can see Desperation. He's doing split pushes, using his Winged Lancers to try and push the side points, but he's going to get overwhelmed. The Hounds, the Cairn Race, and also Skeleton Spearmen are going to be too much for him to handle. Things in the Woods coming in, but that is GG well played. It's been over for a while, but, you know, sometimes in a sweaty tournament, people will play to the bitter end, seeing if their opponent will make a mistake, but that is not going to happen. GG, well played. Inticity, you know, he didn't win the tournament, but he still got third place, winning a substantial prize of, I believe, 500 pounds or something like that. Well, we'll check in a second. Let's see what he won. All right. So Inticity is going to be winning 500 pounds, which is, you know, $700-800 Canadian, which is pretty sweet. And yeah, kudos to him, man. Showing he still got it with a very decisive 3-1 victory there. All right, guys. GG, well to the played. So now, guys, we're going to go back to the grand finals. Inticity with a victory in the third place match, and Charox and Danakin are now going to be dueling it out. It is grand finals time. The Slavic duel of fates is upon us. And we are going to see who's going to emerge victorious. So the grand finals, we already had our games earlier. Oh, Skaven versus Khorne. Let's freaking go. Oh. Here we go, baby. All right. Let's have some fun. Skaven versus Khorne. All right, for all of you guys who were upset we didn't get Skaven earlier, here you freaking go. No, it's not rat bait again. The rats are actually here. Yeah, Skaven have a chance for sure. Absolutely. Who else qualifies for the big event? Okay, so the top two players qualify for the major championship event, which is another CA official event in December. And so Charox and Danakin are automatically entered. And then we're going to have open qualifiers in the next couple weeks, the details will be announced soon. Just make sure you're in our Discord. And there'll be two people qualify for, there's going to be 3 qualifiers, I think. So I'm going to host one, Inticity is going to host one, and Dob Plays is going to host one. And there will be the top 2 individuals from each of those qualifiers will be qualifying for the major event. So it's going to be awesome. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals. Charox trying to win a major prize. We don't have a date ironed down quite yet, but we have the qualifiers will be coming up and details soon. Just hang out in the community and you'll see all the details. Dude, we have the Skaven. This is one of the bigger events we've had in a long time with, you know, several $1,000s in prizes. And Charox, the madman here, trying to win with Skaven. But also, on an equally cool page, we have a Chad Khorne Bloodspeaker build. I mean, both these guys are just such heroes of the people, man. Danakin is so freaking awesome. So is Charox. So, looking at the Khornate build, it's going to be 2 Flesh Hounds, a lot of Marauders. A hell of a lot of Marauders, actually. Oh, Chaos Warriors. Oh, shit, he's bringing big armor against the Skaven, which is so unorthodox. And then a Bloodspeaker, which he's going to be doing what? He has the Wild Abandon, which gives you a melee attack buff. Oh my god, a Wild Abandon and a Murderous Exhortations, which is like a mini Melkoth's effect on Skaven. That is super fun. And he does have the Gruesome Display too. AoE Leadership Discouraging effect against Skaven is kind of badass, dude. All right, for Charox, he's got Deathmaster. Deathmaster going to be battling into the Chaos Hounds here. He's got a Storm Vermin army with the Blight Scabs Plague Pack. Dude, homie bringing the Plague Monk Censor Bears. The Horned Rat is here. Oh, dude, let's freaking go. Look at the Horned Rat feasting. So the Horned Rat is there. We have the Storm Vermin. And also on the backside, we do have Doom Flayers as well. The battle rages on, and who will emerge victorious? Who are you guys rooting for? Give us some... If you guys want Khorne to win, let us know in chat. You know, blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne, or say some Skaven shit if you want them to win. We need to know where everybody stands right now. But Stormvermin Halberds will be good here. I mean, they'll fight well against Chaos Warriors with their armor and their armor piercing. And yeah, the Plague Pack, and then we do have Natty Bubos as well. So the Skaven are going to be ripping shots from downtown into the Khorne 8 forces. This is a really, really cool off-meta Grand Finals. This is so awesome, dude. Okay, and moving up are the Skaven Slaves, and also Stormvermin Halberds, and another Plague Monk Censer Bearer. Dude, I think Charox might have build countered him a little bit. Censer Bearers are going to smash Chaos Warriors of Khorne. I mean, they have huge AP. Magic damage against demons is incredibly relevant. We see Danakin Chop charging Hounds in against Plague Monk Censer Bearers, but that's not going to end well. Look how much HP the Flesh Hounds lost just charging them. Not good at all for them. All right, on the other side, the Stormvermin rushing out to intercept, and the Censer Bearer is going to be chilling on the back objective. Meanwhile, the Jezzails still shooting pretty comfortably, but we do see fighting up at the point here. And Marauders versus Skaven Slaves, obviously going to go badly for them. But Deathmaster, what is he going to be up to? Concealment Bomb's active, and Plague Monk Censer Bearers have engaged against the ideal target of the Chaos Warrior. And look how badly, oh my god, the Chaos Warriors are getting their armor sundered by Deathmaster, down to 55 armor, and are then getting hammered by the Plague Monk Censer Bearers, as well as the Doom Flayer. Hounds in the backfield, the Chaos Warhounds do get broken back there. Charox's Stormvermin are chilling in the shadows. Meanwhile, the Wolf Rats are going to be attacking into the Chaos Warhounds of Khorne here, and the Warhounds, or the Chaos Warhounds, not Flesh Hounds, do lose to the Wolf Rats. Overall, though, Skaven, I think, are getting slightly favorable engagements. The Stormvermin are in pretty good fights, and the Censer Bearers are breaking through the middle lines, guys. Look at that. The Chaos Warriors of Khorne are running from the rats. They are not having a good time. Look at these little stinky plague rats. Dude, these guys, I haven't seen them in ages, and that guy just, he gets, they hate him in particular, this one guy. So here comes some elite demons. We do get Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne, which will hard counter the Stormvermin, but also will not be super happy about fighting Plague Monk Censer Bearers. More Censer Bearers on the way in, and we do see the Stormvermin Halberds being sent into reserve. Skaven holding on to the back objective, but no, Khorne is taking it. Oh, that's not good for Skaven. Skaven did lose their back point here. Oh, Deathmaster is coming in for the anime kill, guys. He's a little bit trapped up by the Hounds. You can see the Flesh Hounds of Khorne are protecting their master right here. Yeah, really, really nice. Otherwise, Deathmaster might have been able to get a huge amount of damage on that Bloodspeaker, but I don't think Danakin has noticed this. Deathmaster is going to be chasing him now, but the Flesh Hounds did protect that Bloodspeaker. Oh, look at the Flesh Hounds! They knocked over Deathmaster again! Crazy shit. All right, Plague Monk Censer Bearers winning most of their fights. Stormvermin holding as well, but this objective is held by the Blood God. So right now, Khorne does have a triple cap on the Skaven, ladies and gentlemen. They do have it. This is do or die for Danakin. Danakin cannot afford to lose this game. If he does, he is going to be eliminated, and Charox will be our grand champion for today. All right, guys, Plague Monk Censer Bearers fighting it out. Looks like the Murderous Exhortations are going to be activated, or... Oh, is that Sword of Khorne? No, it's not Sword of Khorne. But regardless, the Exalted Bloodletters here are fighting a bit of a hard fight. The Blightscab's Plague Pack still have 111 models, and they do magic damage. Oh, Sword of Khorne! Oh, here it comes. The Blood God's Wrath going to be dropped. Boom! Headshot. Right on the Blightscab's Plague Pack. Nasty, nasty damage. Currently losing about 50% of their HP there, which was brutal. All right, guys. So the Marauders going to be duking it out, and on the other side, we do see the Poisonwind Globadiers throwing away here. Chaos Warriors of Khorne penetrating into the backfield a little bit. Skaven losing some momentum after that giant Sword of Khorne. That was pretty nasty, but the Rats are going to need to get some objectives back here soon. They are losing ground on the points pretty damn hard. Like, this is a big mistake. Those Stormvermin need to be back on this objective right now. Charox needs to pay attention, get those guys over there, and hold that objective and get it back. Here in come Knights of the Brazen Throne. Oh my god, they're bringing out all the cool units, man. So we do get the Arwar Skull Crushers here, and yeah, they are really good at ripping up infantry. However, they do charge into Stormvermin, which are halberds. They will be able to give a little bit of damage back. All right, Skaven are starting to rip this point up. We do see it going back to the stinky rats right there, so they are going to be going for it. Yep, that one's going back here. Charox still not paying attention with his Stormvermin. Oh, that's going to cost him. He needs to get on an objective with them. He needs to get on an objective with them, man, because he's bleeding points right now. That's the only way Danakin's going to be able to win this game. All right, Deathmaster going in, Murderous Exhortations activated, but the Skaven are in a winning fight here. Rat Ogres, Stormvermin Halberds trapping up these units, and the hordes of the Horned Rat move in. The Plague Monk Censer Bearers getting their boinking sticks. They're going to be piling on in, and the Blood Gods champions are heavily surrounded and are going to be forced to retreat. So on this objective, we see the Eshin Sorcerer and the Censer Bearers are there. And look, now the Stormvermin are actually doing something. They are at least contesting a point, which is good. This objective being taken by Wolf Rats. And I think Charox may have won this tournament today. He's looking pretty good, and defeating the world champ is no small feat. Wow, man, nasty. Deathmaster hunting down the Bloodspeaker. Khorne looking really, really out of steam here, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see the Skaven Slaves grinding right there. And yeah, they unfortunately did pick very similar colors, but, you know, what can you do? So Danakin going to be going for a Desperation hold on the back objective. It is a triple cap situation, so going for that is not bad. And Stormvermin and Rat Ogres and Censer Bearers continue their push. There's a hell of a lot of Skaven left. Danakin is going to have to Helm's Deep on the back objective here. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Bloodletters of Khorne hanging out, eager and charging, but Clan Moors in the Skaven win. Charox winning his first major event. So this is a victory for Charox. He is now on the major event leaderboard, becoming one of, I think, like 8 players to win a major event. Huge victory for Charox. Huge victory. Because, I mean, Danakin just won the recent World Championship, so that is a massive win for him. All right, guys. GG. Well played. With the freaking Skaven, nonetheless. The Censer Bearers, 800 value and 900 value there, about 1,000 actually. Pretty good. And the Stormvermin all paid for themselves. Deathmaster was a menace, I'm sure. And the Jezzails did well, too. GG. Well played. Skaven defeating Khorne. 3-0 victory for Charox in the grand finals. All right, guys. Can you see reinforcements? Yeah. So you had Ogres, and you had a Mutant Rat Ogre, too. And then more Censer Bearers and a Doom player as well. All right, guys. So we're going to make it official here. Here we go. We're going to copy this, and we're going to paste this. There we go. And Charox, the pride of Poland, has emerged victorious and won today's major event. That is a huge one for him. Huge win. It's his first major event victory. He has finally done it. Like I said, he was long overdue, but very well played to Danakin as well. Danakin put up a great fight. I'm sure we'll see. We're going to see Danakin and Charox probably having a rematch in the next major event we have coming up in a few weeks. So that's going to be super fun. And yeah, it's awesome. Well played to Blood Penguin and Inticity too. You know, Penguin was able to take a game off both of his opponents. He took a game off Danakin. He took a game off Ent. Had a great run today. And Inticity, of course, with a very solid third place finish as well. All right, looking at the Khorne army. Looking at reinforcements here. We can take a look for you. I know you wanted to look. And there it is. Okay. Yeah, Knights of the Brazen Throne, a couple of Blood Beasts, and he did have some armor piercing in reserve as well. Wow, GG, well played. What a great run today. We got to see some off-meta factions. We got to see some meta factions. It was very, very fun. All right, guys, so if you enjoyed this stream, please do drop a like. Congratulations to Charox for winning the Total War Clash. It was a very, very fun event there. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all on the other side. Congratulations to all the winners. And we will see you guys back soon. I will be streaming all throughout the week. I think the update comes out on the 4th. And then we're going to have qualifier tournaments coming up. So make sure you're in our Discord so you don't miss the announcements. Anna's in chat. I'm so proud of you as the unofficial Queen of Poland. That's right. That's right. But yeah, great games. Super fun. We're going to have our event qualifiers coming up to see who qualifies for... So the next Creative Assembly official event is an 8-man tournament. Today was a 4-man. They qualified through the World Championship. But the next one, Charox and Danakin will qualify. And then we're going to see 6 other players qualifying in open events over the next week or two. So that's going to be super fun. Yeah, freaking Skaven in like you have like 3,000 or 4,000 Zlotus on the line and you pick Skaven. I mean, that's insane. But he did it. All right, guys. Take care of yourselves. Adios. Do widzenia. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much for joining. And you can find my last campaign playthrough on my YouTube channel. So this stream as well for all of you guys on Twitch. If you missed any of it, you can come back and watch the entire VOD on my YouTube channel. So thank you, guys. Adios. We'll see you around. And make sure to drop a like for all of you guys on YouTube. I see there's almost 3,000 people there. So if you guys enjoyed it, do drop a little bit of heat. And for those of you guys on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. All right, guys. See you around. Congratulations to Charox. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. Cheers.